Yes, Landraver, I'm back. I'm back. The last thing I still remember the last point I was making. You know, the irony of speaking about censorship and cancellation. And no, for once, cut. Hey, masters at YouTube, listen out loud and clear. I'm defending you. All right, I'll just wait for a few more to get in before we go on. But yes, Landraver, I'm back. Just gonna wait for the main base to pop back in because we were going good, and it's me, silly. It's me. It's my silliness. So we got 4 in now. So hopefully it can climb back up to about 13, 14, 15. But we had a steady thing going, and I'm so clumsy. Clumsiest sod in the world, man. Sometimes I just get into my headspace. But I've lost all those, not lost all those comments. What I'm going to do is refer back to that last stream, kind of upload it quickly, and it doesn't, does it? The last stream doesn't allow. It hasn't allowed the chats to come through, has it? Hasn't allowed the chats to come through, which is a shame. What I will do, I promise you, because every one of your comments is valuable. Next time, what I'll do, you guys must promise me, I'm not saying don't write a lot, but the next time we stream, I'll have the live stream chats uploaded, because YouTube uploads the chat later than the actual upload. So the last stream is already up, but minus the chats. And what I'll do is I'll start from where I left off in the chats, because I wouldn't want those comments going to waste. I was on a roll there. Yeah, the chat will appear later. But just speaking about censorship, I remember the point I left off at. And it was a relevant point. And then look what happens. It makes it appear to you guys that it was JEW Tube. So I hope they're listening to this. And I'm defending YouTube. YouTube is the greatest thing since sliced bread. And it wasn't your fault that I disconnected YouTube. It was me that was silly. Please accept my sincerest apologies for any confusion caused. You guys are our masters. You own this space, and I'm eternally grateful for all you do for us here, and for allowing this meeting of minds. So I'm going to clip that and hope it goes viral. This YouTube eulogy. But yeah, stop accusing YouTube of censoring when it's not their fault, guys. It's never their fault. YouTube never censors anyone unless there is very good reason. YouTube is basically our foster parent on this in cyberspace. Yes, Olive Mule, Telegram it is. If you'll see, hopefully it is in the description box. I'm pretty sure it is. But yeah, we still have 7 in the house. So just gonna let it notch up a bit more. And I don't think we'll be here for much longer, because look, I started streaming it. Oh, sorry. Look, we're going great for time. Obviously, we've been here for a couple of hours, but I did start at around 8ish, wasn't it? Seems like much longer. This is how I want it paced, where it's bung for bang for buck. We can get so much across in a short space of time. I don't want it to be long, drawn-out affairs, and then one stream after another, just responding to mainstream or alternative media stories in the guise of mainstream. That's what we're seeing. We're seeing alternative stuff in the guise of mainstream, just cloaked mainstream. That's what we are facing today. VaticanCatholic.com, YouTube. Okay, you've sent a link. VaticanCatholic.com. Definitely will have a click on that. Actually, let me go. So we've lost a few viewers. It's a shame, really. Maybe they will still pop back in, but this is what happens when we break course. Just one silly mistake. What I did, I don't know how I did this. I put the phone in my pocket, closed the phones somewhat, and it changed. The moment you change the screen, it disconnects. Like YouTube can't even sort that out, where you have everything else playing in the background, but not your own live. Like you can change tabs on a laptop and still have YouTube running through OBS, but it's a very limited mobile function. As glitzy and smooth as its operation is, it's just still very basic. And on an Android, it's just even worse. So if you can hear me loud and clear, guys, on the laptop, the struggles I go through is not because of the headset. That's one thing I've learned streaming through the mobile, that it's not the headset, because you guys have not complained once about the audio. So it's definitely something related to the ports I'm using for the laptop. It's not the laptop, it's just, I think the port that I'm using is that it just has to share too many it has to share its output and input with the SSD device, so there's some loss with the sound. Okay, so slowly but surely we're getting back up. We have 10 in the house, and I'm sure the others will enter through. I'm going to do some Bible study. I'll be back later. Of course, Olive Mule, you go right ahead, my man. I'll link the Hugo Dive again if anyone... Hugo Dive? Okay, so that's Hugo Talks. Yeah, I mean, I mentioned to someone yesterday, as soon as I mean, he sounds so innocent. He sounds almost as though he's your bigger brother. Very soothing, dulcet tones. Like he's there, but something's so off about that channel. And then you discover that the content of that channel, like he used to run another channel where he was actually promoting the royals. Literally, just promoting the royals. And it's his voice. And his sister was in on it. So, and how does someone just come out of the blue, like you've been working on YouTube for as long as you have, and these guys just come over, hundreds, I don't know how many subs he has, but that's YouTube assistance. You're being assisted by the very people you're criticizing. And I don't even think you criticize them, but you're criticizing the system they operate in. How do you rise and the likes of the people in the comments here don't? There's something very off about Hugo Talks. And then I've seen visual embeds in his videos. Like there is clearly imagery and videography embedded in his stock footage. How does that occur? You know, for example, if it's like a waterfall or it's stock footage of a river or sea. How does a subliminal enter that by mistake? He's dark. If that, okay, that seems very interesting. Maybe it's what I've spoken about lucidity, but definitely, I'll check out that link. YouTube does not like links. It doesn't like links, does it? But okay, so we still have 10 in the house. Just waiting for a few more comments to come through. Yeah, I'll tell you what I'll commence on or recommence on is what I was saying in the last instance. Hopefully, you guys heard the start of it. That yes, YouTube censors, and it's trigger happy censoring, but I think if we observe it or look at it from a perspective of a corporation wanting the best possible product to promote, it does view smaller channels as spam. It does. Because YouTube has a unique selling point. It has a unique product. Because look, how is it that there is no other platform? I mean, I've searched high and low. I've only ever found one platform that is even remotely similar to YouTube where you can live stream. I mean, when I say platform, I mean there are live stream capabilities through websites and personal not even, it's not, I'm speaking specifically of platforms. YouTube is the only one. There's things like what's the other one that people are into nowadays? Oh, Clubhouse, but it's not exactly live streaming. There's TikTok, but who wants to go on TikTok? But they're all the same, aren't they? It's just TikTok is the Chinese commie version of YouTube. So yeah, if we consider it from a corporate perspective, that these guys, YouTube doesn't really need money, but they are still promoting a product, and they will see smaller channels as spam, and all they require, we view it as censorship, but they consider it as spam. So I think, not in all cases, obviously, but I think the majority of censorship is due to is simply an excuse. It's an excuse because if channels, let's say, were contracted financially to YouTube, then I think at headquarters they will be categorized in a different file. So they are paying YouTube basically to be left alone because they are adding value to the corporate product that they're selling, and YouTube is receiving a value through currency. There's an exchange, there's a contractual agreement there based on reception, and based on reception from both ends. Whereas if it's a small channel, I'm not even saying small, I think if it's any channel, even if it's large, YouTube has no obligation and no incentive to allow it, because there's no benefit to it whatsoever. It's just going to be considered a spam, and then all they're waiting for, they don't mind a smaller channel posting cat videos and all sorts. In fact, if you do, they'll give you 100,000 subs in the blink of an eye, overnight. I've seen it. Not overnight, it's exaggerating, but literally within months you'll have 100,000 subs. I've witnessed it, and you can test it for yourself. But do the financial agreement, and YouTube will tend to leave you alone. I'm not saying totally, but they'll categorize you in different folder. I say. No. For sure, lucidity. No, don't remove it. Don't remove it at all. No, I'm just saying. Just YouTube doesn't like. The thing is, maybe we can someday kind of set up a Telegram group. We don't have to engage in it every waking minute, but if any links people want, you can just pop them in there. But yeah, no reason to remove it. Lucidity. I think Rumble lets you live stream, does it? Because when I looked into it initially, there was no live stream. Yeah, Rumble was, when I last popped into it, it was, you can upload as much as you want. But I mean, it's interesting how these platforms don't have the live stream capability. YouTube seems to have a complete monopoly on it. I have Irish and Scottish blood in me, but I live in Australia. Says Orion. Orion, are you Irish? I think, okay, Rumble. Should I remove? Okay, no. So we're kind of up to date with the comments. It's a shame, really, because I had so many more to go through. I'm just going to see. Yeah, YouTube still hasn't uploaded them. I think it takes some time. Guys, if you would like to call it a night, I mean, time isn't an issue here. It's approaching 11 o'clock. I just say maybe the disconnection was meant to be. But if you guys would like to add anything or ask anything or kind of promote a line of query, thought, please do go ahead. I'm still sipping on this coffee, so if coffee is going to make me continue anyway, in terms of maybe not live streaming, but just tottering around the house and probably watch a few recommendations that you guys have given. We have Russian Thoughtbot. Russian Thoughtbot says hello. Russian Thoughtbot, you might have to expand on just a hello, just in case you are AI, because there's no way of knowing. So if you can formulate a sentence in response to the commentary, we can discard the... All right, that's more... No, but still, ChatGPT can also engage with me with street slang. What's up? You have to... I want you to respond to some of the comments above, because the name is... Look, see, I am Bartholomew. Yeah, I know you're Bartholomew, but still, there are 10 people in this comment section that you must respond to the comments of for me to discard the possibility that you are actually what your second name implies. Hold on, I'm at work. Okay. Hey, hi mate, you do speak Speaker's Corner? Yes, I do, and I think you're aware that I do. So, Bird Nest Ratfest, I do, but if you're trying to promote some kind of introduction about Speaker's Corner, or you want to stimulate some kind of drama based on that, I promise you it will come. But this kind of questioning, I'm not naive. So we're familiar. I see the movements. Do not be concerned. We will open up Speaker's Corner wide. We will probably do Speaker's Corner on a... we will pull the pants down from Speaker's Corner. We'll do that. So just try and be straight up, because you're fully aware that we've been involved in this Speaker's Corner sphere. I still watch every movement of Speaker's Corner, believe me, because I don't do it anymore, but all that time that I spent writing commentaries and contributing, where not one individual of any standing to this day, after 5 years, has actually contributed beneficially. It's a trash zone. Everything related. I'll put it this way. Speaker's Corner was a former beheading site. And the people operating and are still operating off the back of Speaker's Corner in the dungeon zones are behaving like zombies. They're wasting their lives. Like it's trash beyond trash. It's rotting trash. That's how I think there is a stupor amongst people who are operating in Speaker's Corner related circles. It is a former beheading site, and I think the entities of those dead souls that still surround Speaker's Corner are affecting the people at Speaker's Corner, and it's reflected in the complete and utter clown show that Speaker's Corner is under the guise of religious debating. Those people are possessed. Everyone surrounding Speaker's Corner and talking about Speaker's Corner in the dungeons about Speaker's Corner is basically an offense to the Creator. I don't care which religion it is an offense to the Creator. All those talking heads there are absolute wastes of space, and I mean that. They are not giving you or defending your religion, they are diluting your faith. But you want to watch clown shows? I'm considering how you can spend that much time and effort in a dead zone, a spiritually dead zone, when you have a life to live. And I spent 5 years at it. I spent 5 years trying to contribute, and there was not one individual. And I just consider every single person related to Speaker's Corner in these dungeon zones as suffering parasitic infestation. I saw it with my own eyes during CoNE. Not one Muslim there spoke out. That's when I saw that, these people are all of the devil. I saw it with my own eyes. The jab was being promoted by Muslims. It was being promoted. And not you, nor any other Muslim had any faith to tell your brethren, hey, this is the work of the devil. I think these people should be ashamed, and we're going to take down every single one of those talking heads. You know what I've put out. You know what I've put out. All those representatives will be coming down, and I'll be doing it in good faith. I want to kind of redefine or take back the definition of what faith actually is. If you guys think that that thing is anything Islamic, you guys are off your rocker. Seriously, you guys are. You need to fix that zone up or get the F out. Because look at your name, Bird Nest Rat Fest. You go on Islamic channels and that's what Muslims have to see? Change your name, please. It's not pleasant. Bird Nest Rat Fest. Yes, Uncle Jamal did die, but come on, do you really care about Uncle Jamal? Do you really care about him? So what if he passed away? Pray for him. Why are you promoting his death? He passed away. I don't know the guy. Do you know his story, what he was doing at Speaker's Corner? Do you care that he may not have had a family? What was he? He was a prop to you in a park, parading. That whole park is a dead zone run by intelligence agencies, causing religious tension. It's a setup sent out to the rest of the world to promote division amongst humanity. How much do you really care about these people? How much do you care about your own people, your own religion? Is this what Piers Morgan entertaining your heads of Islam? This is your head of Islam? This is who you look to for spiritual guidance? These are your talking heads, Muhammad Hijab, Ali Dawa. It's an embarrassment. You need to fix up. Like, you'll be asked for the time you spent. What is this? And I'm not even that stereotypical practicing Muslim, but I care enough because it's affecting the genuine Muslims that do have their souls intact. I'm telling you, seriously, my advice is you need, for your own spiritual kind of salvation, you need to address this addiction you have, this digital dopamine addiction. These dramas you're addicted to. You love drama. Be real, you love drama. You love to generate drama. Because you're addicted to drama, because you're on here to run away from drama. Your spirit is too weak to face your inner demons, and your external manifestation of your surroundings, maybe through trauma through young. So what the system has provided you is this creation of this cyberspace for you to escape from. But you think you're in control. You think you're expressing yourself. No, you're in a dead zone, a designated dead zone. And you're doing it in the name of God. That's the mad thing. I tell you, straight up, you're serving the reverse of God. Call it what you will. And change your name for goodness sake. Change your name, man. It's not pleasant to see bird nest. Like a bird nest is purity. A bird nest. What's the rat fest? Explain it. Explain rat fest. What is this? How do you see that name in religious circles and think this is a positive? I don't know you, but I see this avatar that you represent, and I don't see movements I'm proud of. I don't see it. I just see an avatar rolling around from channel to channel like crap channels that provide no spiritual value, no educational value, just mainstream trash. And you're just there hovering around feeding off what? Like feeding off, what are you feeding off? I don't even know why you arrive here. Just I don't know. I don't mind. I don't mind, but this is what it does. It triggers me that I spent so long trying to contribute for the betterment of my own people, but these aren't my people. You guys actually took me out of your collective and you did me a favor. You're not representative of Islam. None of those people Speakers CoNE are representative of Islam. They are there to dilute the religion of your forefathers. And I don't think you even know. In fact, bring me, I tell you what you can do. I tell you what you can do. Bring me a talking head of Islam, a representative. Please do. I beg of you. If you can do me that, do that. A talking head of Islam. And let's look into Islam or religion in general. And then you'll realize what you are not being told. Let's do this. Any talking head, because for 5 years, I've kind of been avoided, haven't I? I know why I've been avoided. Bring me any of those talking heads. I've tried not just searching for them, I've invited them. I get blank responses. Why is this? Why? Because you'll realize that your practice of it is no different to the devil's promotion of it. It's no different. This is an affront not just to the creator, but also my predecessors. And you know it's an affront to your own predecessors. Your grandfather did not practice this trash, the promotion of this trash. You guys are here invited to a host. You're invited. This is not your land. This is not my land. You know what it is? I'll tell you what peeves me off. What peeves me off? I'm not even looking at the chat right now. What peeves me off is this statement, right? And it's common. It's common. I'm not pro-Christianity. I'm not pro any collective. But this is a very sick statement coming from some of these talking heads, right? They say this. Look at Christianity. Look at Christianity. Oh, the churches are being all turning into pubs. Islam's taking over. But that's like being invited into someone's house, knowing that the family is in trouble, knowing that the family, and you're invited into the house. They've allowed you to live there. They've allowed you to lodge. You're getting your free food. You're eating there every day, but you can see the family's in trouble, that they need help. And all you're doing is watching it crumble. And in your mind, you have it that, you know what? I'm a guest here. I'm watching it crumble. I can see the troubles. I'm not going to help build the family structure back up. I'm just going to wait till it crumbles, and it's going to be mine anyway. That's what you guys are doing. If you can see Christianity is crumbling, why don't you help the foundational structure of Christianity that has helped build the traditions of this country and build it back up instead of watching it crumble so you can take over? Because you're not taking over anything. You're being used as a battering ram to break the foundations of the people here. And you have no clue what lay in store when you do that. You have no clue. You're not operating from your own volition. You're being used. You're being used. One day at least call out these protests. These stupid protests with these communist fists. One day call it out, please, and say they're inappropriate, that there is no Islamic. In fact, one day at least say Islam doesn't allow this, that this is never the way. One day do this. Because you know for a fact that they're communist practices. You know for a fact that these promote issues that are contrary to Islam. Why don't you do this instead of the trash meanderings you perform on YouTube? Just following every trash speaker, every nonsense drama. This is how much you guys trigger me. And up to now, this was fine. But this is what this Speaker's Corner trash does. It is, they're just dead zones full of dead people that have given up their lives. Given up their lives for what? Cheap crap drama. You love drama. Yeah, I don't do drill rapping. I am full of fire. Yes, fire is very central to my life. I promise you this. Promise you this. Because you've heard, the thing is, even when I did appear to contribute vocally, it was not possible. You do know that every individual you hear on these panels, you kind of see them as some spokesperson, but you're probably not aware that how difficult is it for you to realize that these people are narcissists? How, like, there's a whole of YouTube. There's the whole of YouTube, but you only listen to 6, 7 talking heads at the sacrifice to the people in your real life. Like, I'm not sure if you have family, children, wives, but some of these people have actual families, and they're living on YouTube, living in that dead zone on YouTube. Let alone YouTube, we're talking about the deepest, darkest, trashiest dungeons where nothing grows. That's what is representative of the collective that you've been in. Yes, I have fire. I have fire. I have fire. Fire. If you as a man do not have fire, I can't categorize you as a man. So I don't know. Men have fire. Men have fire. It's if that fire is not running its natural course, then we're talking about the stuff of jinn, isn't it? And then we'll get into what jinn are as well. Because I don't know what your... Let's start the conversation. Let's do the jinn stuff. Because I don't know whether you're thinking along lines of Aladdin. But I can promise you want to get Disney out of this conversation. These jinn are not what they think that you are. And jinn are very much related to fire. And you know that they are from smokeless fire. So what is this smokeless fire? What gives rise to this jinn? What is it? If there is an ulama or a Islamic talking head that can expand upon these things, please do find this guy. Or no, I don't want to speak with females. I'll be totally frank. Not in the Islamic sector. But if you can find any mullah, ulama, imam that is willing to talk about these things, please, I implore you. If you want to reinstill some kind of faith in me about your movements and what I feel, because I'm not just throwing shade at you. I'm very, very disappointed in that collective, to the point where I've had to separate real Muslims from those living in that dungeon. I'll be honest, I don't consider them as Muslim. I don't. I think you guys are there to dilute Islam, and you don't even know that. You don't even know that. You don't even know that your religion is being diluted, because it's only 20 years ago that Muslims were operating a certain way in this society. And you think this? I want you to bring the revert element into it, and how these reverts are, who these reverts are. I want you to speak about this, because we will do that. So it's not that I have fire in me, it's your opening commentary. It's your opening commentary, because you're asking me, do I? No, let's not fudge around. You know exactly who I am. You've come across me. You've written on the channel before, and I've been with you for over 5 years, and all I've received there is avoidance. I will credit you with one thing, though. I don't know if it's audacity or stupidity or bravery. I credit you with one thing. You're here, and not many people from that sector right here. They don't. They just avoid it. And I don't blame them. I don't blame them. Sorry to everyone else, but this is why I had to put that post up, regards Speaker's Corner, because I needed to gauge just how many people are familiar with that area to know whether I would address it or should address it or not. And if people want me to address it, even if it's just one bird nest rat vest, if you like me, if you do want to speak about Speaker's Corner, we can combine it with all the topics that we cover. But just be careful what you ask for, because if it's meant to be a trigger, then a shot is a shot. I don't mind being triggered. I love being triggered. It's stimulating. I was triggered for 5 years. All that allowed me to do is research and find myself. Glory be to the Creator for that. Like they say, He works in mysterious ways. Triggering isn't bad. Triggering isn't bad at all. So, all right, let's go down the line. Did you copy Michelle or still? Oh, so you okay? All right, Russian thoughtbot. So yeah, I'm a robot. If you brought Michelle Obama into it, then boy, then you deserve a spanner for that. Bird Nest Ratfest, no qualms, but obviously, like, the spanner is a spanner. It's nothing, you've been through enough laughable streams where people have argued over spanners. Here, the spanner is only to protect from Nightbot. Nightbot sometimes becomes rogue, so I can't protect you from Nightbot. Because I just don't trust people in that. I don't. In fact, you're not that type. I know that much. I'll give you that much credit. You're not that type to cause havoc on channels. You're not the troll. I know you're not a troll, but I would still say, look, there are trolls, and then there are people that are just lost on and I consider you the latter. Seriously, I'm being totally honest. It hurts and it's painful. It's very painful. Like, there are people here I respect utmost. I'll tell you one reason why, is because I watch many channels and I don't see these. I don't see the people I respect in those trash zones. If I did, let's say, for instance, someone in the comments that I respect highly, I saw them on a channel that I know is very detrimental, my heart would sink. Touch wood. The people I respect, I just don't see them anywhere. And when I do, I used to watch out for this. I used to love seeing people in that sector that we operated in, outside of that sector. I used to like respect them. It was admirable seeing them on channels outside of that sector. But now it's the opposite. It's like I apply it to the people that I do respect, and they're not in trash zones. And if they were, then my heart, like I say, I would think less of them, not as people, but a bit on a wayward track. I just don't see that. The infamous Uncle, brother, he's dead. Leave the guy alone. He infamous. What do you mean infamous Uncle Jamal? He's recently, this is it. Look, for guys who do Speaker's Corner, I'll tell you. Speaker's Corner, would anyone who is listening, would you ever, if you go to all right, maybe, would you go to someone's grave site as you're burying them and put a tripod there and start literally, you're digging up a grave, you've just dug a grave, and you put a tripod there for your social media on top of the grave. So I'm suggesting to you, bro, the guy has just died and you're calling him infamous uncle. Why not just pray for his salvation? Because you never know you don't know the state of his soul. Leave the soul, leave him alone, innit? What do you mean infamous? Just let him rest in peace. It's not a joke. It's not a joke. The guy was hanging around every Sunday in a former beheading ground, full of divisive nonsense that went out to the rest of the world. If you really want to help him, go find his family, go to his gravestone, and pray for him. This is not the zone to be making jokes about someone that has just died. I don't even know what you mean by infamous. I don't know. Because when people die, their jinn demon remain. I don't get this. Their jinn so you're saying... no, that doesn't make sense. What people who are possessed, their jinn demon remain. Okay, I get you. Yeah, well, it's too late then, isn't it? That person has died after being consumed by evil spirits. It's a fail. Would you want a loved one to die after being possessed? Or dying of possession? Yes, that entity, that spirit, then moves on to the next one. Yeah. The name's a reflection. Did you copy Michelle or still a dude? Who dissed you? Bruv, I wish Nightbot was it. Nightbot should get a move on. There's a reason why he's being paid, and it's to stop the spamming. You can't just spam the comment section here with nonsense here, man. This is not the channel. There are channels like this. There are channels for this. But it's been an clear intent from day one to keep this channel free of just nonsense. So if you are going to contribute, bro, just open your device, open your book, and just contribute to the subject matter. This is not a channel for just, I don't know, trying to be funny. If it is, then at least make people laugh. It's not that channel. Actively, I've meant for it not to be that channel and to attract the troll type. Honestly, I don't. Make people around you laugh at home, because right now, society does need a bit of humor. But here, we're just trying to keep it relevant. I can tell you all right, you've done that. I'm confused on all things spiritual. Sorry, apologies, guys. Apologies to everyone. But it's just the way it is. You guys will figure about this speak. I'm not like this at all. It's just... This Speaker's Corner thing does need to be addressed, and there are a lot of charlatan grifter types out there who really are causing havoc, absolute havoc, for a buck, for a pound, and they're using God games to do this. All things spiritual, not against God, but I feel all sides have points and contradict each other, or are psyops. I never get answers from prayers. Yeah, Ratness, that's a stupid name. Exactly, it is a stupid name. It's not pleasant. It's not pleasant. It evokes filth, corruption of natural ordinance. Why are you mixing a bird's nest with a rat fest? As though it's meant to be It's meant to stimulate positivity in the minds of people that are trying to improve their lives. It's odd. There are channels where you'd fit in very neatly, but this isn't one. And my advice, change your name, seriously. For your own sake, not for mine. I don't know how you thought of the name. I don't know. Yes, it happens. Listen to your soul impulse. Just live pure and healthy, and spiritual processes happen naturally. Most definitely. Too much confusion. Invite them for some kidney pudding and spotted dick. Okay, Russian thoughtbot, you're definitely not. A chatbot, an AI is not that developed to be that witty. How do I know what those feelings are and if they are good? This might be projection. Why are you not in divine Ukraine doing your duty, Russian thoughtbot? That operation is over. Ukraine kaput. It is over. Ukraine. I don't think it's over. Oh, most definitely not. There's a reason why it occurred, why we were moved on to the Palestine thing. It's not over. It's not over. No, no, no. It's look here while we smoke and mirrors. But there is a reason why it's even in sequence. There's a reason why it's in sequence. Ukraine is not over. Just watch the show in Israel, Palestine, and there will be, Ukraine will come back. It's a tried and tested template for them. You know that voice at the back of your mind, that feeling telling you that your feeling contradictions make you want to be neutral, intuition, the soul kaput. Yeah, now, yeah, bird rat, it's over. I'm feeling some wrath, 80 great. Hey, he thinks it's funny, see? He thinks it's fun. And I know what it is. It's the anonymity on YouTube that makes you think, but you see, that mean that, you know, you can just come onto a channel and just kind of, this is what, I don't know, this is what these demons do, don't they? Or demon-infested people. See the words in your name, the fest part. It's short for infestation. And rats are related to the plague. But here, what you've done, you may think you're disturbing what we were speaking about, but it's not disturbing at all. You're not disturbing my peace. It's not peace you're disturbing here. You're actually disturbed. You're actually disturbed. And I'm trying to say, I'm trying to highlight that there needs to be a rebalancing in your life, because from what I'm seeing and the channels that you're on, and you're just wasting your life, really. That's all I can say. There's no positivity I can glean from. It's like, even if you were, it's mainly all mainstream stuff, but I think there's like a purpose, subhanallah. No, you don't even mean that. You really don't even mean that. You don't mean what you've just written. You don't mean that. Because if you did, you'd respect what your creator told you to do with your life and not to waste it. Yeah, yeah. These words, you know, the worst of that collective uses these words. They all say that, but it's not. You know, it's as they say that these words come from the throat. It stops there. It's not from the heart, because your actions should reflect this, and they haven't. So there's this thing of anonymity online, which, yeah, you think you can say and do anything, and you think, oh, it doesn't affect your real personage, but it does. It does. You're just not in tune with yourself enough to know the state of your soul, because you're operating in an abyss here. That's what it is. And your version of religion, not the religion, but the dilution of that religion and what you've been listening to doesn't allow that reconnection. It doesn't. It's not helping you. Are you supposed to be neutral all the time? That seems undecided and you productive. Are you supposed to be neutral all the time? That seems undecided and you productive. Okay, neutral is good when unsure. Let things play out. It's okay to be undecided at times. It's good to know that you don't know, then you're open to spirit. Yeah, it is. It's, as they say, what's the saying? I only know how much I don't know, or something like this. Maybe I think it's from a Greek angle, where basically you're saying, yeah, that I only know. Oh no, see, I can't even formulate it. I know you're going to correct me on this, Cosmic Light, but I know how much I don't know. Oh no, 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 no. I'm only aware of. Well, I can't do it, but please correct me on that. But I know what you're trying to say. It's okay to be undecided at times. It's good to know that you don't know. Then you're open to spiritual progression. Totally, totally. It's when ego kicks in and you think you know everything. That you're not a student of life. You're a master of it. You've mastered it. That's when issues happen. But the path to spiritual progression is that we're always learning. There is never an end to that learning. Just be like a child, exactly, neutral. In that sense, I don't comprehend modern parenting, where we instill values in children, our perception of what values are, ideas of what values are, when all we should and could be doing is we are bringing forth this child from the most purest source in its purest state. Like, should we not be learning from the child? How is it that we're instilling our corrupt values from corrupt sources into something pure? That children are our teachers in every sense, especially faith. Like a child. I guarantee you one thing. Send a child out the house onto a road. He'll have no fear crossing that road. He'll have no fear a car will crash into him. And I don't think cars will crash into him. I think cars will stop. That's the natural state of alertness in humans. The danger is instilled by the parents. A child can walk out of that house through the city and bring the whole city to a standstill if he wants. And that's purely through the uncorrupted faith of that child. I have faith in humanity that much that he's not going to be run over when someone sees a child. They're either in awe of that child due to the child's beauty and pristine nature, untainted nature, or they just don't run children over. But the parent is going to instill fear programs in that child to the point where schools instill green cross codes and look left, look right. You don't want to be run over and So yeah, great point. Great. Another great comment for more considerations. He was known. No, he wasn't known globally, man. And what was globe? What do you mean global? Globally, really? When your Quran says Earth was a flat plane, spread like a bed sheet. What do you mean global? That's I don't know. I don't know what you mean. It proves that seriously, after all this time, like you're not in tune with your own scripture. You're still talking NASA stuff, and I'm not a flat earther. There's a video on this channel about Muslims' perspectives on flat Earth. I recommend you watch it, but the terminology, for one, it's not spelt correctly, so you cannot even be a an ardent promoter of the globe. But that's the disappointment, that you're speaking the term. So I'm asking where you picked up these words, like globally. Where did you pick these words up and decide to adopt them and incorporate them into your faith system, when your faith system says or describes it as the very opposite? I want you to decipher, not you to decipher, but go to the heads and ask them to decipher what it means, what these analogies means, what these descriptions mean, these abstract descriptions of Earth. Because there are some seemingly crazy descriptions, crazy in the eyes of today's secular society, but they can be interpreted. Another thing is I would like you to interpret, not just interpret, sorry, I would like you to expand upon the drinking of camel urine, because for some reason Muslims seem to take offense to that and shy away from this. I'm asking, why are your talking heads not actively promoting it when there is enough material there to promote it? That they are still doing this to this day in parts of Africa and Arabia, where in fact Bedouin tribes are drinking camel urine to this day. So why are your talking heads speaking secular atheistic language? Why are they bowing and speaking in atheistic terminology like you, and like you using globally, albeit misspelt? But why is it that the talking heads do not speak in the terminology of the time of the rise of your claimed religion? Because there is more applicable and practical, it is more of a practical and applicable science. Are you ashamed of what your books say? You shouldn't be, because currently your talking heads are simply playing a game of big beggary. They're begging atheists. And it's the mad thing is, you're always at a loss. No wonder every debate is a loss. No wonder every debate is an embarrassment. You always, it's like these people have been put on pedestals, so your collective is made to look like the worst collective. Stop promoting them, and by promoting I mean stop giving them analytical clout so they can ride the algorithms, and start calling them out. Because you and your family are and will be suffering the consequences of it. Not just in this life, but after you're gone as well. And he wasn't known globally. Seriously, globally? And even if he was known globally, what do you mean? Like, what came out of his mouth? The guy did not speak one word of English apart from call people ya donkey. Imagine being known globally for saying ya donkey to people, and you think that's a life well spent. I think you're more sicker than he was, and he was physically sick, but you think his life was a joke. That's what it is. You're in line with the current medical system. You think not just life is a joke, you think life is throwaway. It matches the system's value of life today. Like, you probably view it in, say, in financial terms, where your name is representative of a corporation on the stock exchange, and that name has lost all its value. So then, life is meaningless, and then you kind of, it's almost like Bill Gates. You want to prove Bill Gates' depopulation agenda is almost justifiable. You and Bill Gates are kind of from the same source mindset. I hope I'm making sense, Bird Nest Ratfest, because we've not opened anything up yet, and when we do, but you have to do me a favor. You have to bring the talking heads on this channel. You have to do this. I don't care who they are. The higher, the better. The higher, the better. Whether it be mullahs, imams, or these narcissistic representatives associated with intel agencies. Do you know that your favorite representative, your stalwart, diehard warrior, has just been exposed after calling everyone a bootlicker of the Saudi kingdom, and how they are, how other Muslims are appeasing Israel and kind of associating with Israel. He's like a firebrand for you guys, isn't it? A hero. You guys have been worshipping this intel asset from Harvard, who has literally made a career from starting as an editor on the Washington Post, and that wasn't a big enough red flag for you. And now he's causing divisions across the breadth of the US, the UK, and Western society, and after years of being your diehard hero, calling every other peaceful Muslim a bootlicker, it turns out that his dad works, in fact, not just his dad, his whole family is working for Boeing, a defense manufacturer for Israel. And yet you've wasted your life supporting this liar. His name is even his name is a cover up. I mean, how blatant do you want this, where his surname, his real surname, is J-O-U? Is that not enough for you? Are you that addled in the head that that's not enough for you to call him out? His family work for defense. The US Army supplying to Israel, and that's not enough for you. And this is after years of supporting. Lord knows how much you've given to people like this financially. Seriously. He's a liar. And you guys support nothing but liars in that collective. No. That needs to be the whole collective needs to be burnt down. It does. And it won't happen. It clearly won't happen because we're on enemy territory here. But however many people we can take out of that hellhole dungeon, one soul is enough. We're not here to kind of change the game. The game is it's their game. It's their board. It's their playing field. It's tilted. Click live chat, you can see all comments then. I can see all the comments. It's just I have to respond to your comments at length because you are representative of a collective and an arena that I find sickening. Yes, I think so. I think seriously, like you're not exactly helping Russian Thoughtbot because there is the sexual aspect of all of this which requires address as well. This is all symptomatic, not just him, but that whole If only you guys knew. I promise this is no exaggeration. I only now use that air arena because it is the best barometer of the depths people can plummet to. You could tell them till you're blue in the face. It just won't happen. It just won't happen. I've had 5 years experience of it. Yeah, I benefited from it in the sense that, but it's the most inefficient way of learning because it was through triggering. Like I got triggered simply through the falsehoods in there where it stimulated research just for my own sanity. Like I really needed to confirm, is this actually the case or am I the one that's deluded? So a lot of what I've learned in the past 4 to 5 years has been down to triggering. So in that aspect, the dungeon was beneficial, but that's no way of learning. That's no way of learning. It's nah. I think it's that whole sector is representative of loss in all shapes and forms. I'm wanting that spiritual help, but don't get it. And then when I stay neutral, or if I do have a made-up mind on a subject, I see the other side making good points that make me think. Don't get it. And then when I stay neutral, or if I do have a made-up mind on a subject, I see the other side making good points that make me think. Okay, how could a thought, but he's not a thought bot. He's not a bot. We figured that out now. He's not a bot. CoNE, you're right. From Greek, I know that. Yes, that's it. I knew. This is where you're so beneficial. I know that I know nothing. This is it. There's a humility aspect that kind of should be the basis of growth. Without humility, there is no growth. The Greeks are the pinnacle society of a lot of what later political movements, religious movements incorporated. Like, it was the crux period of the linear timeline that we've been given, right through to the allegory of the cave, which then just a century or so later we had the story of Muhammad in his cave. I mean, Muslims don't seem to address that important stage of his life, but it's interesting how the allegory of the cave preceded the story of Muhammad in his cave. But yet the scribes want to tell the Muslim collective about Muhammad's semen stains that his wife had to wash off. For some reason they felt it important to include that Muhammad married his wife at 6. I don't know why they would do that and not focus on the allegory of the cave as the savior route. I don't know how washing semen stains off panties is relevant to spiritual salvation, but maybe Bird Nest Ratfest can help. Bird Nest Ratfest, if you could answer that for the group, I'm sure they are quite open to knowing. You're gonna tell on me. Oh no! How could you become a moderator with a name Thoughtbot? What? How could you become a moderator with a name Thoughtbot? And my question is, how could you operate on YouTube with the name Ratfest mixed with Bird Nest? He's just a moderator. You're an operator on a whole platform that is rigged to your detriment. And I tell you what, bring that reactionary, please. This reactionary, that name there, can you personally ask him? And I'm not going to go on like this. I promise you I will be the best host ever in the history of social media. Ask him to please pop on. Please, I beg. In fact, I'll give you a mod right now. If you can ask reactionary to come on here. As a Muslim representative over the last 5 years, please. In fact, I will make the biggest prayer for you on the holiest of holy nights. And all your progeny, all your lineage, I'll do all that stuff if you can bring me this guy. Just him, not even the mullahs, imams, no hamster, no raccoon, none of these guys. Just this. For those wondering who raccoons and hamsters are, we'll get there, but just this reactionary, please, just him. Because if you thought you triggered me, then boy, there's only about 5 people that trigger me beyond normal triggering. And this guy's movements are mad. They're not normal. They're not normal at all. There are questions that I would like to pose, but they're not exactly questions. They're inroads in the form of questions. And I think the silence will speak for itself, because in law, silence is acquiescence. Please, again, I implore you, beseech you, my invite is there for reactionary. Please. I promise you, Bird Nest Ratfest, I won't say anything. If you can do that, I'll even pay you. Listen, Bird Nest Ratfest, I'll pay you. Seriously, all you do is just, on any video, comment, leave your details, and I'll pay you within reason. Because it's the other way around with you guys, isn't it? You pay the host, or you pay the channel proprietor. I'll pay you to bring this guy on, or any other talking head of some renown. I don't want Abdul from next door. The troops, they've abandoned me. I hope they do abandon you. I hope they do abandon you for your own saving grace. I hope they abandon you. Or I hope you abandon them. But before you abandon them, or they abandon you, at least correct or repair some of the damage that you've done to yourself by subjecting yourself to that nonsense, and repair the damage that they've inflicted because of your participation in their nonsense. Somehow, you can't just abandon ship after making holes in it, unless you're of the devil or that element. That's a perfect description of your movements. You just jump from ship to ship to ship, but you might want to replace the word ship with T, the P with a T, because that's all you're operating in. You're jumping between piles of shit. A ship runs a course. Everyone always will have points you agree with because there's truth in everything. Cosmic Light, I feel so weird while you're writing these comments and I'm having to respond to in the other manner. So seriously, I kind of salute to your patience, but it's a great contrast. So it's like I'm being brought down and then I have to go back up when it's followed up by like just the words like Cosmic Light followed up by Bird Nest Rat Fest. So everyone always has points you agree with because there's truth in everything, but when you have that deep feeling that you're unsure, then just sometimes all the time I think being the neutral, silent observer, you're there soaking and ingesting and assessing stimulations. That you're in your, nowadays to be in your feelings, due to, I think the rapper is Drake, like feelings, and now everyone, you're in your feelings. Oh, surely you should be in your feelings. You should always be in your feelings. Now it's supposed to be an emasculating trait to be in your feelings. But if you're not in your feelings, then what? Are you devoid of feeling, or are your feelings are the receptors that allow for the process of, or allow for the processing of external stimulations? Are they now deadened? Have they been eroded to the point of repair? Feelings are if you can't feel, there is a major issue there. To the point of, how are you loving your family if you can't feel anything? Are you actually, we will stop there, because like, you then ask yourself, even with parenting, just how many parents actually love their children based on the actions they perform on them. Like some parents give their children to social services, to medical establishments, and yet we're meant to believe, or we're meant to accept, that these parents are loving. Strange, bizarro world we're living in, where notions and concepts do not mean what they once did. Speakers Corner Global. I cannot do a thing. Well, you can do a thing about it. You can probably open a dictionary and I don't mean that patronizing. Seriously, I don't. Sometimes not using words is better than using words. The word global does not correspond with your claimed faith system. It does not. Sometimes not using words is speaks far louder than using words that are detrimental to your assertion. I mean, you have no other description. You have no other noun to use instead of global. You could not say he became well known, he became popular, he became, he just, even if you sentence it in a different way, many people discovered him through Speaker's Corner. You just cannot omit the word. It's because you're hooked on that word. You've acquired it through unnatural means because you've listened to too much trash, and that's become your part of your lexicon. And even that lexicon is limited because you are responsible. You've chosen to subject yourself to trash, so you speak trash language. Global is a trashy term. It's a term applied. See, the thing is, you're not even applying it to the globalists. You're applying it to a dead man that is still, whose grave is still warm. It's beyond craziness. This is what you're doing to yourself on YouTube. Like YouTube, one thing about YouTube and this social media, the creators and pioneers and developers do not allow their families anywhere near their products. They're on record saying this. But you don't seem to care. You don't seem to care. You think it's there for your, what? You think it's been created for your entertainment, for your benefit, for your growth? You're consuming a product which is having an effect on you that you cannot even gauge. You're a frog being boiled in that proverbial pot just by language alone, and that's all we can do online. We can only read people's language. You and others in that domain. I call it domain because it's the derivative of demon. Like angels and demons are angels and demons are basically angles and domains. Derivatives are the same, but it's you that's subjecting yourself to this limitation. And I say it's not about patronizing. It's because I know that if you were operating as a full-blown spiritual creation of the Creator, you wouldn't be subjecting yourself. You have been disturbed, and you've been disturbed by this limiting platform designed to capture your soul. That's it's the only way I'm going to put it. Your soul's at stake. You're on your own, Aki. Yeah, even just the word Aki. We need to address this word Aki. I have a whole... It's not a file. This word Aki doesn't have a file. But seriously, this word Aki needs to be addressed. What is an Aki? Someone who is Muslim, please expand on the word Aki, because very recently, and by recently I mean within the last, no one back in the day used to call each other Aki. How has this become commonplace terminology now? And why? More to the point, why? Why is Aki so part of... In fact, it's part of almost urban slang now. Similar to what I posted up 2 days ago, like Batty and Gaylord. Aki, although it doesn't mean anything remotely similar to Gaylord and Batty, but it's urban slang now. It's almost ghetto slang merging with... You're talking about me being a drill rapper? Aki is part of drill rapping. It's that genre now. Do you like this happening to Islamic terminology? You like this, don't you? But yeah, we need to get into this word Aki and where it came from, why it's being promoted, and who uses it, and its association with our super architects who are creating this superior super society for your enjoyment, Birdnest Ratfest. You love this. You love this communication through these devices. We know it's a global. It's all global now. We're getting to meet different people with different ideas, and Islam's spreading in this great way because it can't spread without social media. YouTube is wonderful for Islam. Hey, So many Muslim channels. Everyone's converting to Islam. Everyone's converting to Islam. But maybe check the quality of the conversions. Who's converting? Why they're converting? And the trail of disaster. There's one thing you should note. There's one thing you should note. Of all the conversions you've seen, and believe me, I've seen many conversions. I've seen people being converted on their deathbeds, cameras being planted on tripods, recording deathbed conversions. I've seen cameras on top of fresh graves for social media as they're burying people. Supposedly their best influences and best mates, just for social media. When did you ever see an old person who wasn't Muslim, like for their whole lives? It's sick. It's sick. It's sick. It's taking advantage of someone who's becoming senile in their role. So you didn't challenge them in their youth. You didn't challenge them in mid-age. But now when they becoming senile, you'll attend to them in their care home. And just for social media, you press record. And every Muslim in this sick domain will say, MashaAllah, he became Muslim. No, you've just abused an elderly person on his deathbed for personal clout. That's how cheap life is. So yeah, he will get the international du'as prayers. I'm sure he will, and it means so much. These du'as and international prayers mean so much on YouTube, eh? I'm asking you one thing. Can you show me one manifestation of those du'as and prayers? You're being sold halal cat food, my man. You're being sold halal cat food. Until you make sense of those three words, there's no point, is there? Until you bring me this reactionary guy or any other speaking head. Halal cat food. If you can explain that, we're calm. Did you just plug in the diagnostics? And you're not helping yourself, are you? Seriously, I don't want to. This is your show now. You've taken over. I hope you're enjoying it, but obviously there's a sacrifice to it, because this can't be helping. I just hope that it's actually helping you, because I'm not intending to damage you. That's not my thing. I'm angry. Men get angry. I hope you still get angry in life, and things like, that anger mechanism that men have, I hope it's not been subdued to the point by the system where you're not allowed to get angry. I'm angry at seeing your avatar, but I want to get more angry. I really do. I want to get more angry, because I can process that anger in healthy ways. And so the clear thing is, I don't intend to damage you, but I do pray that you take heed, because I know that you're not being told this by your supposed collective on YouTube, because they're as damaged as you are. You're all damaging each other, and your main thing is you're damaging the real Muslims who actually do want to better their conditions. And you don't seem to get that we're all being pitted against each other, divided against you. You just want to be the supreme thing on this social media merry-go-round, don't you? That's what your collective wants. So if you're a man of any standing, and you've actually, the cliche amongst Muslims is, if you've actually not amongst Muslims, according to Uncle Omar, if you've drank your mother's milk, then at least for once just once call out some of these stupid talking heads. Once. Seriously. Because it's not masculine what you guys are doing. It's not masculine. Man is being emasculated anyway, but you're talking about characters in history who were warriors and so on, but you're not taking these examples and supplanting them onto your own personality. If Daniel Hakikachu is the epitome of Islamic warrior, man, you guys are in trouble. You guys are in trouble. Bill Gates, yeah, I can ask a few people to come here, but I carry no. Yes, all right. Yes, please. Please, 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 please do an invite. Yes. And it's, look, please also just get it through that I won't. I'll be very welcoming. I won't press no, I won't press mute. I won't do anything. They will have the stage. In fact, the stage is theirs because I'll allow them to talk for as long. In fact, it's better if they talk as much as they want, and then once they have, but it has to be minimized and it's got to be efficient. It can't just be rambling. It was a subject matter, and it will be very firm subject matter, very specific subject matter, which we can agree upon. And then initially, they will have the mic for as long as they want, and then all I need to know is when they've finished. And I won't even speak much. All I'm going to do is probably ask a few questions and then bring something up on a screen and ask for an explanation. That's all. So I'm applying humility there. I'm not going to have the mic. I'm not going to talk forever. They'll be the one. They'll be talking more than I am. I promise you this. It's not going to be an argument. That's not my intention. But then whatever occurs due to the trigger process, also you cannot, as you say, I don't carry any weight for that. That's when you get the drama. I'm not naive enough to think this channel won't have any dramas. I'm not that naive. Drama is necessary. It's the engaging aspect of YouTube. What brings people in, but that it cannot drama cannot outweigh the sense. What you've put yourself through for 5 years is nothing but drama, and it's not even quality drama. It's very silly, unproductive. So humor, things that make you laugh have to be funny. Do you really find that zone funny? You find Speaker's Corner funny? Really? Are you not bored of it yet? There are other channels. If you like, I or others in the chat can direct you to some productive channels, even religious channels. If you really want to support your cause and your religion, there are other channels. Why don't I see any of you guys actually learning your deen and the basics? You know, some of you guys do not even know how to wash yourselves. These reverts, after 5, 6, 7 years, do not know how to wash. They put up videos of them trying to pass through water through their nostrils, and they've got to delete the videos through embarrassment. There are people, reverts, who are going to pig farms and touching these pigs and performing dawah in a pig farm. I've got nothing against pigs, but are you as a Muslim going to... And they're promoting this to youngsters on their channel. Now, this is Look, I don't want to get into what swine is and what swine isn't, but hey, everyone's tradition, can we just leave it intact here? Can we just leave Christianity, can we just leave Christianity intact? Can we just leave traditional Islam intact? Can we just try and reverse the processes instead of allowing these reverts to run riot and run amok? Can we at least be a bit suspicious of these reverts and concentrate more on the quality than of the quality? Because there's an issue here. You see 101 million reversions. Do you ever receive the backstory of how they're doing a year down the line or 2 down the line? You do know that these reverts are playing revolving doors. It's a phase, like everyone has a hippie phase. Everyone has a skinhead phase. Everyone goes through, having their pop idol. It's phases. I can show you one guy at Speaker's Corner who is the revert master, and he has an uncle who is the main ideologue of the whole of the far right of Europe. He's the brains behind the far right of Europe, Nazi ideologue. He's a revert. He was also a Satanist. He's also done Islam. And I've challenged him on his channel, and I have the video evidence, which you will see, and We'll expand on that. I've actually challenged him, and he's stupid enough to put my comments up on his screen. Like, if it was the chats, he could just delete me. But the ego, you play on their ego, and man, these guys are stupid. These guys are stupid. He actually expanded to deny that this revert, your revert master, pinball machine revert master, his direct uncle. And the other damaging thing is people think he's English. He tells people he's English. So not only is he representing fake Muslim for grifting purposes, because all he ever does is beg for money. And his one trick, his one trick pony party piece is bringing an unsuspecting person on, and if he can't make them revert, he'll mock them, and that's the WWF. Well, I'll tell you what. Tell him to come on here, because he calls himself the Lion of the Ummah, and like obviously I have a thing with lions as well. So again, he can have the stage. He's got the hundreds, 200. He's known globally. You see, to use your terminology, he's known globally. I'm only little old me with 2.5K subs, shadow banned to Kingdom Come. I haven't. I don't sit in a. The other thing is, right? The other thing is, this lion of yours, this lion of the Ummah, as he calls himself, he sits and streams from a hijab shop. He's selling. All right, it's okay to have a business selling female attire. You're actually in a shop which women attend. How different is that to working in what's that thing? Ann Summers. Can you imagine your local mullah working in Ann Summers behind the counter? The guy's working in a hijab shop, attending to women that are not his familiar. Like, what is going on here? A man working in a hijab shop. Can he not get a female employee? Can he not get a female family member to work in that hijab shop? And this is your Lion of the Ummah. This is what you bring into Islam and accept with open arms. And I mean, this guy, surely by now, you guys, I'm telling you, this is a very rough guesstimate. You're very rough. You guys must have boosted his bank account to at least £500,000. £500,000 just through stupidity. Just through this cheap thrill of seeing an unsuspecting person go through a hippie stage. Because he never ever does tell you the story of that revert 2 years down the line, does he? He doesn't. There's a reason why. It's because that person isn't in the collective anymore. For one, he didn't have a support system. For one, he got dodgy looks in the mosque. For one, he didn't have a sense of belonging. For one, he couldn't apply and stick to the principles because it was alien to him. It was just a phase. But that phase was recorded at a specific time, at a specific stage, to make it seem to you guys that this is how Islam is growing. But I tell you what, Islam is not growing. Islam online is dying. And you guys are dying. And the danger for true, sincere Muslims is that BS, bastardization of the religion, is permeating through real life society, affecting real impressionable youngsters. That's the danger. The danger is the next generation. And you're responsible for that because you support it. So yeah, please do, all that just for that one comment. I can ask a few people to come here, but I carry no. Yes, please do. Bill Gates is just a simple farmer. He does own the most farmland at moment in the US. He does. Bill got the dollar. Bill Gates doesn't exist. Bill Gates doesn't exist. It's a theatrical product. He is a theatrical construct, a face and front. Birdnest Ratfest. The other thing is, if you really want, I'll tell you, in terms of all-seeing eyes and that, you really do not know how much I not view YouTube. I really don't. I have a life to live, but you really do not know how much I'm aware of movements on YouTube by people who claim to represent. I know exactly where you maneuver. Even currently, I could even name you the channels you attend. Seriously, some of those channels are subbed here, but they won't show. They're actually probably they're going to listen to this. And I expect I'm going to leave this up, and I'm sure I will get response. If I show you some of the thumbs downs I'll get, these thumbs down, I tell you, in this reverse system, they are the thumbs up. I pay more attention to the thumbs down, even knowing that these people give me thumbs down in the knowing that they don't even show, but that's how much the triggering is. The level of triggering. I receive thumbs down, even though thumbs down YouTube got rid of. But to me, that's an indication that this stream hit the right notes. And I'm wishing to hit the right notes enough to draw and lure these people out so they can actually, it's for their own expression and for their own release. Because these people, all these talking heads like this reactionary, believe me, I don't know why you put this guy on this pedestal, but in fact, I 100% know. You don't have to get him. The other thing is, you don't have to get him. This guy is subbed to this channel and he's been watching every video. I promise you, I assure you, he's been watching every video. Everyone in that sector is subbed to this channel. Every one of them. Seriously. And I mean every one of them up to the point where I left the platform. Reactionary is 100%, but he's never written here. He's written here. I mean, in fact, I don't know if he has, but most certainly he's subbed because I've written on his channel. And even when I write on his channel, I don't write like I'm talking now. I've actually talked pleasantly with him, but this guy thinks he's something. And I'll tell you why he thinks he's something as well. We'll get to, I don't want to put him off by speaking more than I should. I just need you to invite him humbly, and I won't talk like this when he's here. So I don't want to say anymore because it's going to put him off. Oh, thanks, Orion. Couldn't sleep. CoNE going there. Well, look, Safa, seriously, what happened is that the stream cut off because of my clumsiness. We started again, and we were going to recommence where we left off, and then Birdnest Ratfest. And you know that it was always going to go down this way the moment anyone from that sector appeared. And I don't want to put people off that sector from appearing here, because I won't do this, but come on then. I hope people comprehend that the name Birdnest Ratfest representing Islam is a trigger. If someone was doing this to Christianity, it would be a trigger. If a Christian, I'm just saying, it's not just the name, but it doesn't help, does it? Do you ever go to a Christian chat or any spiritually inclined chat room and you see a name like this? The name in itself is a trigger. It's not serious. And when you're trying to run a relatively serious, balanced channel, it's not right. And then comes the background to all the nonsense that he's been involved in. It's a trigger. So this is not me, folks. This was inevitable. And Birdnest Ratfest isn't even... I'll give him one credit. The name looks nasty, but he's not a nasty person. I'll say that much. He's not a nasty person. He, more often than not, intends well and to a point, but it's the participation. He doesn't comprehend just how damaging this track is. I'm glad he came here in one way, because I have been meaning to say it, and to himself, but we just cannot meet through comments alone, and I can't write in the comments of the channels he attends because those channels are, seriously, without exaggeration, quite diseased. Very, very diseased, and they're representative of the dilution of a whole faith system. And I say this because I'm not defending the faith. The faith, any faith doesn't need me to defend it. Who am I to defend a faith that can stand on its own footing? No one should claim to defend a faith. That's audacity. Faith speaks for itself. Defend a faith. That's just a cry for more beggary, for more donation groveling. Defend a faith. Like, come on, man. Say that and put a picture up of a warrior, sword-wielding warrior on a horse. I mean, this is just imagery combined with rhetoric for maximum grifting. The real joke is that these people are in their mother's attic about sword-wielding warrior on a horse. You're in your mother's attic all day, all night, and food has to be shoved through the gap underneath the door. This is how much time you spend in these zones. A lot of them. Like they really, I don't know, but there is a spiritual element to it where I'm telling you, the amount of time these people have spent on those streams and in that domain, you guys probably need an exorcist. Really. An exorcism is required, because I don't know what you've been watching, who you've been watching, but if it's nothing but based on deception, it's probably a lot you guys have been attracting through these portals, these devices that you're unaware of. And as spiritual beings, there must be some effect or even affliction. Be careful of what you observe through these screens. It's easy to just flick through channels and press play, and as though these things, like, at least give some credit to YouTube for developing this. You're not developing it for your benefit, for your gain, for your entertainment. And if it is entertainment, then look into what the meaning of the word entertainment is. It's not Netflix. It's not watching Arnold Schwarzenegger movies, or You've Been Framed, or Love Island, or Big Brother. That's not entertainment. Entertainment literally means to keep someone in a certain frame of mind. It's French, from a French word. So you're being kept in a certain... You may think that it's all funny watching Speaker's Corner and then telling people, it's only entertainment. Thinking people thinking that others hearing that you saying it's entertainment means that it's like mild. But no, you're literally being kept in a very narrow frame of mind. That's what Speaker's Corner is doing for you. Speaker's Corner is a set-up zone, and if you want it broken down, Bird's Nest Ratfest, I'll show you how it's set up. I've been saying it from the very start. No one has paid. Listen, you guys have still talked about it as though these things appear. Every one of those characters that appear in that area comes from a different walk of life, working for the same cause. They all have shady background. All. I can even show you characters that have appeared there, ask very pertinent questions that aren't to be seen again, ever. They just make that one appearance. That whole area is dead. It was a former beheading site. Those people attending there every Sunday like it's the new Mecca. They go there like a pilgrimage every Sunday. And I want to know why they're attracted to that beheading site, former beheading site, where souls are roaming. Souls that were unjustly hung, not just one at a time, racks of them, 24 at a time. hung for people's entertainment. That's what it is now, isn't it? It's entertainment for you. People getting their janaza, like you call them. People being buried in 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 debate form. These are the terms you use. Have you ever considered why you use these terms? It's your janaza. That guy got buried. It's because it is a beheading ground, former beheading ground. Why are your Islamic representatives being lured to that beheading ground? Why not any other ground in London? Maybe, just maybe, that was the setup by the intel agencies that created that area to be a hotspot. Maybe all those characters there are not spreading Islam in the way you would like spreading it. Islam doesn't need to spread. Diseases spread. Diseases spread. And not the diseases of the last 2-3 years. Not to say Islam is a disease, but this spread thing, that's not Islam. It's not organic spread. You think Islam can spread through dark mirror devices? You're mad. I'll tell you what's spread. Maximized or maximizing soul capture. That's what spread. How are you going to get rid of all those muds from Britain? The truth is, all Western nations are slated for annihilation by their own governments. Did you know that the female characters in the Muppet Show are real females? And there's only one Muppet Show that you've been watching. Oh, but that's all right. At least that's interesting. No, female characters. Why wouldn't they be? All the female characters. Why wouldn't they be? The female characters obviously have to have female. I would. That's not surprising. The surprising thing is if Kermit was played by a female and Piggy was played by a male. Why is it surprising that do you not want normality? Female characters are meant to be played, yes, by female voices. That's normal. What are you requesting? The reverse? Are you requesting gender reversal? Seriously? My hamster is a Muslim. We don't discuss. Well, we don't discuss religion. Hamster's a original pet, though. So, what did I see the other day? I tell you one thing about YouTube, you do get to see some great animal videos. Some seriously very comedic animal videos. Animals are very innocent, but some humans do capture them in their most hilarious moment, or during their most hilarious moments. Hope your prayers come true, CoNE. Yeah, I can't make my own prayer, but I hope Bird Nest. I'm just going to call him Bird Nest. I'm not going to do the other bit because it sounds wrong. It sounds as though I'm encouraging the second half. It's not funny. Having Ratfest and claiming a faith for your family, for your people, it's not funny. If your faith is meant to be about purity and cleanliness, just remove the Ratfest part. I'm not going to mention it when I reference you, Bird Nest. If it's offensive, it doesn't matter. I'm not going to mention it. But or bless him. I am worried now. This Ukrainian. Are you guys having your own? I should maybe leave you under the auspices of Russian Thoughtbot. You see, you guys seem to have a thing going here. Yeah, but Bird Nest, I think you know what. Hopefully you can make this home, as in the YouTube home anyway. I don't want you spending. You won't be able to spend all day, all night, 24 hours a day, 12 months a year, 365 days a year for 80 years on this channel. That's not what we're going to do. But just in cyber realm, I hope this becomes your home, because if I can just do that keep you occupied here, then I think I'm doing my bit. That way you won't pay those grifters. So maybe long streaming sessions here, I'm doing my bit for your religion, your claimed religion, I should say, because I do separate your practice, current practice, from the rest of the practitioners of the faith that don't even know, probably can't even function YouTube. They probably don't even have the YouTube app. So yeah, I'm gonna do my bit for your religion, your claimed religion, by keeping you occupied here. That way, you'll be good for your bank balance. I don't know how much you've put in to these grifters, but can you also do that as well? Like stop telling people to fall for emotional blackmail and tugging of the heartstrings. Like, can you stop people to, can you prevent people from falling for this fake idea of building more mosques for the benefit? Like, this is, you do know that building more mosques and the continuous building of more mosques, I should say, is for absolutely no reason that these mosques will be empty. Like, it doesn't match the rise. The rise of Islam is illusory, really. It's only through social media. Just like these protests are all social media driven, so is this illusory. But there is an aspect to it that is real. It's similar to the V. We couldn't differentiate fake from real, although we knew that we're being subjected to something very, very nefarious. And it's the same with this, that there is absolutely no reason to build more and more buildings, because all it does is it confirms the end of days warnings that your own prophet prescribed or foretold. That is one of these signs of the end of days according to the prophet. The building of more mosques. High-rise ones as well. Grand mosques. Grand mosques. You know, the other crazy thing is, right, a few years ago, this Uyghur thing was going, and I've covered the Uyghur issue. The Uyghur issue is a CIA project to destabilize China. I've done 6 lengthy streams on it. Not one Muslim has responded to it. I've shown inside out. You will not find any more depth in that topic. I've literally shown who is created it, who the main architect of these fake revolutions are in the Muslim world and through all revolutions. But it's funny how the Chinese 2-3 years ago that it was easy to accept their money when it came to building the biggest mosque in Europe thus far. It's okay to take the Chinese money then, hey? But not when it comes to fake Uyghur issues. Oh, then the Chinese are bad. Chinese are so bad. And why is it you cannot address Yemen, Kashmir? What is about this Palestine issue that is so symbolic for you guys? Is it because it's the only thing that the media seems to bring up? Like, why not? Are there no other Muslims suffering in any other lands? Maybe you're being taken away. Maybe, like, why don't you address Pallywood? Why don't you address the fakery? Like, are you really sure that okay, what we'll do, we'll see, because I want to know, am I not seeing? Am I oblivious? Am I watching something completely different? I want to see what others are seeing. Maybe I'm, benefit of the doubt, maybe I'm just not seeing the right footage. But I want you to direct me to footage that you're seeing, because when I'm seeing some footage, I'm seeing quite a few anomalies. I'm seeing quite a few artificially generated images. I'm seeing dead babies, supposedly dead babies. So I just want to see what you're seeing and why the obsession with Palestine. like, as though no other Muslim is suffering, even at your own doorstep. Are these things just to get you away from what you could be addressing at your own doorstep? Because there is that side to it, isn't it? If you're continuously being shown death and destruction, it gives the likes, I was going to say like yourself, but people in your collective to then not really, because what it does is it changes the scale of suffering. If someone next door to you, if you see a homeless person on the street, you know where I'm going with this. If you see a homeless person on the street, regardless of whatever color he is, whatever religion he is, it just gives you an excuse to say, hey, your life can't be that bad. There are people whose houses are being destroyed, whose cats are being found in rubble, dead babies I've seen, so your life can't be that bad. Well, I would have given you a few quid a few years ago, but now, there's more people that are suffering. It's just an excuse now, isn't it? One big excuse not to do the right charitable thing. Because all I'm seeing there is fakery. Seriously, majority is fakery. And both sides. But why don't forget the Palestine thing in general? Why don't you go into the characters that form the whole movement? The PLO, the liberation movement, the supposed liberation movement, their associations with Russia, why the main spiritual founder looks like the wizard, the evil wizard from Lord of the Rings, why the Wailing Wall looks like the wall in Lord of the Rings. Why is Lord of the Rings being mixed up with Palestine? Why is the guy who's spiritual head of the Palestinian Liberation Organization look like Christopher Lee from Lord of the Rings? Why was his son declared as a Mossad agent? Why did Yasser Arafat spend time in Russia? Why is everyone suddenly donning a keffiyeh? And how is it popularized? Is it even an Islamic? Is it in Islamic attire? Why does it look like barbed wire, black and white barbed wire? Why did Yasser Arafat die on November 11? Why was his funeral at 3:30? Why are you free mixing at protests? Why are you mixing with LGBT? Why are LGBTQ assisting you in these protests? Why are they fighting for Palestine? Why are you free mixing with women when your religion disallows it? All these questions require answering. All of them. But hey, free Palestine, free Palestine. Free yourself, maybe. Free yourself from this absolute nonsense. Really. Because both sides are controlled. You're seeing theatre, and it's a distraction that gives you an excuse not to do the right thing closer to home. I can only summarize it as that. Seriously. Maybe, seriously, Birdnest, please respond, at least please respond to some things I'm saying, some things, just some things. Because there's jokes and jokes, it's not going to cover, or it's not going to, like, camouflage over these questions. And I hope you see why I don't, remember, I promise you, I will pay you. I'll pay you. Just, if you can contact me, like whether it's on a video, any random video, if you want to keep it private, and I promise I'll delete it. But within reason, I'll pay to bring these people on. But it has to be of certain standard, a certain standing. So it's not an issue, and because you're not answering anything, and like you're not addressing some of the things I'm bringing up. You're just making jokes or attempts at jokes. I suppose you still sniff around Halu. Oh my! You're telling me I go there, Safa? You went there? I can't even address that one. I really cannot. I have an overweight aunt who forgot her hamster was in her back pocket. Oh no! Oh no! Stop it! Stop it! I don't want to know what happened to the hamster. I'm hoping the hamster has has a body that can, like, I don't know, just take the shape of someone's bottom as they sit on them, and it survived it. I hope, I pray that the hamster survived and that her pet is still her best friend. She said she heard. No, stop, 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 no, stop. No, no, I'm not going to read that. Pop, stop it. I'd rather watch and hear the biggest pimple pop. Seriously, than that. Yes, CoNE, no words sometimes speak volumes. Silence is golden. Yes, we're back to sensibility with cosmic light. Sometimes, yeah, words always. I've had to, maybe it should be applied here. Like, no words sometimes speak silence. Would you say I should apply that here, cosmic light? Like, just remain silent? And not maybe that is a route and not just address. Yeah, I think I've had enough of a rant. I have to thank Birdnest for that. That he's kind of been the sacrificial lamb for me to allow, because this was 5 years. This is seriously 5 years worth of, at least all of my ranting over the years has been through written form. Seriously, and I've written enough. Forget the writing I do on this comment section. In chats that I've been engaged with, I would say I've written 10 times, 20 times more over the years. So this is simply like the floodgates opening after so many years. But Birdnest, I must rate for being the sacrificial lamb, because not many. I didn't expect this. I didn't expect his presence or arrival here, because no one ever does from that sector. And I don't want it to be a discouragement for anyone in that sector to arrive. Not everyone. I'm just speaking about that demographic, that collective, because it's so close to home. Any Christian would do this, any Hindu would do this, anyone that respects who their family represents is an injustice to those people. Rabbi Yitzhak's mamu is getting the red cows ready for the temple. Concentrate, come on. I don't think your concern should be about red heifers. I really don't. These people are laughing. These people are laughing at Islam. They don't see you as a threat at all. At all. They don't. They can't. For reasons we'll get into soon, but they can't. They're laughing at it. You're no threat to them. Not the way this collective is going. This whole Palestine issue isn't a battle. It's not a war. It's a show they put on for you. It was a closed casket funeral. Oh, stop it, man. The hamster didn't have no funeral. I tell you, even if it was a gruesome hamster death, some of the funerals that Birdnest has witnessed at Speaker's Corner, they're more gruesome. Imagine turning a tripod on top of a grave that is just being buried for social media clout by a raccoon. Not a hamster, by a raccoon who is just addicted to social media clout. Yeah, I mean, if I consider it that way, I can read your comment about your auntie, your overweight auntie, I should add, sitting on a hamster and making it go pop. That's mild compared to what I've just described. Well, you say that. I remember when me and my siblings were young, my younger brother at the time accidentally Why? You're not meant to be encouraging him suffer. Seriously, stop encouraging the pet death mixed with Saw movies that you've watched. How do you accidentally strangle the family pet hamster? How? How is that even possible? Strangling a pet hamster. There must be a social services equivalent for hamsters to be adopted because of family abuse. It was traumatic. Traumatic for you. Imagine what it was like for the hamster. Ackee and saltfish. Your auntie farted. That's all. You go. I mean, you're talking about fat aunties, hamsters going pop, accidental strangling of pets, and here I am talking about the state of bird nest religion. Your auntie farted. That's all that's happened. The hamster escaped a wretched concentration camp. You guys all. I shouldn't say that word, otherwise YouTube gets triggered. But hey, we all believe in the official story of that. It's interesting how concentration camp is CC, isn't it? But yes, we all believe in the official story, YouTube. No questions asked. All true. Everything we've ever been told is seriously. I'll promote it. I'll promote the story myself, just to stay away from your wrath. Yep, everything about those places was 100% accurate. No one lied. Everyone died, and everyone lived happily ever after that. Through the doors, through the open door, it's scarpered. Birds, rat. I'm guessing you're single. All right, I'm gonna leave you with. I'll leave you to that Russian thought. These conversions, reversions are symbolic. Yes, they are sad but true. Oh no, they couldn't even spare the halal cat food. Literally, there is halal cat food being promoted online. Halal cat food. That means if it's being promoted, there are people buying halal cat food. How long before actual lions? So that means what? That means lions are hellbound. These lions are hellbound. That they are destined for hell. And any other cat that has eaten food that isn't halal is impure. And I'm sure this is what prophets in Islam did then. If a raccoon, or if an online raccoon is saying halal cat food is the order of the day, I'm sure the prophets had certified halal practices in place, because cats are highly revered in Islam. So yeah, I'm sure cats weren't. Every time a cat went near a mouse is obviously not halal because it's not on the recommended list. And this other thing about halal cat, the halal certification in general, I think we need to go into who owns the whole halal certification industry, because let's just put it this way, it's a mimic of a certain other certification, food certification. There are only 5 people viewing, but all right, at least as long as we're online, that's the main thing. 4 now, so it's okay, it's fine. It's getting late at night, and I'm sure a few people are heading to bed, but it's all right, we'll just keep going until we get to the bottom. Look what you've done to this channel, Bird Nest. Seriously, this channel was going swimmingly before you arrived. It's not going to happen in future. I promise you it's not. Consider you've got your way for now, but it's not going to continue. Yeah, you definitely destabilized the channel, and I'll admit, I lost that battle, if you consider it a battle in your eyes, just for your peace of mind, if you want to consider. I lost it. This stream was dedicated to you, but I see it a different way. The place haunting Yuko? No, it doesn't haunt me. It doesn't. I'm just aware that it is a haunted area. Any place that was a beheading ground for people's entertainment is haunted. You can see it today. The people there are there's actually seriously, visibly something very wrong with those people there. The speakers there are all mad. How they can? It's it's not even a haunted place. It's for you. It's the new pilgrimage site. I think more people attend Speaker's Corner, as in more of these types of people, this type of person you're associating with in these dungeons. More people in that sector go to Speaker's Corner than they actually go to the real pilgrimage site. Seriously, like they do the whole thing there, the whole shebang. And then afterwards, they all go to the McDonald's. This is the mad thing, right? That after supposedly debating with their Christian enemies, with their Hindu adversaries, and their atheistic antagonizers, after doing the whole camera shebang and sending it globally, in the words of Bird Nest, they all pop off to the McDonald's all together. Hindu, Christian, Muslim, atheist, they're all eating at the same place in McDonald's without the cameras. And then yet they're supposed to be boycotting McDonald's and Starbucks because of Palestine. This thing about boycotting as well, it's a madness. It's a madness. Like on the other channel, I've shown how all of these people there are drinking from Starbucks coffee mugs. And I've said that 2-3 years ago, you guys are buying the bullet. Let's go with your script. Let's go with your adopted script. You guys are buying the bullets for the deaths of your own brethren. And these guys are drinking openly from Starbucks coffee cups. Not only that, the Starbucks, the symbol of Starbucks represents something completely contradictory to your religion's tenets. But no one, if you say it, it doesn't matter. But the moment the media mention the word boycott, once it goes trending and viral, then suddenly raccoons, hamsters, the whole online collective is onto the boycott thing. Like no mention of it before, all of a sudden everyone's boycotting Starbucks. But what about the designer gums and the designer gear and the designer handbags and the homosexuals, the designers? What about boycotting your cars? What about boycotting Nestle? And Nestle okay? Like, why not just boycott corporations in general? Why does it have to be for a cause based on a theatre where both sides are rigged? You're not even boycotting for your own salvation. Like, boycott the whole grid. How about that? How about that? I can hear your voice quiver, spooked. Yeah, scary place that is. It's a very scary place. Like, check the last video about Gabriel Romani and tell me that isn't spooky. Seriously, it's these people are haunted, not just haunted. Well, I've said what I've said on that video. That's not normal. It's not normal. For your eyes to go white after saying sex twice, and after the second time your eyes literally go white, something tells me Baal has been the Baal program has been activated. It's just like MK Ultra, the trigger moment, keyword, sex, eyes go white. Really now? Do you want more examples? Do you want more There's a whole, that there's a whole video dedicated to this happening more than once, and it's more detailed than Gabriel Romani's example. Seriously, the Baal phenomena is triggered by the 666. Proof to come. Evidence definitely to come. Oh yeah, you're back listening in. Oh, Little Mystery, please, listening in. Yeah, it's taken a different turn, a very different turn. I'm not sure if it's up your street, but wouldn't say it's gone pear-shaped, not at all. It's still productive, but the production it's a different factory. The production line is in a different factory now, and it's all down. If you want to kind of point fingers, it's all Mr. Bird Nest. It's all down to Mr. Bird Nest. I didn't expect it, although can't say I didn't wholly didn't expect it. It was only a matter of time. But I mean, the good thing is he's chosen to be the sacrificial lamb, and he has promised. He has promised in a certain way. He has promised to benefit the channel, but it is going to cost me. But that's between me and Bird Nest. So yeah, remember Bird Nest. Just hit me up in a comment and we'll speak. I'm coming to believe all the reformations were witch hunts of undesirables. Yes, most certainly. In fact, the witch hunts themselves were for ulterior purposes. Most of the times, those witch hunts were attacks on natural healing. But reformations were, and I'm glad you put them in quotation marks. Yeah, reformations, revolutions. There. See how these things are sold and passed off as positive for the populations, but they're actually anything but. Rebellion. It's meant to be a good thing, isn't it? But actually, the word revolution has its roots in the word rebel, and we all know who the first rebel was. Is it so good to be revolutionary? Everyone wants a revolution. Everyone wants a revolution, but wheels revolve. You're only back to the first point after the 360. But something's occurred. You've come full circle, and the landscape's changed. Who benefits? People seem to think they do. People power. You see, I don't think. I think at some point these architects deserve a bit of credit. A bit of, not credit, but a bit of awe. I know it's a twisted way of thinking. Either they deserve a bit of awe, because the flip side to that is then we then have to focus on humanity's kind of naivety. I don't know which way to veer, which way to flip. Seriously, these people, these architects are kind of sick. Because even with like depopulation, you look at some activities and you think, really, that they are more. Some behaviors are actually thinking you have devolved to such a point where, like, you're actually making me think Bill Gates, or the company that Bill Gates is probably, if you want to act like if you want to behave and conduct yourself as what's the term they use, as useless eaters, then why am I caring? This is how sick it is. There are people shoveling their mouths with untold nastiness, and you kind of do your best to sway them to positive, and it's just nothing you say matters to them unless it's coming from a person with a lab coat. And sometimes it doesn't even need a professional in a lab coat. Sometimes it just needs a fake website of a picture with a lab coat drawn in, clearly superimposed imagery. And then that fake website does it. They'll listen, but they won't listen to you in person because you're not accredited to the standards that they've been normalized to. Wow, shots fired, all this drill rapping. It's not drill rapping. And that's not even a compliment, because what is it? What's your obsession with drill rapping? It's not, you're not complimenting, because it's not good, and it's not drill anyway. I've not mentioned anyone that glorified death and destruction. It's the opposite. Might be a clapback coming. Good. They've just found different ways to manipulate us, whether it's religion, social media, movies. Yeah, it's all. Just mentioned the earlier that the word entertainment, it literally means to keep people in a certain frame of mind. It has nothing to do with humor and Netflix and movies. It's literally means to keep people in a certain frame of mind. So even the diversity of debate and conversation that we're being sold, it makes it seem as though it's across the spectrum. You know, diversity is the buzzword, but it hardly is the case, because we're all being subjected to very narrow thought processes covered by fake diversity. We get the left and right paradigm being shoved down our throats, left this and right that, but it's all coming from the same source. These are bought and sold for talking heads. Little mystery indeed, that's all it is. Canada is now providing tampons for... Yes, I know, see that? I know you're not joking. I've read something like that. And I don't even know whether to take these things seriously now. Are they really... Is it really the case, or are they just... Are they trolling us? They're trolling us. Some of the stuff we're reading is actually trolling. It cannot be real. Imagine someone in the army actually... Like, no, that cannot be real. And I mean, I know what you're saying is real, but it cannot be the case in reality. It's trolling. I'm not approving that comment. Okay, yeah, if it is... yeah, I know you're not approving the... If it is related to something I've said earlier, I know you're not. I'm answering you from your own commentary, Little Mystery, so no confusion there at all. Say something better, Bird's Nest. Yeah, I've kind of become milder towards his, because he seems to be enjoy. The thing is, Russian Thoughtbot is keeping him good company, so maybe they'll become good friends over time. But I think he can grow on me for sure, Bird Nest. Soon he'd probably even receive a spanner just to protect him from... But right now, Nightbot, he's timed everyone out. Well, not everyone, but really decent people out. And he's not once timed out Bird Nest. And the one thing he is programmed to do is to stop spamming. And Bird Nest has spammed, especially early, but he wasn't timed out. So Nightbot maybe is not working in the best interest of these channels, and he's working for his real masters. Birdnest Ratfest is just warming up in it. He is, yeah. If you've become more stupider since I last known you, that's your own doing. If you've become more stupider since I last known you... Oh, 1 second, let's get up there. Russian Thoughtbot, LOL, what the hell? I see insanity prevails. Little mystery, yeah. Once that's figured out, then it's easier maneuver through the system. Indeed it is. It totally is. Different manipulation methods, yeah. It's all about becoming aware. That's simply how it was in this this kind of sector we operate in. It was just about sharing information, people being aware, and avoiding pitfalls. From that, in the good old days, to the complexities of now having to wade through who's a shill, who's not, who's in it for the right reason and who's not, and we're getting lost in aspects that were once so simple. Maybe that's the whole point of chaos that they're causing. Confusion, not knowing who or what to trust. It's definitely part of the project. Yeah, most certainly I think it is. I would say it is, yes. Little mystery I meant. That was a nothing. Suffer goodness. If you've become more stupid, what do you mean by that, bird nest? Become more stupid? Because if you are writing that, then I would focus on how you've written become. Seriously. Because I don't know who you're calling stupid, but the third wording there is like Cosmic Light has just made an error, not an error, but he just spelt, he just pressed a few incorrect buttons when titling Little Mystery and he corrected himself. But I see that you haven't corrected yourself and you didn't even wait to check or read through before pressing send. So you're calling someone stupid, yet you've literally decimated the word become. It's just warming up. There's no way there's public signs saying that. Another connection to 33 vertebrae. Yes, there are 33 vertebrae, and it's so, I mean, there's definitely correlations there with Christianity, because the 33rd vertebrae, and then you got the crown, and then you got the crown chakra, and then you have the crown of thorns, and then Jesus starting his ministry at 33. And then you have through Gnostic circles suggesting Jesus and his lost years in Kashmir. So all very interesting, yes, little mystery. There is something spiritual about this stuff they don't tell us. They manipulate through the left-hand path. Now you're heading somewhere, aren't you? It's just that thing that I said, the Gnostic aspect, left-hand path, Jung. But I'm sure Cosmic can add to that, because Cosmic is a great contrast to this channel. Because he he fights the good fight for, I hate to put it in the spectrum terms. He's, correct me if I'm wrong, but he, I mean, definitely his main goal is balance in his own life, and he does promote balance. But in grid games, his path would definitely be considered as more left-hand path. So yeah, he is a lone warrior representing that that side of things. Again, please do, if I have said it inappropriately, Cosmic, please do correct me. I feel bad for the civilians who are the collateral damage for the elite greed over in the Middle East, and that's a great point. What I say about fakery and all kinds of stuff those people in the Middle East have most certainly suffered. I'm not denying any sufferance at all. But when suffering is constantly being shown to you by the very powers, or I say powers, but by the very constructs, edifices that are doing the destruction, then there's something very suspect about it, especially when on the face of it, much of the imagery and videography is totally fake, artificially generated. And the most pensive thoughts I have about these things are that there is someone actually creating these images. Who is? Someone is going out of their way, and these things are going trending and viral through WhatsApp and private messaging, and they are spreading like wildfire. But who is doing these things? is it really people on the ground level, or are they being constructed in basements at Langley and the like, in various shady intel agency buildings? It's gross. They never tell us about the holiday more or the Irish potato. Exactly. Exactly. Or other genocides like the army. This is my point. That how it's sick in and of itself that we focus. I mean, there's focus and there's focus. I get it that, all right, some people's suffering will be more considered than others based on who is being subjected to certain footage. Like the news here won't be the same news received in another continent. I get that part. But how then do we say in the same land zones, by the same networks that are broadcasting these images and these stories, how is it that we can even have the audacity to say someone else's suffering is more than another's? Like 100 million dying. 100, not even, that's just a very conservative estimate. But 100 to 160 to even, I've heard even 200 million plus in Eastern Europe. Like, how is that any more? Why is that not receiving any coverage? Why are we not having protests to this day? I mean, that amount of people, the world should stop fully for 100, 200 years, if that, until it's addressed. There is no going forward without addressing that loss of human, so it doesn't ever happen again. I mean, that's a mantra, isn't it? Never again. Never again. How is it we can just scrape over that and just move on to the next suffering by the very people that cause that suffering, and yet they're showing you that suffering. But yet, what about the suffering of the people next door, next door to you? I said earlier that it just gives a big excuse to not help sufferance at your own doorstep, because what it does, it sets the bar and the scale for what suffering actually is. We make it relatable to our own surroundings. If you see imagery of cats being taken from rubble, or children being taken from, or being brought out alive from rubble, we don't ever see the rubble falling on top of the children, but being brought out. Why is there even a camera there? Should you not be focusing on the rescue mission? It's the stuff of Hollywood or Pallywood. Who does that? Who pulls out a camera? It just indicates to me these people don't know what trauma really is. That the last thing you would do in high states of trauma, that you would literally, there were days before where you would fly kick someone who pulled out a tripod and a camera if someone was on their deathbed. Yet now, we've got to receive the news, don't we? Well, to those people I say, watch Nightcrawler to see how your news is derived, and who gives it to you. Because all these movies are actually more factual than the fiction you're receiving through the news networks and even the independent networks. Because like I say, the stuff through social media and WhatsApp is no different, because you're not asking yourself who generates this imagery. You just know that you're receiving that imagery and it's now going viral. We all know that nothing goes viral unless it's meant to. This is it. Yes, little mystery. I didn't want to say it, but this is it. Like, there are people that have never heard of that word. There's people that haven't heard of this word. The sentence that you say, sorry. They don't promote that, but they promote the stuff of sheer fiction. I don't think any one of these people that are chanting Free Palestine know anything about Palestine, let alone what's going on in there. They have no clue about the most basics, like just from the flag alone. They have no clue as to where the flag, who created this flag, and whether it is even Palestinian or even Islamic. It's so laughable when we figure and find out where the flag comes from, where the keffiyeh comes from, where Yasser Arafat comes from, where Sheikh Yassin comes from. In fact, it's so laughable when you figure where the Palestinians come from and who they are in relation to who they're fighting. They're cousins fighting. They're cousins fighting. The technical term for Palestinians is Jordanians. They are Jordanians or in everything but name. But there's something going on there. It's an agreed upon situation. The powers at the top of each organization and each construct have sold their people out for bucks. And again, I'm not saying there's no sufferance going on there. There is. But it's not the sufferance that you're being bombarded with through news networks and these Telegram, WhatsApp messages. The holiday more sounds cool. Holiday more. Stop it, Russian thought. What? Stop it. The holiday more sounds cool. Very bad play on words. Very bad taste. I bet you wouldn't. In fact, I don't want to encourage you to do that with the other quote-unquote atrocities that we are reminded of each and every year. You know, the yeah, there's so many victims passed away during 39 and 45. Yeah, I bet you don't have the. I think you would. I don't want to encourage you. They never do Little Mystery, all by design, of course. Those are all genocides they lied about the reasons for. Exactly. And the fact is, look, I said earlier on, whether it's a comment or something, like this term genocide, like, you can't just willy-nilly apply it to everything. Like, genocide is a compound word, geno and side. It's infanticide, matricide. So unless the actual program is for the eradication of a whole genus, please do not use the word genocide for just death and destruction, because it's an injustice to those. Why is it that we never look? Rwanda receives more immigration conversation material than the actual genocide that was committed under the full presence of UN forces. If people really knew what Rwanda was about, honestly, it was beyond more than just genocide. The actual impacts of Rwanda, we have been directly affected by. It was a testing ground. It was a testing ground for the recent experimental treatment that our architects have kindly subjected us to. But it was that Rwanda, that was a genocide. It was a genocide, but that was not human nature. Most certainly it wasn't. It was, let's just say it was a testing ground where the minds were experimented upon to bring out the worst of human, I say spirit, but no, I can't even call it that. But we don't ever hear of it. We were shown a bit of news, oh, there's a war in Rwanda going on, Hutus, Tutsis. That's about it, just plastered over. But for some reason, every year, Palestine, Israel, it's just sequel after sequel after sequel, and these people don't get sick of it. It is literally Lord of the Rings. Well, it is Lord of the Rings. It's lifted from the Lord of the Rings. Lord of the Rings, the creator, director Steve Jackson. Steve Jackson was another guy who did interactive reading games where you choose which way you want to turn, which, just like RPGs. But they're all from the same family. But what's his name? The writer or the director of it, and the Jackson guy. Anyways, he's homosexual, but I don't even think that's his real name. Jack's son. He's basically Jacob's son, and yet he directs the Lord of the Rings with all its undertones, religious undertones, and the religious themes that weren't the case with Tolkien's version. Now, Tolkien was highly interested in religion. In fact, he was a Christian, a very stout, devout Christian, staunch Christian, who did incorporate Christian themes in Lord of the Rings. But this Jackson guy, he didn't corrupt it, but he just added the themes visually, but yet so blatantly. I mean, it's in your face. Forget even the movie, just this release and when it was released. And then you have the terminology of the two towers. So yeah, it's just this current theatre is very much part plagiarized and superimposed on fiction, as are all scripts. Especially the last 2 years we've encountered, 2 to 3 years. I was told by some Irish friends of mine potato famine was intentional. It certainly was, yes. Oh, it was. Definitely intentional. It wasn't an accident. Nothing is an accident. Nature looks after nature looks after its how do I say, its guests adequately. There is enough to go around for everyone. And no matter, there is no such thing as too many people on Earth. Nature will continuously provide. You just have to look outside to see the vast swathes of countryside that aren't being used for human habitation, even for animal habitation. So who owns this vast countryside? Someone does. Maybe, I mean, parts of the countryside, especially, I mean, not especially, but in the UK, duchies. The whole of Cornwall belongs to the current king. But if not royals, then dukes, nobles, people that sold. These people didn't sell the country out. They were invaders in the first place. They just received their riches of land and wealth. So there's the potato famine itself. I mean, I'm not that much versed on it, and like I just need to open it up just to kind of recollect what I do know about it. But most certainly, from my little research, it was intentional. And even from the things I've heard people speak about, I've heard many people arguing the case that it was definitely an attack on the Irish people. 33 vertebrae up to the head, the pineal awakening, yes. So many connections, even with the pineal, man, just that whole spinal column. Even down to, I've got one video where I took I took an image and it had the naming of each vertebrae in Eastern terminology. I think it was yogic terminology. And it was very interesting because the terminology corresponded with even Christian themes. It's on one of the videos. I'm sure we can bring it up at some point. Hey, check this video. Hey, yes, Cosmic. Hey, check this video out. You, Pimple, you're right. So, a so-called Irish potato, yes, was a genocide. Yeah, exactly. That's an attack on a whole genus of people, I would say. But like, it cannot be an attack because this is not even what I mean. They say free Palestine, but what they're actually meaning is free Gaza. What they're showing us is actually Gaza, the issues in Gaza. So which is it? Take your pick. There are Palestinians, quote unquote, living in Palestine who aren't being attacked. They are perfectly fine melding into Israeli society. So that driving someone out from their territory isn't genocide. Genocide is genocide. It is instant death and destruction and eradication of the whole species. There is no driving out the species so they can exist somewhere else. It's eradication, full stop. But hey, when you say it's genocide, then it's like an attention, like here, pay attention to this. This is give it the highest state of alertness, and you have people's attention. Thanks for the entertainment. Yes, yes, Bird Nest, Safa. Thanks you for the entertainment. I've not seen him for a while, so hey, he might have gone to sleep. He might have gone. All right, that was my rant. That was always gonna Safa. You know that was always gonna be the case. So hopefully that won't occur again. Because it was not meant to occur. He showed up and I'm done. I haven't saved the video. I will find it and post it in your own time, little mystery. And if you want, you can post it on another video or whichever way, and then we'll remind ourselves on a future live stream. It gives a different interpretation about the Bible in regard to its aspects with spirituality, the pineal gland, the vertebrae. The British shipped all crops and meat and left them without blighted. Okay, see, then that's just, yeah, that's starvation. That is, yeah, it's not even like you don't have to commit a genocide through. There are many various means and ways of eradicating a whole people, and sometimes they've got to be seemingly sanitized for the public acceptance of that genocide, because war obviously has to be sold even to, because that genocide had to be sold to the people of England, because then they would revolt against the sheer injustice, even if they perceive the Irish as their enemy, even if they have different political allegiances and national allegiances, the war has still got to be sold to the English public. Otherwise, they would be repulsed and revolted, and then there would be revolt in England. The war has to be sold first to the people, the home nation, before it's enacted upon the target population. Yeah, okay, so we've done that. Cosmic light. Once you start putting all the puzzle pieces together, it starts becoming pretty horrific. Lambs to the slaughter. Exactly, Safa. White genocide is happening now. I would say, yeah, I would even say that Europe has, if we're speaking about battlegrounds, Europe has been the only battleground. And I say this as a non-European. Europe has been the most ancient and oldest battleground, even before the invasions of other continents. To be frank, other continents were the last places to be conquered. Like the wars that have taken place in Europe, and it's well and truly only one big war. That's a history. That's a whole history that has been. It's not just very complex. It's just been severely camouflaged with later invasions of other peoples, they seem to receive more limelight than the horrific wars in Europe. And when I say wars, I don't even mean war is pretty much a fair and square situation. But yeah, I'll say it this way, that European peoples were subjected to a lot more horrors than, let's say, even, well, we mentioned slavery there. I've got a completely, I mean, I have a file just on the transatlantic slave trades, so-called transatlantic slave trade. I have files and I have a lot of images and even videos and screenshots from the good old days of YouTube where stuff like that was allowed to proliferate. And let's just say much of that is very much fiction, seriously. And I can recommend black channels that share these thoughts currently. Conscious, awake representatives of the quote-unquote black, that they're, let's not be naive, there are black people that know that there's something not quite right about that narrative. There really isn't. And especially when the main ideologue that promoted the, what's the word, sorry, the term that was used, the that there's a crossing, a path that they took from Africa to the Americas in order to transfer the slaves, supposedly the Middle Passage, that whole story was concocted by the usual suspects, plagiarized from fiction. I have all that on record. So if we get past that fiction, and then we get past just how many people could fit inside those ships, then really, what is the purpose of this script then? It's not serving the identity, the firming of the identity of black people. The issue is destabilizing the very identity of the target demographic. The people that, the black folk that do adhere to these official narratives, they think they're attacking their designated enemy, i.e. white folk, but at the same time they're losing their own identity, not knowing where they come from. And it doesn't work. The Africans don't want your Pan-African invasion, in both physically and ideologically. There is definitely something, like, it's like there's still to this day, with all the years of Pan-Africanism, there isn't a meeting of minds. Maybe it's contrary to nature. How is it that you still haven't affected a pinhole prick in the whole of Africa, in not one country? It's not working. It's because it's not your construct. Everything that is Pan-African, not one notion comes from the mind of a black person. In recent years, and by recent I mean the last 50, 60 decades, it's an invention of communism. The ideology is communistic. In fact, black intellectuals and figureheads that have were raised in elite society, they were being trained and funneled through to Russia via from America, to be trained into this ideology, to then promote it to blackdom, if I can say that. So yes, most definitely, Russian Thoughtbot, your comment I do agree with, and it's a very underrepresented issue. And it's the most oldest form of genocide. Bible allegory, deep hidden spiritual science, certainly is. Found it. I would love to know all of your opinions on this video. I will definitely click on that little mystery. Maybe you missed it earlier because you joined a bit later. I don't want to personally. I don't want to click on everyone else. Please do go ahead, link, and if channels are right up your street, sub to them too. Sub to each other. Don't hesitate in doing so. But the reason I'm not clicking is I don't want to get away from this page, just in case this flimsy YouTube mobile facility kind of disconnects me from the audio. So thank you very much for sharing as well. So I'll definitely click once the stream is over. I'm going to go through the chats, and if you could as well, I'll tell you what you could do. Little mystery. If you guys do have links, I said earlier that I'm going to set up. What you could do, just all right. I'll set up a Telegram page, and I promise you, it's not going to be a Telegram page where everyone is there every day. It's just a sharing page because YouTube is very sensitive to sharing certain links. And the reason I wouldn't want you sharing controversial links is not for this channel, is that I wouldn't want you guys to be more shadow banned than you already are. Then just I said at the beginning of these live streams when I first started, we have to play it clever, not because I'm wary of censorship or shadow banning or even channel closure, but it's just best to play it clever and work around their obstacles. And having links sent on Telegram is just if for one it's easier in terms of accessibility, and secondly it's almost like a database, isn't it? And you don't have to be on there every day. You can talk if you like on there and share things and share ideas. But yeah, just be a site for sharing. But thank you, Little Mystery. Indeed, it has become a laughing stock. It is. A lot of it is hilarious because we're being trolled. These people upstairs are trolling us. Omitted books of the Bible. Gospel of St. Thomas is about 33 vertebrae, and you're speaking of the Apocrypha there, Cosmic Light, about 33 vertebrae, and the Pioneer. I tell you what, there are some people that are not here at present. You'd have a right bish bash with, and I would take a back seat because I know nothing, very little about. I know the basics of Christianity. But it is, again, I find everything that is European, even English history of the royals, it's just so complex, this Game of Thrones stuff. And Christianity, I don't find complex, but there's just so many things that have happened over the years, and the reformations and the revolutions, and I suppose it's the same in Islam as well. But the comment section or comment thread on the last video that a couple of regular attendees on this channel were having, and they mentioned the word dispensationalism, and it's like they knew what they were speaking about because they were arguing about dispensationalism. And I'm thinking, whoa, that's such a big word. I thought, let these guys just get on with it, because all I can do is just take a back seat and learn from people that are very well versed in these topics. I took a world religions class and found out of the Nicene Council, and all my suspicions were confirmed. I got you, Little Mystery. It was a crux date, wasn't it, for Christianity and also for many other religions in terms of how they view Christianity. The Council of Nicaea seems to be a focal point for those that attract Christianity and for those that adhere to the foundations of Christianity. So it does seem to be a central theme, because there are many many what is it, councils that took place before and after Nicaea, but Nicaea seems to get much of the coverage. I just noticed there that the hour that we've spent 3 hours and 33 seconds, not 33 minutes. Just had, for some reason, I looked up. Obviously, I can't be paying attention to the time while I'm reading the chat. Yeah, I just seemed to glance up at the time. I'm also looking at 7 subs and 11 thumbs up, which is 711. And then you have the 77th Brigade. Just numbers going overdrive in my head, sorry guys. All the connections, okay, we've done that. So, Mr. Council of Nicaea, here his irony is not lost. Oh, I was going to mention, but I thought that's all about me. So here we go. Yes, the naming of this channel does have not a major theme in. It's more representative of the time I decided to name the channel this. Religion was a very prominent. It still is. But religion, I thought, hey, maybe I was part trolling myself when I kind of created the name. But yeah, the irony isn't lost on me too, Little Mystery. He tried to take out the cage, but by the scruff of... He tried to take it out of the cage, but by the scruff of the neck. Take it out of the cage. I'm sure it's in relation. There's something I said before. Take it out of the cage, but by the scruff of the neck. Probably related to bird nest stuff, is it? LOL. I can't stand wiggers. What's a wigger? Oh, stop it! Wigger. I don't know what that is, but I think I know what you think it is. I don't know. I don't know. I feel like asking you to clarify what that means, but I think maybe I shouldn't. I've heard the term vaguely, if I can recall somewhere, and I just don't think the places that I've heard that term in are sensible to promote, because I don't know. That's the other difficulty I have, really. Like, there's this thing about some things I upload, and people always ask me, why can't you put the link in where you found it? Like, wow, it's disrespectful to it. I'm thinking, look, sometimes I get these videos, I search high and low for them, and I can't link you to these places because they're completely the opposite of what I stand for. Sometimes you can find gold nuggets in like real SHITHOLES, but I can't link that because, for one, it's I mean it's just not me to promote that stuff. But secondly, I've lost the second point now. What's the second point? Yeah, I've lost the second point. But yeah, it's basically that I can't promote. There's no hard and fast rule that you have to link every source. A video's a video. Like, I might get some crazy requests to source. Like, they don't even respond to the video. They ask for where the sources come from. Maybe if I've not linked it, maybe it's a source that isn't beneficial to anyone. Or at least that's the way I see it. Are you actually Russian? Yeah, you actually Russian. Great question, Safa. You actually Russian? If you are, I must thank YouTube for allowing us to engage with Russians, because of the last stream I was saying we only seem to encounter Americans, the odd German, and Australia. That's it. No Europeans, no Portuguese, Spanish, French, and French are right next door, yet we're the French. So if you are Russian, man, you've crossed barriers in more ways than one. If YouTube are they've literally banned RT years back, and now they're allowing Russian thoughtbot on this channel. Maybe we aren't as shadow banned as we once thought we were. Deliberate with intention. No, my wife. You had to spoil it. Oh, Russian thoughtbot. Now I think we all get why we're the term. We're finding out, aren't we? Little mystery. Why? We're finding out ironies in names all over now. Russian thoughtbot says, no, my wife is. She's also. I'm not gonna say that. I respect, even though I don't know you. You're calling. You cannot call your wife that. Stop it. We live in South Carolina, where I'm from. Okay, but I bet you wouldn't say that to your wife in person. Little mystery, that link you've sent above in the comments, I've seen that video. All true. Okay, see, I'm now even more intrigued. Yeah, please remind me in the comments section, Little Mystery, once this is all done and dusted in your own time, just post that link in the comments, and otherwise I will find it through this chat. It's just that this chat, the chat part, takes some time uploading, and I've already mentioned my memory's not the best. Long term, yes, but short term, it's not fading or anything. It's just no. I don't want you thinking I'm getting old, and I am old. No, or my mental, my faculties of memory are. Yes, I don't know. Sometimes I have too much going on in my head, and there's only so much you can store on a hard drive. But yeah, if you could just link it in the comment section as a reminder, and if not, I'm sure your presence will serve as a reminder on the next stream. But I am intrigued because Cosmic has said it's all true. America doesn't want that smoke. I don't know what Russian guys are like, but if they're anything like her, man, in America, they have bears as pets. I'm sure you guys have seen bears traveling with Russians on their motorbikes and bicycles, and they're not like the grizzlies and the black bears in America and Canada. The Russians have literally tamed one of the most fierce, not give a F animals. I mean, there's one clip of a grizzly. I felt pain for the it was a warthog. I mean, this grizzly, he was dragging him up the mountain, but he was killing him personally. I was thinking, what has this warthog done to you for you to subject him to this? Like, just kill him. Do away with him. Send him out. But he was extending his misery, like going back into the woods, coming back down, subjecting him to more. His main aim was to drag him up into the woods. But my thing is, like, you've got your meal, you've got your McDonald's, just munch it while it's warm. But no, he wanted to keep him alive. And if these Russians can tame that, then I think you're right, Russian thoughtbot. America doesn't want that smoke. Doesn't want that smoke at all. Let's just say Russian women don't take any crap. That I know because of my background history. Yep, America don't want that smoke because it ain't going to end too well. The thing is, we have to kind of make it clear, this America versus Russia thing. is just more cold extension of the Cold War. So we are talking theatre here. It's like both sides are controlled by, the men in black, and I don't mean intel agents by that, although the real men in black own the men in black of the intel variety. She's very pretty and sweet, and then her head spins around like The Exorcist. Uh, yeah, I guess that's a compliment. I guess she's that hard that she'd take that as a compliment. Oh, bless her. He had to ruin it all. Yes, we need collective evolution. Yeah, not revolution. Yeah, and definitely not Darwinian evolution as well. So we've got to make that clear. But most certainly, this revolution business seems to be trendy amongst. I think people just. If anyone's not seen V for Vendetta, if people speak of revolution, I think just recommending V for Vendetta and telling them, because these people, pretty much, if you give them V for Vendetta and tell them it's a documentary, a political documentary, they'll believe it. And then maybe they'll figure what revolution really is and how it's owned by both sides for the outcome that was always desired. That your hero is the anti-hero, that the Batman needs the Joker, which is why he never does ever kill him. Batman will never kill the Joker, because the anti is, he serves as the anti to the hero. But if you figure the relationship between the Bat, the sign of, let's just put it this way, this hostage situation, when they tell us they came down in those Mad Max wheeled hang gliders, hang gliders, these prehistoric hang gliders, the sail, if that's the correct term, the sail, it had a bat on there. This bat also relates to this CoRONA issue. Obviously, it came from bats, didn't it? So this bat seems to be an obsession. Also, bats parasitical. You have vampire bats. There's a parasitic bat. There's an obsession with bats from these script writers. And why did we go on to bats? Okay, so yeah, V. Like bats for. How did I say V? How did I say V? Oh yeah, Batman. So Batman, yeah. The creator of Batman basically is the creator of Superman and all the comic book fantasies we have received for our entertainment purposes have all been precursors to real life political movements. The whole of the civil rights movement was masterminded by the creator of Marvel Comics. So V for Vendetta is a documentary in the same way They Live is a documentary. It's a revelation of the method, really. And then you see how silly these protesters really are. When you watch V for Vendetta, and especially the part where the detective is actually in his own head, considering what's occurred and how he was led to this precipice of revolution, which is actually the destruction of society. But yet, people get the hero. It's people power. People power. So all the people want the revolution, and the trick is to make people think that they were in power all along and that they've won. But literally, it's the tablecloth trick. the very floor or the surface has been removed from underneath the feet of the world population. The landscape has all changed in that revolution. But people power, we receive our heroes after it, and that seems to be the appeasement. Everyone loves a good hero. That's probably the whole point of comic book heroes, to get us accustomed to the savior syndrome. You know, that is an actual savior syndrome. There is, even in religious circles, it's called salvation theology, something like this. Savior syndrome. Everyone needs and wants and yearns for a hero. Everyone yearns for that vicarious salvation. Anything but performing the simplest, correct action that should and is instinct. It's, in other words, it's just abdication of responsibility. And it's not even a responsibility, it's abdication of, like I say, it should be natural just to do the right thing. It's delegation and abdication of responsibility. Hi, Miguel Angel Mejia. Please tell me you are in Spain. Then I can cancel Spain. And I can also apologize to YouTube for suggesting, how dare I suggest YouTube does not allow and has segregated us into corners of YouTube where we all bash heads for no reason. How dare I? So obviously you must be Spanish, but please tell me you're from Spain, please. Even if it's a lie, even if it's a lie, just say yes. No, seriously. If you are Spanish, before that, very warm welcome. I'm not sure if you've been subbed here and you've been watching the channel, and if you've just seemed to have found us through this new live streaming that we're doing. I'm sure when you press live, it kind of I don't know, it sends a certain signal out, and then people who once weren't subbed kind of tend to find you through that YouTube facility, or function, I should say. But you're more than welcome. Very warm welcome. And yes, Nightcrawler is a crazy movie. Again, it's a documentary. It is a very crazy movie. Brilliant acting. I don't like crediting these actors because they are effectively, they're liars. A good liar is a good actor, and a good actor is a good liar. And one and the same thing. But the acting is top notch. But the story, it's a walkthrough on what journalism and the news industry really is. How rough and ramshackle and cutthroat is the word. How cutthroat that industry is, and also how deceptive. Like, the point is, the only goal is to ensure the story, it goes viral. And it doesn't matter how it does. That's just, so we should very much be wary of observing what goes viral, because this is your enemy showing you, look here. Why would you do that? You wouldn't do that in a war with armies and horseback and cavalries. Like, if your army, if the enemy says, look here, you'd have to be a very stupid king to direct your cavalry to look there. That's crazy. I'm going to watch that movie soon. It was highly recommended to me. Yes, please do, Safa. Nightcrawler. I don't recommend movies. I mean, I do, but not for entertainment purposes. But the ones I do recommend, I recommend for a reason, and I will explain before I recommend them. But if anyone else has recommendations of relevant movies to the subject matter we cover, please do go ahead. Movies are very relevant because there seems to be just more fact, more to consider. I should say not more, but I said it easy. I mean, more simpler, in more simpler terms earlier, that movies just have more fact. But before that fact is realized, it's got to be viewed through a certain lens. And the reverse is the same for when we receive fiction in the real world. It has to be viewed with a certain lens to decipher what is actually being told here, because there are layers that are being told right down to the point of receiving the psychology beyond humanity, beyond even this realm. Like if it's psychological operations being cast upon the masses, it has to be, by definition, a spiritual war being waged upon the minds receiving the footage through our dark mirror devices. Miguel Angel Mejia, I will give you a mod just to protect you from Nightbot. In order to say sorry, you need to know the definition and implication of the word, otherwise it is mean exactly and defeats the purpose. Yes. Sorry in many instances is just many people's way of saying, all right, let's move on from this. But the apology, there isn't a sincerity. You can feel that there isn't. It's just simply, all right, let's move on. And then, you wonder, but hey, you're doing this again. And it's all right. It's continuous. It's almost like the revolution we were speaking of earlier. It's just revolutions. You're going through the same thing again and again and again. And the landscape is changing, the environment is changing, and it's not you that's changing it, it's the person who is continuously apologizing without any sincerity. So, sorry and an apology should be used very appropriately. Sometimes words are used where, to the extent where they become meaningless. Like they are literally, when someone says, don't wear it out, when it comes to using someone's name, it's like, don't wear it out. Yeah, words can be worn out. And again, that may be the word racism comes to mind, like it's used so often to the point where if everyone's shouting racist, it's going to be the boy that cried wolf. And when we do encounter real racism, it's just so easy to dismiss. I personally don't, I was going to say, I don't think look, I'll say it this way. The current definition of racism, there is no such thing. It's terminology for an unnatural phenomena or an unnatural state of play, because it is a play. It's an unnatural state of play where these behaviors are going to be, you can predict those behaviors, because you can put the same species of ants or the same you can put two ant colonies together, and they, one's a different type of that, and they will be at war. But I give enough credit to humanity, and I have enough faith in humanity that they, even with all the bombardment of race division agendas occurring, look how much they have to push people to create that racial war. And so still humanity still doesn't succumb. So in that sense, we are superior to, just in that sense, superior to insects, animals, and where we, it's something inside us is clearly telling us that, it's bad to subject another to this type of pain based on just skin color. So in that sense, I don't think this R word actually exists in their definition, but it's lost its meaning anyway. And maybe that's the agenda, that when it does actually occur through our definitions of the term, and we know who the originators of this R word are, then we won't see it and we won't recognize it. And by that time, it's too late, when it's actually been subjected on you. And Billy, most certainly, we are all, if we are to say there is racial suffering going on, then I would say, you know what, we're suffering it together, en masse, from those people up top, because they have categorized us and otherized us to the point of the value of animals in a farmyard. Like, forget skin color. In the eyes of the architects, we're a different species, subspecies below even animals. Like, animals have more functionality and use than us. So yes, there is certainly the R going on, the racism, but not when it comes to each other. I have faith in humanity. I'm in awe of just how much humanity doesn't relent to this psychological manipulation to foster states of war amongst people that well and truly have no beef with each other. We don't. The beef we have with each other is synthetic, and it has to be planted in our psyche for it to play out. And those people playing it out are one of two things: they're stupid, or they're part of the system, i.e., agents. Where are we? This is never ending, but it's still very engaging. And so you guys must thank yourselves. Yeah, so Safa, yeah, very good, very appropriate, succinct commentary from you. Miguel Angel Mejia, LOL. Just checking, you never know these days. Very true. It is always good to double check 101 how AI laughs. Operation Red Mist. I should check that. I will check that, Rob, because someone mentioned an operation the other day, and I've never heard of it. But I mean, I wasn't shocked of the operation, but it was just, it was a comment. I was in person speaking with someone about. Actually, I'll be honest, they were a new ager. They were hooking up to entities, but in their minds, they were using it for healing people. They were connecting with the Akashic records, but they were definitely, yeah, they were practicing New Age, which is nothing to do with. In fact, it's a bastardization of the old ancient traditions of occultism. New Age is New Age. It's Blavatsky. It's importations and bastardizations of Eastern traditions through these double agents like Blavatsky and Henry Steele Olcott, and even Max Muller, who imported it to Germany to give the Nazis their fake Thule Society comic book type. I mean, they had to give the mustachioed boogeyman his back history to make him seem more exotic and interesting. So they gave him the Thule Society kind of backstory to make it seem as though he was involved in. No, what occurred is that Max Muller, the agent, transferred all the knowledge through infiltrating Indian culture, and through working with agents like Olcott and Blavatsky, imported it to the theatre in Germany, and it was theatre. Most certainly. I mean, I can pin. Yeah, okay, I've actually got a screenshot of a theater in Gaza, right in the central hub of where there is actually a theater there. Just like there was a prominent theatrical high society in Germany at the time of the mustachioed boogeyman. So yeah, New Age. Anyway, this person I was speaking with a few days ago, they were heavily in the New Age, and they mentioned, surprised because it's a New Ager mentioning an intel operation, and I thought they're making it up, but when I had a look, they're quite correct. So credit to them. Yeah, there are plenty of these projects, these intel agencies have plunged onto society, on Western society especially. Operation Red Mist, I will definitely look this up, Lucidity. Humans are so cruel to each other. Lord of the Rings is awesome. It is. Humans are so cruel to each other. I would say humans aren't designed to be. Humans are just, ideally, they're purely all, they come from a loving source. They are full of love and re- receptive of nothing but love when they arrive here. They cannot, their main sustenance is love, or notions and feelings of love. They love warmth, they need cuddles, they need hugs, they need kisses. I don't think humans are cruel to each other by nature. I think it's the corruption of human nature that is cruel. The question is, how is that corruption, how is that spanner thrown in the works? I'd say the mechanics responsible for that spanner are the cruel ones. And again, maybe, in fact, I say that it's not that they're cruel. I'm not throwing shade at them. If that's their nature, that's their nature. But then we've got to consider that they may not be human. And you can only do what your instincts are geared for. Like a lion will always be a lion. An alligator will always be an alligator, and a parasite will always be a parasite, and a demon will always be a demon. It's all creation, and it's all fun, and it's all a game, and it's all a test, as the cliche is, or as cliche clearly suggests. True, unfortunately, sometimes they can be their own worst enemy, Miguel. Return of the King, yes, Return of the King, Two Towers, and the Fellowship of the Ring, the Fellowship of Saturn. I mean, then we just look at Sauron. I mean, how blatant is that? I mean, Mordor sounds like murder. I mean, it's all so relative to our reality. Power of the Rings was good too. Is that the Amazon version? It received a whole load of flack, didn't it? But if it wasn't, please do correct me, Cosmic. Power of the Rings. It seems like the big movies copy the Bible a lot. Most certainly, they do insert a lot of theological themes. Most certainly, whether it be Harry Potter, the Bible, you're right. It is more the Bible. It is much more the Bible. I mean, there are themes obviously based on other religions, but the Bible is understandably so. Tolkien, like I say, was a staunch Christian, very interesting character in his own right. He was a linguist, a master linguist, a genius, I would say. So naturally, yeah, the Lord of the Rings, even the Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe, very much filled with biblical themes. But who was what's his name? Not it was this, they were even in contact with each other. Oh man, Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe. Oh, serious, my memory. I mean, I'm just gonna give myself a break by saying it's late night. C.S. Lewis. C.S. Lewis. Now that's a altogether different. The name Lewis is interesting, very interesting, because The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe. Uh, oh, obviously it's fantasy fiction, but it's just the name Lewis. If you just kind of focus on the name Lewis, I think there were definitely Christian biblical themes in the movie and in the. I don't think they ever made a movie. I think it would be too difficult to make. They made a few cartoons, but the books, um, yeah, the books most certainly had biblical themes running through it. And the lion, Aslan, the lion is also a very central theme, even in the Abrahamic, the Lion of Judah. It seems to be it's a very prominent symbol in the Bible, but also in Judaism, and also British royalty. Twin Towers, yes, the Twin Towers, just right down to the release of the movie as well. The first movie, I think the first or second movie, was the date was very symbolic, but I think it was 2 weeks before or 2 weeks after. Even, I mean, I've got I've got the research on that, but even down to where it was first premiered was symbolic. Yep, the famous pillars. These types of movies do take from religious scripts. Miguel 100. Apparently, there is a connection between Islam and the potato famine. Really? Oh, that's very interesting. Something about the Turks helping. See, I wouldn't even. I think, and I'm not picking out here, but I think using the nation, I think using terms of nationality, I think is kind of a very big ploy. When we say Turks, it just means that we just turn our attention to Turks. But we know that nationalities, that I could, I'll say it this way, I could go to Spain, and I'm a Spanish national, and I could cause the most chaos there, and I will then be labeled in history as a Spaniard through citizenship. But who am I really? I think the same with Turks. Like, there are people that assume the citizenship just for citizen purposes, or and or for very different reasons than just the passport. Free YouTube. Yeah, YouTube was never in bondage, or never. Yeah, it was. YouTube is the. In fact, not just the occupying force. YouTube is headquartered in the occupying force. But yeah, I get the wit suffer. I rate the Irish people. Yeah, Irish people are great. They really are. Had a great conversation the other day at length with an Irish guy, and he was telling me his mother or his grandmother lived till 109, and she was the oldest in the third oldest individual in that county ever, or something like this. But in all of that, in all of her years, to the point where she even had to, the one thing about living that long, is that there's a high probability that your children will you'll have to witness your children dying. But I think there's something very, very spiritually fulfilling, because that grieving process, many people don't go through that. I mean, if you can overcome that kind of sadness is good, because tears are good, aren't they? As long as they're tears of uh, joy, tears of real pain based on love, not loss, but just love. I think crying at funerals based on loss is very selfish, but just tears of even concern that maybe, that concern, it's still from love, that hoping that the person has gone to a better place. But so yeah, living long may be a good thing, but it also has its own trials and tribulations. But yeah, Irish people, wonderful folk. I always do endear myself and look up to people with good fight, and I don't know, it's just my track throughout life has been to lean towards people who have suffered, not just people in their respective demographics, like not all Irish people, but just people who have a background of having been scratched. People have to fall. People that have had a broken leg or a broken arm. I mean, men especially. If your skin is smooth like a baby, and I'm feeling that in a handshake, it's not doing it for me. I don't want to feel like I'm shaking a woman's hand. And if you haven't got a scratch on your face, and then it's just weird. All right, children, yeah, fair enough. Children should be uh, like scratch free. I don't want to see bruises and bumps on children. But as a man, beyond, let's say, 25, 26, come on, man, at least a scratch, at least something. You say, hey, you know what? I broke my wrist the other day. It means you're sleeping on what's that? Comfort foam NASA created sponge form kind of mattresses, silver spoon kind of stuff, where you've not had a worry in the world because your parents have got, everything's been handed down. I can't relate with these types. I can't. I just can't. Miguel, no, I was responding to something else. Hollow Earth theory. I see the Hollow Earth theory. Ugh. So when did the black people come over here? Come over where? Come over where? As in come over to a certain country, or the black? No, the black people did not come from underground. What do you mean underground? Hollow Earth theory? No, 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 no. The fact is, if it's a theory and you're calling it a theory, maybe that's a clue. The black people did not come from underground. I can assure you this. Yes, Irish definitely are a great people and land of saints and scholars. Unfortunately, they're still being attacked to this day from within the treacherous government shipping. Yeah, it's sad. I mean, you've got this beast as this joke of a Tish, if I'm pronouncing it, they say Taoiseach, their version of Prime Minister. I mean, it's a joke, isn't it? We've not got much better here. I think the whole of the UK. I don't know who it is in Wales. Yeah, these guys are having a joke with our leadership. I mean, they're not leaders. They're just planted there for purposes of forming our notions of what a leader is. Like the guys who are gonna watch this afterwards, they got a hell of a lot to get through in terms of content. But you guys, remember, you guys are making this commentary, you guys are making this stream, because I'm just responding, and I think this is look, I did say making videos and creating videos it's more like art. it's so satisfying having created a video. The lengthier the better. And it's like a piece of art, but that's all it is. This is where it's becomes much more beneficial, much quicker. Like imagine imagine making a video done in 3 hours, and this is not just 3 hours. We've had a stream before this where we were disconnected, and that was about, this is 5.5 hours. If I was to spend a video doing this, by the end of it, I would have a walking stick. I would have a walking stick, and I would probably be 109 with grandchildren, great-grandchildren too. In fact, I don't think I would have many close people around me if I'm spending that much time creating one video. That was funny and sad. I've been there too, brother. I don't like thoughts anymore. Safa Amari, I quit eating sugar last year. Good on you. Good on you. Although I wouldn't say give up sugar totally. But yeah, refined sugar, white sugar especially, it's... I'm not saying it. These aren't conspiracies, but it is... If you just type in white sugar drug, it is near enough being classified as a drug. I would say it's more destructive, at least in scope of damage. It's more destructive than even cocaine and heroin, because it's socially acceptable the world over. Yeah, but yeah, good on you. If it's white sugar, especially the the refined, I can only think of one type of sugar that is worse than actual refined sugar, and that's genetically modified high fructose corn syrup. Now that I wouldn't even call a drug. It's straight up poison. And much of the white sugar nowadays anyway isn't from cane sugar. It's from genetically modified beet. It's just cheap and nasty sugar, which is bad enough anyway. But that high fructose stuff, man, that's just, I mean, anyone on that might as well just start preparing for a diabetes diagnosis. It only serves the medical system to be on sugar. It's the gateway. If ever there's a gateway drug, it's sugar, refined sugar. But I will get to keep my teeth, though. Yes, good on you. But hey, man, sugar. These people have been telling us from the very start, sugar's bad, salt is bad, saturated fats are bad. I think it's just best to flip it, because they're not telling us which type of salt, saturated fat, and sugar is bad. They're just telling us to stay away from the very things the story or humanity has always been consuming without any ill effects. And all of a sudden, in this last phase of the human story, these things all of a sudden turn bad, and the people in white jackets are suddenly the authority of health, when they don't even claim to heal, they treat. Russians hanging with bears is nuts. Yeah, you can YouTube it. I'm sure it's there. Literally, they have tamed bears like cats. You've seen it with even like some of these Dagestani MMA fighters. Like, they're literally, there's no beating that. If your sparring partner or grappling partner or wrestling partner is a bloody grizzly, how'd you beat that? That's your training from 5, 6 years old? You want to get into the ring with that, with someone that has been grappling with a bear from the age of 5? Miguel Angel Mejia, likewise, sugar is literally poison. Hello, we want our teeth. Yay, we all want our teeth. Yes, teeth good. You're funny, teeth good. Well, why haven't you got a... All right, you'll soon have a span, I'm sure, when I scroll down. I have a great clip of a Russian dude with a giant grizzly bear doing MMA. Safa Amari, she has a channel as well. Some great little clips there, guys. She does upload a lot of short clips. It's a personal channel, so it's more of a how do I say it? It's more of you get to feel like when you check videos on channels, you kind of find out about the person's character and what they're like in real life. Hopefully, that's what a channel should do. So, yeah, Safa Amari does upload a lot of clips, and she says she has a clip of Russian dude with a giant grizzly bear doing MMA. So, Miguel, have a look at Safa Amari's channel, and you won't have to search YouTube. Napoleon the movie. Yes, someone told me about this the other day. Revolution movie. Someone told me the other day. We can't even get into Napoleon, He had a great... Well, I don't know if it's an attributed quote to him. I'm sure it is. Pretty much sure it's been given to him in very recent history, but there's a palindrome that is attributed to him, and that's what makes me think that it's fake in the first place. But there's a palindrome. I don't know if it's attributed to him actually, but it has to be, because it's as though he's quoting it, and it's ear, as in ear, E-R-E, short for here. Here I was, sorry, it goes like this, able... Oh no, see, now you guys made me... But basically, it reads, able was I, ere I saw Elba, something like this. And Elba was where he was exiled to. But reading it forwards and backwards, it reads the same. Now, come on, Napoleon... This is why I say it was given to him, or scripted, post his life. I mean, honestly, I haven't even looked into whether he actually existed. I don't know. I'm not versed enough in his story to know whether he existed. I would question it for sure, but maybe it was based on a person who did really exist, and then these were just the historical personages for purposes of the grand storyline that they gave us in the name of naming him Napoleon Bonaparte. I've seen that Safa Amari, it's crazy. Movie looks crap, to be honest. Yeah, man, I mean, you know what it is with movies? When they release movies, just know that a few months down the line, there will be a show coming to a theater near you in real life. It's preparation. Before these, or interspersed between these few recent wars, supposed wars, we had, what's the other one we had? Oppenheimer, didn't we? Reminding us of how dangerous worldwide destruction is. That in the hands of one man or a few people, we could end the world here. So beware, guys. Nuclear warfare is not good. It's a threat which we must remind you through an epic blockbuster movie. It's all for your entertainment. It's all for your popcorn indulgences. sit with your wife and your family and watch a movie about nuclear warfare destroying the whole of These people are sick, aren't they? And then a few months later, it's real life war, yay, free, free Palestine, viva la Ukraine. Russians are bad. Oh, really, proper crazy cosmic light. Cosmic light, don't worry about that. It happens. Stan Lee, that's him. That's him. Got a very good clip of Stan Lee revealing some. I don't know if it's. No, it's not on purpose. It's inadvertently, because it's an old clip. Inadvertently revealing a few major truths about the about how the characters we have loved actually have their careers carved, including the day they quote unquote die. So even the deaths of these people has to be questioned. And that's according to Stan Lee, the greatest, in fact, the grandfather of comic books. Stan Lee was also very much involved in politics, particularly civil rights, as I mentioned earlier. I'm going to clock off soon. Crazy late here in the UK. Hey, what time is it, Suffer? Yeah, it's not too... Well, it is crazy late. But maximum another half hour, and then it'll be very apt to clock off at the witching hour, eh? At 3:30. But yeah, probably half an hour, and then we're done to Suffer. Good. If you are clocking off, you say soon. If you are clocking off, have a lovely night. Great end to the weekend, and I'm sure we'll speak sooner rather than later, Suffer. Very good night. But until I see your disappearance, I'm going to assume you're still here with us. Miguel, I'm going to refer to you as Miguel because obviously you remind me of a few golfers and tennis players. They had really long names. I remember Jose Maria Olazabal, and yeah, it's just very exotic sounding, lengthy names. Some Spanish names are very double-barreled, triple-barreled. But yeah, if you don't mind, I'll call you Miguel or Angel, Mejia, any of Miguel, obviously, let's keep it first name terms. I'm still not sure why I don't see a spanner on your name. It just tells me how far I am up the comments. I see, sounds nice where you are. Inherent Vice is about Phoenix. That name Phoenix is sticking out here. That Phoenix thing is a trigger. It's very meaningful, that Phoenix thing. Inherent Vice is about Phoenix as a private investigator. So what there is a person called Phoenix as a private investigator in a movie you're speaking about, I take it. Sounds like a thriller movie. Okay, which movie are you guys speaking about? Let's see. Have you seen Inherent Vice? Okay, so they've named the private investigator Phoenix. Very interesting, because that would... It's just off the bat there. Indicative of more embeds, at least with the usage of nouns. They're telling you something, like even in Lord of the Ring, there's a lot of mention of Phoenix. Even like Arizona, I think the state capital of Arizona is Phoenix, isn't it? Yes, it is. And Arizona, is derived from the word horizon, Arizona. It's almost sounds Spanish. I know the channel from watching conspiracy channels. Your channel was recommended in the comment section. I can't remember where. Thanks for the live. You're most welcome, Miguel. Most welcome. Very much Very welcome, I should say. Do not take the Lord's name in vain. The second commandment. Welcome to the Mod Gang, Miguel. Mod Gang, hell yeah, this is cool. Thanks. Most welcome anytime soon. I've heard Operation Ma. New Age is astrology. Yeah, it is astrology, but it's a reading of astrology to hook people up into something that they're not familiar with. It's a different circuit. It's a corrupted circuit. I would say they use components of astrology. Definitely, astrology plays a very big theme in New Age. But it's important to remember that the circuit they set up for the unwitting practitioners of New Age, that they are being duped and roped into something that is very different to what's being claimed. Okay, that's me done. Good night, CoNE and chat. See you all very soon. Very good night, Safa. Very, very good night. Have a restful sleep, and I'll speak to you with you soon. C.S. Lewis wrote The Lion and Witch and the Wardrobe. There we go. Got it in the end. Yeah, they did make a movie. I haven't seen it yet. There's no lions in England, though. So weird. Exactly. That's when you know that the royals here are serving the same same tribe, like the tribe of Judah. Like when did great? I mean, I have a video on this, so it's there. It's I don't know what it's called, but it's basically, I mean, everything, every royal custom, tradition, and ritual, including the coronation, is based on how do I say it? That tribe's traditions, rituals, and customs too. If anything, it symbolizes the level of infiltration, which happened a very long time ago. There's no lions in England. So weird. Yes, pain makes the best art. I would think so. Yes, a lot of art is from is an expression of emotion. I think the best art comes from the expression of that emotion. Eh, most certainly. Not just painful emotion, but emotion in general. Jaggery is a health. Yes, great shout, Cosmic Light. Jaggery is a health sugar, natural, of course, not to be overused. Great shout. It has its unrefined nature in unrefined nature intact, and it's actually mineral rich. So it's halfway house between molasses and brown sugar. But yeah, it's caramelly, and it's if you like the taste, you like the taste. Personally, I can stomach it much more than molasses. But yeah, as an alternative to white sugar and brown sugar, top notch. I still eat sugar, but it's in fruits only. I don't even eat bread anymore. Miguel, if you enjoy bread and you're missing bread, I wouldn't want you to miss out on bread. Every culture has had bread. It's the staff of life, they call it. I wouldn't want to be without bread. It's not a problem with bread, it's how it's produced. We spoke about fermentation and alcohol on the earlier stream. Sorry, I just burped there a bit. I was speaking about alcohol and fermentation and bread, and I burped there. Blame the bubbles, eh? But yeah, it's bread. You don't have to give up bread totally. Not when humanity has survived on bread. This gluten-free stuff is a scourge, I think. It's an industry created on people being diagnosed with something that was never a problem before. It's not the bread that's a problem, it's the manufacturing and creating of that bread en masse in factories through chemicalization. It's also the genetically modified yeasts that are used and the strains. I mean, I wouldn't even want to hazard a guess as to which type of strains of yeast are being used and how they could um, how they could lost the word here. I lost the train of thought. Not the train of thought, but just how they could increase the susceptibility of fungal infestation in the body, i.e., candida. Some of these strains are genetically modified, and so they will have an effect on the body that maybe it's too much for it to handle and process, and by the time we know it, it's system takeover. And I would not want my system to be taken over by a fungus. I mean, if there's one fungus that infects insects, it's called cordyceps, and there was a series not so long ago called The Last of Us, which is based on. It's basically like Walking Dead, and an apocalyptic movie, but the the actual enemy in there is this cordyceps fungus, which strangely enough is a health supplement today, and it doesn't harm the physical body of humans when they ingest it because it's inert, but it's still a fungus. We still eat mushrooms, but those mushrooms are, in some cultures, mushrooms are and highly revered spiritual foods. But it's when there is an imbalance, because even friendly bacteria, I mean, there's still got to be some balance in the terrain. And when a fungus takes over the whole system, it's almost impossible to retrieve that situation. Literally. People that have suffered from candida albicans know how difficult it is to remove just a minor fungal infection. Like fasting is just standard there, just to starve the feeding of sugar to this strain. Now imagine if that strain is genetically modified and ramped up like to the at the rate that nature doesn't recognize. I would not want to suffer that type of system takeover. But yeah, bread, and yeah, you've got a great recommendation from mineral rich sugar, which will not harm you at all, except if you overdo it, as Cosmic Light states. But even then, I mean, jaggery, I can't ever overdo it on. The only thing I will say about jaggery is traditionally it's known to actually encourage, no, I wouldn't say encourage, is the wrong word, but overuse can um, give rise to worms, not parasites. Worms are parasites, but tapeworm, and that's because, again, it's overuse and it is sugar, but it's just there's that susceptibility with jaggery, as there is with any sugar. Any sugar will feed worms, but it's just precautionary. But hey, just simply have bitter foods, balance out the sweetness with something that buffers the sweetness, and as long as it's in balance, it's okay. We have another legend in the house, Dud Pistachio, who actually lives. I was thinking of you the other earlier in the day, Dud. Believe it or not. And at some point, we must meet up in real life. I know you've moved, but if it's still within the London vicinity, we have to hook up, my man. But yeah, we're live again, and it's great to see you at this late hour. We are intending to wrap up in about 15 minutes max, 3 o'clock. No time, um, no time kind of target, but we've been at it for about 4 hours and like 5, 6 hours even. And that's something we said we're not going to do. But hopefully this has been worthwhile. And it is Saturday, so it's this coffee, you know? It is this coffee. Blame the coffee, as the title suggests. But yes, big man, great to see you. Or is this the same live? No, we're live. We're live. I see. It is the same live continuation because I did a silly thing and accidentally pulled the plug on my own stream by either I put the phone in my pocket and close the app, or B, through my own stupor, I changed the tab, which you're not allowed to do while live streaming. So then it disconnected, and then on this Android, I just could not get back to the same page. So I thought, I just might as well just press end and start again. And here we are. So yes, it's the same live from earlier. It did end, but it wasn't YouTube. Fair, I'm tripping. Nah, you're good, my man. I've been tripping through this stream myself. But hey, Dad, here's a spanner to protect you from Nightbot. He's there, right? Look, just after your comment, he's there keeping an eye. Miguel is good, dude. Where I live in, you live in Guatemala. There's people with actually live in Guatemala. So YouTube is allowing. How did someone from Guatemala? I don't think I have known anyone on a live. Maybe I've just not been on enough live streams. And I have though. I have been on many live streams. Never known anyone to join from Brazil, Guatemala. Let me ask this, Miguel. Over the last 6 years, you've actually had a group that was. Let me see if you can guess which incident I'm speaking of. But there was a certain group that was removed from Guatemala by a village, and the locals took it upon themselves after lengthy village discussions to remove a certain cult. And they were a cult. They were a denomination of a mainstream religion, but they took it upon themselves to discuss that, hey, this thing isn't working for us. There is no integration. We seem to be at a loss, and i.e. we're losing through this hosting process. We just can't have you anymore. So this was in Guatemala. There are still clips available on YouTube to this day. So big up Guatemala, I suppose. For some strange reason, it didn't make mainstream news. I wonder why. Miguel, my family are from Guyana, Suriname. Okay, interesting. See, this is what I want, where we learn about each other's background. Guyana, Suriname, not neighbors. Hey, Guyana, Suriname. So Guatemala is South America. Maybe I'm tripping. But Guyana, Suriname, they're off South America. They're islands off South America. They must be, yeah? Not neighbors, but close. Guyana is in East. Okay, so yeah, I get it. But are there islands, Guyana, Suriname? I know from my very rough memory, it is, correct me if I'm wrong again, please, but very coastal South America. Or am I thinking Guatemala? I know one of them is very coastal, like literally on the coast of the sea. It's good that you guys are kind of familiarizing yourselves with each other. And Miguel, you've added a lot to this conversation on this stream just by being from Guatemala. I should actually be honored that someone from South America is the first time I've seen. And there I was complaining about YouTube putting us in sectors where we can't get to know each other. But it wants me to get to know people from Guatemala. So once again, YouTube, please, I do thank you If you don't mind, I'll clip this praise, and I hope it does go viral. Like, it's not a clever ploy to make my content go viral, but send, if you can send this YouTube praise that I'm giving you viral, then at least you know that I acknowledge you as my cyber realm superior master. You own me, and I am your slave in cyber realm, the way you want it. Yeah, basically, I've been too harsh on YouTube over the years, accusing them of putting me in dark, dingy sectors where I'm only allowed to butt heads with people they want me to butt heads with. But it's not the case. And Miguel is the proof. I find it hard to be creative when I'm not. Yeah, you definitely need that creativity, don't you? When you're not feeling positive. Yeah, yeah. So Dud Pistachio, he also has a channel. I'm sure he still has his content up there. It's more music related, if I if I recall correctly. Dud, am I right? And yeah, Dud makes his own video. Sorry, music. And he is a musician. He's definitely the creative type. But he says he can't do it when he doesn't feel positive. I've never understood how musicians and artists do it. Ooh, now you're opening a can of worms there, aren't you? How and why musicians and artists do it. How are they creative without being positive, knowing what we know about the music industry I take it you're referring to mainstream musicians. If it's not, and it's, musicians, maybe if it is, if you are speaking about musicians that haven't hit the limelight yet and just regular musicians living amongst us on our level, then when you're not feeling, maybe they're expressing their sadness through that music and conveying, and their music being reflective of that sad state. I see what you mean. I see what kind of position you're stating as a musician. I find it hard to be creative when I'm not feeling positive. So and that creativity is the spark that you require. Interesting, Dud. Yeah. Yeah, and I wouldn't just want to say and like patronize you in terms of telling how you can feel positive, because clearly that's not your issue. It's just you can't do what you want to do or what comes naturally to you because of that natural state of sometimes just being a bit down in the dumps. Whereas, yeah, you're right. Like many musicians are down in the dumps, but they still churn out the same quality of music as though when they as when they're positive. It's a great question, Dud. I'm sure someone can relate and offer their take on it. I've never actually been back. Was born in England. England has the best accent of all tongues. Does it really? Does it? Oh, I would say the Americans definitely do have a thing for English accents. But then I don't know. We've been raised on American culture, and then we might have the same view. But how Americans view England, I mean, just the tourists, they are in awe. Not all, but when the tourist type, they're in awe of everything English. I don't know what it is. I don't know. I think there's a connection there anyway. Obviously, there's the connection. There's many connections between England and the US. And I think the way the US was created, it was always going to be in awe of England anyway. I mean, Americans, the English and the Irish, they all traveled from the UK to set the foundations of the US. It was always going to be the case, eh? I should say that uncorrupted accents kind of appeal more, don't they? It's the opposite when you encounter an accent that's like being murdered, you know? And someone did mention that my accent, I don't know where it's from because it doesn't reflect any part of England. I mean, I can put on the Queen's English, but this current way of speaking is not how. And when I say put on, I don't mean it as an act. I just like if I was speaking with someone from a different how can I say it's from a different. I don't want to use the word class, but let's just leave it at that in inverted commas, class. I would never want them to think they're better than me. So I would kind of pay more focus on my language, especially these people want their letters pronounced properly. So every letter would have to be punctuated and pronounced properly. Because these people end up, I promise you, but I mean, now is the time to use the word class because these people do end up looking down at you. You don't even have to do anything. The moment we speak, these upper class people, they do tend to just base their judgment of you on that. And it's not that you're looking to, then there's some things that we have to speak with these people about and for in order for the engagement to be successful, because that engagement, obviously you wouldn't be speaking with someone if there wasn't a need, whether it be financial. And so in order for that engagement to be beneficial for you, the last thing you want is for them to think less think of you as less versed in the method of communication, i.e. language. So it's just more loosely I'm speaking, but I don't much have an accent, even though majority of my life I've lived in London. When wheat is milled, I think this is going to be a great comment. I haven't read it yet, but I'm just about to. When wheat is milled, it oxidizes, so they bleach it white, 100%. They bleach grain, especially wheat. Just like sugar, wheat and corn is different. Now, yes, hybridization, it's not a heirloom grain anymore to when our ancestors lived on it, but gluten in bread is hard. Yes, it's hard. Yes. Gluten is hard, but it's the processing of that gluten that I find problematic. Definitely what you've said about wheat not being wheat. This is not the wheat that our ancestors knew. So that gluten is definitely going to be hard, most certainly. But it's how they've created a whole industry based on gluten sensitivity that was never once there. And the naming of the culprit is bread when it's not. It's how they produce it. And like wheat, if you have a look at products containing wheat, they're not even using the wheat that they used over the past 30, 40 years. It's now fortified wheat. It's not wheat anymore. It's, for some reason, I have my notions of why, what they are doing by fortifying it. Like, if you fortify something, you strengthen it. Just the word is crazy. Like this, they think they're strengthening something that has sustained humanity without any issues. But they're clever enough to fortify it for us, and it's all for our benefit. But what they're fortifying it with, just happens to help or assist magnetoaffection. It's like they are forming a synthetic biological matrix through a food substance that the world uses all over, and it's a matrix, a biological matrix created by people in these white coats in laboratories. It contains iron, niacin, and that's the four. So surely, there must be a reasoning why they are only fortifying wheat with that, with the with wait, what are they? What do you call them? What do you call iron? Iron is a mineral, isn't it? Yeah, with those minerals. But hey, we must trust because they have our best interests in mind. So yeah, wheat isn't even wheat anymore. The hybridized wheat we're using, bad enough. But now it's this bracketed stuff and calcifies the pineal gland. Yeah, most definitely that's part of it. Definitely part of it, A calcification of this pineal gland. There's a clip I have. I haven't uploaded it yet, but it's from the movie The Fifth Wave. It's where a parasite just actually leeches, and where it's leeching off is the pineal gland. I think everything currently is geared towards this parasitic leeching process. It's creating a body matrix, a biological matrix for the facilitation of such a hosting process, parasitical hosting process. That's one reason I say. I think it's probably the primary reason. There are some cool variations up north. Cool variations up north. You mean up north of England? If that's what you mean, I totally agree. Variations in every sense. I was thinking the same thing, Con. How do you get a viewer? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. How can I slate? This is YouTube actually gracing me with rarity here, like to the point where I must apologize. I'm asking for French, Spanish, Portuguese, and here they are giving me someone from Guatemala. I swear, in YouTube, on YouTube Analytics in the Creator Studio, one day I'll show you. Very soon I'll show you. Remind me in the upcoming streams to show you to show YouTube Studio, and I'll show you my demographics is very limited. I've mentioned Australia, Canada, US, UK, obviously, but here's someone from Guatemala. So you will be the main celebrity type, like a baby everyone is gooing and guying over, Miguel from Guyana. Sorry, Guatemala. You are our very own celebrity, because I don't think many people in England have. I've never seen it. Someone from Guatemala. I don't know how you got here, but big up the algorithms. I got here to Guatemala. Okay, let's see. Suriname is the old name for Guyana. I got you. Guyana is coastal, yes. See? Guatemala is more Central America. Okay. I got here to Guatemala City 5 years ago. I don't know about story you're speaking about. There's a lot of Catholics. Okay, so I'm sure you're gonna come over on future streams, and then I'm pretty sure you won't remind me. If not, I mean, if you can remind me, but I'm just sure that when you mention Guatemala, I'll be reminded of that clip. So I'll show you the clip. Quite interesting. Have you lived anywhere else? Dud asks. Guatemala is in Central America and has a coast on the Atlantic and the Pacific right under Mexico. Okay, thank you, Miguel. I used to live in California, Texas. Oh, you've been to all those US states. Oh, Florida, Oklahoma, and Mexico. All interesting areas of the world. California's interesting in its own right because of just the sheer craziness that goes on there. And it's left very much leftist leanings. Texas, the complete opposite. Florida too. There's two of my two of the few of my most favorite states, Texas and Florida, for obvious reasons. Oklahoma, I don't know so much about, and Mexico is Mexico. Miguel, that's cool. But yeah, you have been around, haven't you, Miguel? One day you might. Miguel, if ever you want to come on the panel, please do. Please do let me know, because in future, yeah, we'll be doing panels, and so like I'm sure even other guests can come on and poke a few questions. And like I say, you'll be the celebrity for the day, and you can please share everything South American, Guatemalan. Tell us about the culture there, because people will be very interested, I'm sure. We've kind of been dying for this, really. I have anyway. Oh yeah, Guatemala has an Islamic center and also lots of Jews. Yes, that's what I meant, which I did not expect at all. Many of these South American countries do. Like Islam is very big in Mexico. In fact, I think, yeah, Palestinians, there's a huge Palestinian demographic in Mexico. If not Mexico, it's another South American country. I am a Rolling Stone. You can't be a Rolling Stone as in the music Rolling Stone. You mean the proverbial Rolling Stone, yeah? CoNE, I see what you're saying about the creativity thing. You might be onto something. I don't really make any dark music, so it's a struggle. A lot of indie and industry music is very dark. Definitely industry music is, and indie as well. In fact, yourself, Dud, please, man, sometime pop through on a panel. We can talk about this. There must be many more people who are interested, who are musicians. But yeah, you guys are providing some great input for some great conversations to be had on future panels. Great mix. I enjoy observing. This is diversity that I can take. How are we supposed to live in the now when we know what's to come? Mass deaths, smart cities, digital currency, FEMA camps. It's hard to plan short or long term when shit is about to hit the fan. Yeah. How are we supposed to live in the now when we know what's to come? When we know what's to come. Mass deaths, smart cities, digital currency, FEMA camps. You say when we know what's meant to come, it's hard to plan. You say we know it's meant to come, but do we really know it's meant to come? And how powerful is that knowing in relation to its actual manifestation? I'm wondering how much of this. Seriously, I know it may sound crazy, but this whole CoRONA, it. I'm not saying all of it was trolling, because personally, in my own personal spaces and also with family, I have witnessed the effect of the JAB. So, but was it as extensive as we first considered through our stages of fear propagation? I mean, how much was it? How much of it actually was psychological operation based on just trolling to see our. I have my very own views on in terms of the top-down distribution of even saline, if I'm perfectly frank. Yeah, I'm just asking. Knowing what's to come is quite powerful. And for me to know that there are mass deaths, smart cities, digital currency, FEMA camps, I don't know if I want to know that's the case. It's hard to plan short term or long term. But maybe that's the goal. Maybe that's the goal. Where confusion reigns and we can't plan. And we can't plan based. It's chaos. That the chaos is related to the confusion, and Operation Chaos is a CIA project. And we know that it's done through. I mean, FEMA camps. People have been talking about FEMA camps for a very long time. And I'm not saying I want them to appear, and I'm not saying that they won't appear, but knowing they will is quite powerful. Because knowing leads to a state of being. And so then I ask myself and ourselves, are we the vehicles being used to, because they would love these things. Of course, they would have them today if they could. But are we the vehicles being used to usher in this manifestation through the planting of these knowings, through the imagery we receive and through the fear programs in general that we receive? I don't really know. I do know that this last 3 years was a very strange and surreal state of affairs that hasn't quite manifested to the extent that we were ranting and raving about. I'll just say it as that. And very, very few people consider the possibility and the high probability of top-down saline distribution. I think there was a targeting process. I also think that it was calculated based on the statistics that they had and data that they had gathered since the internet was created, and we had given them enough feedback to know who is who and which demographic to target. And so this top-down structure was simply like, if we are talking about a one world system, we have to consider it like just one factory, and that these things were distributed in batches. Who received what? Which batch? Which demographic received saline? Which people are not even considering the possibility of saline, and which demographic received the real deal? Like I say, I'm not discounting anything, because in my family, someone has suffered from, but not everyone has suffered. There are people I know. I promise you, 3 months ago, I met someone who says they are feeling a bit under the weather. That's what they said. They're feeling under the weather. And I said, and we got into the conversation, because if someone tells me they're under the weather, I'm going to ask them why, because that's my thing. Just maybe a recommendation of some ginger tea, peppermint tea, and it's all it takes to nudge someone into doing something about it. But then immediately before I could even ask, they said they had their seventh jab. I don't even know if you can have that many jabs. And they're telling me that they didn't feel anything before until this seventh one. So I think it's now impossible to know how this thing has been dispersed, who receives which batch from which. It's just almost like a piss up in a brewery here. Sorry, mind the language. It's chaos in that sense to read, but it's just easier to have this bite-sized, easily digestible narrative that we're all facing doom and gloom, and that only serves them. That's how I can put it that way and just leave it at that. But the consideration of saline as a tool for psychological operations, especially in the feedback department, it serves them a lot because it's diagnostics for them. They've run the test, they've run the program, and they've seen the reactions of everyone. I think if it is based on people believing what's to come, then predictive programming and revelation of the method, and I think all that ties in then, and that we are the vehicles that are being used to create the society we most dread. And it's actually, everything seems to take me back to this movie that I keep mentioning, Never Ending Story. I mean, just the Ouroboros type emblem on that book, it's the never ending story. This is based on revolution, reincarnation. This story never ends. But it takes me to the point, the central theme in the point where the boy just has to call out the name and he realizes how powerful this stuff really is. If only he believes and says it out loud. But what he utters when he speaks loudly and utters that name through the window is very telling, because that's when you realize it's quite a dark movie. I'm sure the original book was dark, but hey, great great poke, Orion. I'm happy to be here. I like the convo. It's interesting. Thank you very much, Miguel. That's the main thing, that it's interesting. I wouldn't be sat here. Here I was the other day, like bashing people for streaming 10, 12 hours a day, but I did make a what's the word? It's a disclaimer, but I did kind of balance the rant with saying as long as it's engaging, as long as people are taking something away from it, then it's all good. But yeah, this is a bit longer than expected. But it is Saturday, and it is Coffee with Cone and Co. You guys are the company, you make the channel. Now, this is diversity I can take. Cone, brilliant. Yeah, my man. It really is. Diversity is our word, man. We like diversity. We like a good mix-up. We've got to take these words back from these people. And they gave us diversity. Remember that first X Factor group that ended up winning? It was called Diversity, just at the time they were pushing their form of diversity. Also, thoughts are energy, focus with emotion on them, they can materialize. That's why certain ideas are used to make everyone think on it. We create our own reality. Totally, my man. Man, you are the sage of this channel, Cosmic Light. Seriously, you bring a lot of... Because even earlier, man, I was in rant mode, full-on rant mode. I wouldn't suggest anyone coming later to go back. But yeah, you brought that balance. So my appreciations there. And you are you are a warrior type, because I know in future you will get a lot of flack. Um, you've kind of poked me on it when I've prodded on Kabbalah and occultism, and I think someday, well, not even someday, but in due course, you'll figure what I really I don't see these things as satanic, and I don't even use that term often. There is obviously we have to distinguish between this new age, because people that are not versed in Eastern traditions, it's very easy for them to bash Eastern traditions based on what they're being told about the new age. Now, the new age is very nefarious. It's spiritually destructive. And I've had my own experience. I've never been in the new age, but I have seen... There's a story I will share soon when we speak about the new age that absolutely put... I'm not one to get... Horror is my genre, so fear in me, I kind of... I have a very healthy relationship with fear. But there aren't many occasions in life where I wouldn't say fearful, but boy, it did make me think, like, this new age stuff is something else. Yeah. So yeah, you're gonna get a lot of flack, but it will be interesting nonetheless. That's what tends to make good content. Orion, thank you. You're welcome, Orion. Miguel Angel says, faith is something I've struggled with my whole life. No, sorry, Orion, have you faith? Well, that's natural. That's expected, Orion. We all have. Faith dwindles, faith rises. But as long as we're seeking, yeah, our faith rises, dwindles every day. I think it's what we lose faith in, really. I wouldn't want to lose faith in people. I think that would be more detrimental than if I lose faith in my own self, in myself. I wouldn't want to lose faith, full stop. But I expect to, because we're all human. We're all fallible. We're all subjected to the most extreme forms of torturous weaponry, mentally as much as physically. So it is going to be tested, isn't it? But I'm sure you have it all on lock in the real world. Maybe yeah. Faith is something I've struck. I think we all have. I can say the same. I really can say the same. But then there are definitions of faith, like what I considered faith 15 years ago isn't what I deem faith now. I think if we can grasp it from from those that have monopolized faith, then faith becomes quite relative to us. Not relative to us, no, sorry, because faith is faith to us, but relative to the context and situations we're speaking in or under. Cosmic Light, very well said, and well said too, CoNE. Our thoughts do create our reality. Yeah, they do. Our thoughts are very powerful. And I think it's very important to ensure like information is information. That can always be processed, but the knowing part, I think it should be used with a sieve. It should be meticulous. What we ingest in terms of knowledge will form the core of us. We are, after all, human beings. We are being, and knowledge is a gnosis, or to know ourselves is a state of being. It has a direct effect on what we create, including who we attract into our lives, including our capacity to be kind and loving, because it's it's like you say, it's faith dwindles. It can be like misuse of faith. I should say is endemic. And again, if we can grasp it from the monopolies, people that have monopolized faith, we can reclaim and do with faith what we're naturally inclined to create. Even the shedding thing, yeah, it is, isn't it? It's all chaos that they're planting in heads. We had the same with where the magnets stick. I've got no issue with people arguing over healthy conversation and healthy observations. Like people were going through magnetoaffection. We can't argue that magnets weren't sticking, but it was divisive and it went viral. And I remember to this day how viral those and everything else was being suppressed, but you're now suddenly allowing, like, you could literally during that time you could, and it lasted forever. You could just typing in magnet. I mean, how many subjects related to magnets are there? You could talk physics till kingdom come. You could, I don't know how you could talk. The other day we discussed cymatics. You could bring cymatics into it. You could talk about all the sciences. You could talk about magnets sticking to, I don't know, cars. You could talk about ᴄᴏᴜ, but type in magnet on YouTube, and top of the list was magnets sticking to arms. So they decided to allow that to go to the top of the search queues, and it went viral. So that's what made me think, like, why this? These guys were being trolled, but just how, just to what extent we're being trolled is a different matter altogether. And I think we've underestimated just how much we've been trolled, but not trolling for trolling's sake, trolling for a continuous feedback loop for the next operation. And in that way, we are creating our own cage. They're not doing anything, because we are the source of the current. We are the ones being harvested, and we're also the output. Like, they're not, they can't have the blame for anything. They're using us against us. And it's all through manipulation and magic. Both types of magic, even with the K. Yeah, it's well never-ending story, totally. Even in our lifetimes, in our short lifetimes, it's a never-ending story. But the script they've given us, it's a linear script from A to B, in terms of the historical script especially, but it's a never-ending one from their end. Like, I think they are the intergalactic time travelers that they write about. That they are doing some kind of dimension hopping, time jumping shenanigans. I mean, they've given us time for our own use for segmenting on referencing points of the human journey. But then we clearly know they're not operating in that from that calendar, let alone that timeline. We know it's a construct. We know chronology is based on chronos. We know that these are representations of heavenly bodies. So what is it these guys are actually on? I think they're operating from a plane that is beyond the plane that we are in physically. And we're just being harvested physically, siphoned physically. One of my favorite films as a child. Yeah, Never-Ending Story, man. Great movie. I keep saying there's a great breakdown of it. I think it's from Odd TV. If anyone wants an occult breakdown of Never-Ending Story, fabulous breakdown by Odd TV. Have you seen The Dark Crystal? That movie has the craziest metaphor for adrenochrome harvesting apart from Monsters, Inc. Dark Crystal, I can't say I have. I do know that there's one great channel called The White Rabbit on YouTube. I don't know where it went, but luckily, I took a few videos and a few very, very relevant screenshots. Me and Dud actually met in the most curious and strange spots on YouTube. When we met, we weren't even speaking about any of this stuff. We actually met on a footballing channel, a channel for football. But hey, don't judge us, because it wasn't watching football. It was a character, a very funny character, who spoke about his beloved team but was exposing the skullduggery, which kind of touches on the skullduggery. I mean, he knew all about, what we talk about, but he melded it into his own concerns about his football club. He wasn't a fanatic like you see football fanatics now, but he was basically the end of his tether, that the sport is dead. So this channel was the condition that me and Dad actually first met, and then it was only later that we kind of started speaking on the channel, sharing comments. And it was funny because everyone else was not talking about mainstream football, but they were just getting along with the talk. And here we are in the chat. We were in the chat just talking all this quote unquote conspiracy stuff. And sometimes the guy who hosted the show would join in and mention. I mean, he did often mention a lot of the stuff we mention here. He was definitely in the know. I don't know why I mentioned this, but don't know why I mentioned that. Oh yes, so I'll mention that off the back of your comment, Orion, about the old Adreno. But yeah, so yeah, I mentioned it because yeah, I took a few screenshots of this, even this Adreno stuff, directly relating to our beloved sport of football. Like football is all about that stuff that you mentioned. Seriously, the game of football is nothing but Baal worship. It is a football. The ball is the ball. That's the basics of it. But even more than that, all this stuff here is rigged. Football is rigged, and there are enough sports now that have been exposed to be manipulated so hard that you are not watching natural sportsmen. For one, some of these people, I would say, are not even human. Seriously, they're human shells, but some of these people are not human. Secondly, the whole game is rigged by the numbers, um, and that ties in with the betting industries and foreknowledge. I mean, these guys are betting on results that they already know. I mean, right now, football is a joke. It is really a joke. If people, all this talk about VAR and it's causing controversy between checking replays and this and that, I mean, come on. Football was never this complicated. Sports was never this complicated. These referees aren't making mistakes. They're just managing the script and passing it off as human error, which is very clever because then this human error can then be replaced in society with more technological reliance. Yeah, I'll keep a note of that, Orion, the Dark Crystal. 11 viewers at this late hour is still okay, but I did say we're going to end, man. You guys are still keeping me engaged. So I'm going to try and get through them more quickly, but still answer every comment as best I can. All right, so you recommend it as the best movie ever. I'll keep a note. Labyrinth, David Bowie, another great movie. When I say great, I mean very, very telling. And sorry, yeah, I think that was where Tom Cruise was. Not Tom Cruise was in the Labyrinth, wasn't it? But yeah, that's basically the beast in there. It's just Pan. It's just Pan being deified. David Bowie, another strange character. Definitely an ardent student of Crowley. And who Crowley was is also up in question. Same puppeteer creator. We can tell who was born in the 80s totally. We can. Or at least around there. Yeah, even the 90s, man. 90s babies, they're cool as well. But 90s was a great era. It's strange, like how we neared the end of the the main era of our time, like the eon, I should say. How we neared the end. These were kind of the last decades leading up to this big shift, pre pre post Corona, eh? That we did enjoy the peak. Maybe that's at least something we can thank these sods for, that they let us experience the 80s, 90s, and very early 2000s before it all started to go very funny. The best era to be born in, the last generation to remember life without. Yeah, this is it. That's the nail on the head. This technology. I mean, I am so fortunate to have at least experienced a youth without technology. That I am very grateful for, because there's a comparative value to that. I have something to compare to. At least even when I am in my low points, at my low points, I can still hark back to a better day where life was simple. Whereas children now are just, they're born into this and it's all they know, and there is no comparison, and they don't have the integrity of family to even have the figures, i.e., grandparents, who can relay these tales. It's quite sad. So I think even now, we who have experienced that that phase, we have that responsibility. You know, there's going to come a time where we will be the grandparents. Maybe not in terms of actual grandparents. Some of us will, some of us won't. But we still have a responsibility to share with the upcoming generations our our take on life. Not to teach them. I wouldn't want to ever come across as have there to teach youngsters, but just, I don't know, engage with them in a way that they accept. Because sometimes, often, I should say, youth can be quite stubborn, hard-headed, and they're quite closed in terms of what they share with adults. Yeah, coming across as teaching may not be the best method, but just, hey, I would like to perform and fulfill my responsibilities to the people that need it the most, and that's this coming generation. Last generation auto spell. I'm sure I've asked you in the past, Con, but have you been following Beyond the Imaginary Curve? I haven't been following Way Beyond the Imaginary Curve, but I have heard of that channel. I'm pretty sure, yeah, that rings a big bell. But oh, no, I couldn't say I've been following. Dell is fantastic. There you go. You've got, and that name also rings a bell. Dell Beyond the Imaginary Curve. So you guys are, Dell woke you up to flat Earth. Okay. So Dud, you have someone there who is very aware of both channel and channel host. Monsters Inc. is a great example how they've realized they're more or less the verbiage in Monsters Inc. Telling us what fear is, and it's also in, I think it's ants, where the ants actually, there's a production line going on, and the kind of cruel boss is saying, look, we can't have these guys out of line, because if they do realize, then like it's game over for us. So these cartoons are quite revealing. They've scaring us isn't as efficient as entertaining us when it comes to harvesting. Great example of how they've realized scaring us isn't as efficient as entertaining us when it comes to harvesting. Totally. And harvesting again ties into that adrenal stuff. Yeah, Dell's new research is unique. I don't think anybody else is really covering. That's a good sign. If no one else is covering it and it is original, then it's great. And talking of originality, here comes Flat Fact again, everyone. I do recommend subbing to Flat Fact. Flat Fact, we are still live, you know. We are. Different um, different chat from, I think, when you first were here, but please don't make me feel uh, like as though I'm missing out on sleep, because if you say that you've slept and we're still here, that's going to make me think, whoa, that's a long time. So Flat Facts in Australia, yeah, for anyone that doesn't know, great channel, please do sub. And she has a video on time, and especially the first video is, we're just speaking about originality regards Dell and the imaginary curve, but that video about time is very, very original, highly recommended. So good to have you on board again, Flat Fact. We are meant to be tying up, but there are so many comments I can't keep up. I'm trying to go quick, and I will, from now I will go a bit quicker. It's so cool how people can be brought together in this way through just seeking the truth and sifting through all the disinfo agents. 100, that's a very necessary step, sifting through the clear red flagged disinfo agents, and we are drowning in them on YouTube, in social media. It's just best if you assume that everyone is a shill and then start the elimination process rather than put your faith in. Even myself, seriously, for a newcomer, I'd say, you know what? Consider me a shill until I prove otherwise, or until you realize otherwise, because we have been flooded. It is a takeover since 2016, 2014 actually. They even stated through their mainstream outlets that they're flooding the internet in general with contracted agent material for purposes of chaos and confusion. Yes, either way, we are kept in a lower vibration. Distracted, entertained is more effective because it's by free will. No oppression, no fight back, no awakening. 100. Low vibration, that's the end result of um, keeping us down. Sports are rigged, rituals really. Yes, this is it. There's that ritualistic element in there as well, when they're not just making money from the rigging process, they're ritualizing. And now political themes and spiritual themes are entering these sports, and these are just arenas for more energy harvesting and idolatry. Again, I'm not that religious type, but it is idolatry. These the word fan is short for fanatic, and some of these people that speak football are speaking as though they don't speak about their own loved ones like the way they speak about, and to the extent they speak about these sports people. But it is all rigged, and I say again, I don't even think some of these sports stars, especially when it comes to athletics, from what I've seen from a recent channel recommendation. I mean, I always already suspected it before then because I've seen enough, but some of these people are not human. Honestly, from what I've seen through imagery and videography, slowed down for our benefit, so we can view the the anomalies as they appear. These things cannot be human. There's the shells of humans, but these feats are are not human. And the appearance, and it's just not human for them to achieve that in this slow mo um, slow mode videos that I've seen. So let's go. Arcone, you're making me reminisce the good old days. Good, reminiscing is good. Now you're really speaking like a granddad. I don't want to feel like that granddad just yet, and I don't. But yeah, reminiscing it is great. One day we can reminisce in person, Dad, man. I know if you're still around the ends, because I did know you were. Hey, how's your like? You were going through a bit of, I wouldn't say stressful period, but every time you move places is stressful in it. You were just. I remember you were relocating somewhere, and so hopefully you're settled now, and like you're doing well, and that everything is peaceful. Because yes, moving isn't the easiest. Do you remember the NBA magnet? Yes, I do. Magnetized ball. Basketball is clearly magnets. Nothing but magnets. In fact, basketball was initially it was theater. It was the Harlem Globetrotters, um, which propelled basketball into this entertainment industry. And the Harlem Globetrotters. I mean, it was a long time ago that I even looked into it, and I saw some great exposés on them. Like, I don't know if they were using magnets, but most certainly these people they just need tall people to give the illusion that it's height that counts. But it's all magnets. And Darren Brown, has actually revealed that in his. It's all psychology anyway. It's manipulation of our psychology. But Darren Brown, the illusionist. Actually, no, it's not Darren Brown. It's David Blaine. David Blaine is more or less revealed magnets and these balls and these rims that are magnetized. That was a huge red pill. Yeah, it definitely was. Like that just knocked out the whole sport. But still, people people are hooked on the theatre. It's that sense of belonging, and it's that abdication of responsibility that these people won't enhance their own health or work on their own bodies. They'd rather just be in awe of specimens. And I say specimens because, again, these basketballers especially are not just tall; they are quite abnormally tall. And then we can get into like Nephilim and giants. And again, I'm not getting biblical. I'm not getting, yeah, I'm not getting biblical here. But I don't know, man. Some of these people just do not come across visually as human. All sports is purely entertainment, nothing more. Yeah, it's bread and circuses. Once betting is involved, all games are rigged. Yeah, man, these people that set up these arenas, they're not going to leave any of that to chance. There's just too much money involved and too much to gain financially. Even though they're rich beyond our dreams, they're not going to leave that. Like, that's currency of this grid. And if people work out the kind of like, it's easy to bet on, I think it's easy to bet, not that I advise betting, but it's easy to bet if, for me, it's easier to, I've never bet by the way, but it's easier to bet if you can, you know, spot patterns that are at least truly natural. Because then we can tap into that natural interface because we are natural beings. But if it's rigged, clearly, obviously, it's going to interrupt that process, and we don't know which way to hedge. So it's just best not to bet on these clearly rigged events. I was going to say unless, but I just say betting is is betting is, I think, a symptom of a sickness anyway. I think it is. I don't think there's anything intrinsically damaging about betting. Unless someone has actually insider knowledge, then yeah, you know what, make your buck, but it's dancing with the devil, and I wouldn't want to engage with any of his arenas full of trickery. It's just, I feel dirty doing so. Exactly, never they would leave billions down to chance and gambling. No way, never. No, including the lottery, including the national lottery, which seems to have its symbol as, you know, the 666 is in the national lottery, but it's also the double cross of the index and middle finger, which is historically and culturally known to be the double cross. It's that's the sign of the national lottery. They show us people that have won the lottery, but and for some reason they tell, you know, they give us these stories about how quickly people have lost that money in lotteries, and I think that's more programming to the point where it's subjecting the psyche to thinking we cannot handle our money, and that this is the state. We are not responsible for handling our money, and that maybe money, our money, is probably not maybe not the safest thing in our own hands. And then obviously you have the winners that don't spend it fully, and it just make. I think they subject us to the winners and losers of the lottery at various stages, but it's primarily people that they want us to envy because they've won the lottery and so can we. But the symbol of the national lottery is literally the double crossing of the fingers, which is you'd put your hand. It's quite an occult thing. You put your hand behind your fingers, and that way it absolves you from the falsities you speak. As long, yeah, it's even like almost like a mudra in Hinduism. Like there are meridians in that double cross that psychologically absolves you. It allows for the psyche to not, because lying is actually very traumatizing for a human in its whole form, mentally speaking. But this double cross thing and manipulating the meridians along the index and middle finger, supposedly it kind of negates the honeycombing of psychic degradation. It's in fact that double crossing is classified in occult circles as protective. So you can lie, but you can protect from the psychological damage of lying to people. Is what the national lottery symbol represents. David Blaine, is it magic or magnets? That's the one. Also, rituals and mind control. Remember who won? Rituals and mind control. Remember who won? 2001 Super Bowl. Yeah, the Super Bowl is one of the worst in terms of ritualism. I don't even watch American sports much. I don't really. I don't watch them at all. Do I like any American? No, I don't watch any American. It's not that I dislike American sports, but I think people just, in the same way Americans are only just taking up football or soccer as they like to call it, I think we just pay more interest to the respective sports in our own countries. But yeah, I do know the one thing. Rich Super Bowl is ritual season. I mean, I think even the mainstream normie numpty knows that these are rituals by now. He knows that this is not just sports. Have you seen the NFL ball and glove magnets too? Yes, this is the motor. Yeah, Tiger Woods and golf. I mean, there's no way if we actually think about the shots that these guys get in, the whole, forget just the hole in one. Like even the short, no one has this type. Even an eagle in human form could not do that. Come on, no. No, no, no. And there is Tiger Woods and his background and how he was promoted through Trans World Sports, and you just might as well put him in the same bracket as the Williams sisters and Lionel Messi and Rafa Nadal. These just figureheads that they've pedestaled as idols for the masses. But yeah, it's all of it is fake, including golf. Golf golf is from what golf has actually been completely, the whole sport is now owned, if I'm stating it correctly, by kind of the UAE, Middle East, not Middle Eastern, UAE, Dubai. They now run golf. Yes, the magnet gloves, magnet field goals in football. I definitely remember the magnetized golf ball now. Yes, now that you reminded me. Wow, no, haven't seen the NFL one though. NFL is National Football League, yeah? Yeah. Oh, right. I see. Okay, okay. Yeah, I've seen. You know what? I have a few channels that I'm subbed to. I don't know why I'm subbed to NFL exposure channels, but there are a few. When the next notification comes on, I'll kind of share it in the chat. I'll make a note of it. But yeah, some good NFL exposure ones. Magnetic gloves, and it's all fakery, man. You can see. I've always wondered why so much stop start. I don't even classify NFL as a sport anymore. It's like so much stop start. How? You're not getting tired with all this stop start. It can't be that much strategy. No, but you need that much time to choreograph, get everyone in the correct positions, and you also have to ensure the men wear bum tight lycra. That just seems to be a necessity. Like they have to wear lycra, don't they? Of course, because they've got to be streamlined. They've got to be quick, and having shaved armpits and shaved hair and lycra tights showing the perfect Batty, Alex Batty, Dud Pistachio. The crazy sport, man. And then the way they just nestle in each other's asses, like these are supposed to be warriors, and they're nestling in each other's asses, deciding which way the next chess move is. You're in lycra pants. Yeah, they need that time. They need that stop-start to choreograph the next theatre move. And in some phases of NFL, I've literally seen the person, the defense, just shying away from the tackle so obviously, just so we can make that touchdown. So yeah, I said an American term there, touchdown. So I feel weird even saying touchdown. You know, I grew up in the 70s, 80s. They were good times for sure. I'm a grandma. Lucidity. Sorry, I've called you my man before. You are a grandma. You are a grandma, yeah? Much respect. I have a grandmother on board. Not that your age matters much, but much respect for your senior years. Yeah, you deserve. You have a lot to share. We were just speaking about giving to the current generations, so you're a valuable asset to all of us. You're, and yeah, I'm not saying again. I'm not saying your age, because you could be a very young grandma. In fact, you could be the same age as me and a grandma. So it's not that. It's just that you have valuable life experiences of being a grandmother, which I don't. I'm not a grandfather equivalent. So much respect to you, Lucidity, and I'll stop saying my man as well, because you're not. Where your attention is where your consciousness is. Yeah, this, what is it? Where attention flows, something goes. Where attention goes, something flows. Something like that. That's why they try and distract, entertain, dumb down bread and circuses. Exactly. Playing sports though is, yes, playing sports is very good. I would say playing sports is good. I personally like to. I think even playing sports, I say very good. It is, but I think I think the best opponent is yourself. Like if we, it's okay having sides. I just think that the sides thing represents division in general, and just the engagement in the two sides at battle. I think it's just too representative of a split psyche. Whereas if we kind of expend physical energy and even physical labor and physical exercise towards comprehending our own personal limitations and our own personal weaknesses, personally, I find that more comprehensive in terms of benefit. If we want, we can battle against the forces of nature. We spoke earlier about people battling and wrestling with bears from the age of 4 and 5. You're not fighting against another side there. You're actually just training. Um, Sometimes I think these sports are designed, because if we look at footballers, and I'm sure it's the same with most, majority, I would say, athletes. I don't even term them athletes, mind you. I don't even term them athletes. They take part in athletic sports, but these are treated like machines and robots. But if we ever look at how these sportsmen or sports people age, especially after retirement and beyond a certain age, it's not in line with the rate of aging of normal people. Just look at the main footballers and the rate of age once they stop playing. And it's not, how it's passed off as is indulgence after the sport, because they don't know what to do, they've been institutionalized so much there, all they can do is stuff their face with food and sweet stuff. No, it's not just that. I think that sports is so unnatural in terms of the, because come on, like seriously, if we were living in traditional settings, there is no way, even for a whole lifetime, that we're going to expend that much vigorous, abrasive, rough treatment to our skeleton, our body, and last. Not even for a whole, like these people expend that much force out of their body and harshness onto their body that they've literally burned themselves, because all that generates internal heat. If we're to view it from an elementary perspective, it's internal heat being generated. They don't even generate that much heat in real war, and in real war, heat is generated through even our passions. But imagine a sport where the passion is fake, the setting is fake, and you're just robotically running because senselessly after an inflated piece of animal skin. There is no purpose beyond it. So I think these players are just rinsed out, like they have gone through 50 states of warfare in comparison to a warrior that may have only fought a few wars, but for the correct spiritual, psychological, mental, biological reasons. I just think that sports is an industry used to mold the minds of masses in more ways than one, because do you notice, guys and women who watch sports, do you notice how each injury is addressed? Like we're not told, we're not privy to what type of injury it is. We're not even sure whether it's an actual injury or an excuse just not to play the guy for a variety of reasons. But every time we're told of a player being injured, we're talking about multi-millionaires with the best facilities available for every alternative treatment under the sun. And you're telling me they go for surgery to cut bits out their body every time for the most minor injury. Oh, he's facing surgery. Oh, he's on the sidelines facing surgery. Oh, he's going to have this removed. Oh, he's going to have that removed. Do they really have it removed, or is this just another way of programming the masses to cut and shave bone from their bodies, subject themselves to the usual medical interventions? So these sportsmen are being used for more purposes than just like sponsorship endorsements. And then there comes that these sportsmen are basically corporate assets now. They're not athletes, they're corporate assets, and they're valuable corporate assets. Because remember, back in the day, footballers and sportsmen in general, they weren't clean cut. There was I remember Spanish golfers who were receding and bold. We had footballers with comb overs. Now everyone is just clean cut, shaved eyebrows. Mo Salah suddenly has a whole head of hair after Chelsea when his clearly had. I don't think Mo Salah's hair is even real. It's a wig. But hey, if it's that much of an asset, he's got to look good. He's got to look good because we want to reach out to every demographic, including the female demographic, which is kind of a hard reach and a hard sell. So we've got to have these pristine looking sportsmen who appeal to various, like I see it as like, there are these charts, and then obviously charts is not just XY charts. There are various types of charts, and some charts look like spider webs, and on the periphery of the chart you have the kind of, let's say, the skill or something, the skill, or let's say the X is around the periphery of the chart and the Y is the actual coloring of the chart. And then what you want is for a full coverage of that wheel looking chart to reach along the periphery to know how much reach that particular sportsman has. And that's looking at it from an economic corporate perspective. They want maximum reach for that. And the higher the asset, the more important the asset, and Mo Salah appeals to is very important because it just so happens that his rise coincides with the rise of the Arabs being interested, or just for the before when I was growing up, Arabs, they knew nothing of football. They still don't, but they never showed any interest in any sport, let alone football. But Mo Salah's rise seems to coincide, and they'll tell us that their interest lay in the fact that Mo Salah is rising. But I think it's the other way around. I think these assets are created to harness interest in people who previously never had any interest in football. But when he was at Chelsea, his hair was actually balding and receding. That hair is not real. It's not real, and it's now common knowledge that many of these footballers they look ridiculous. We must have a show just on football alone, sports as well. But some of these footballers look absolutely ridiculous, and by intention too, because this cannot be the epitome of masculinity for people to follow. It's mad. Hair transplants for men, eh? There's videos of the tech. Have I missed anything? Playing sport. Okay, so all that is off the back of Miguel's comment. Playing sports is good, though. In a way, I would agree, but up to a level. Videos of the tech in English footballs and how they are suspended. Really, there's videos of it. They're all fake and gay. The NFL one is football. English football, yeah. I've always wanted to see footage of that, Dud, because I know it's fake, but actual footage. Please, again, do share if you have links. That is, of if you have links that can be, because obviously some links you can't share here. But if you, once we set up the Telegram channel, next few days, just share everything in there, because I'd like to personally see that footage of English football caught in the act, rigging it with technology. Some of these shots from far out, long range shots, they're not even the same long range shots that I've seen before. I don't know how long they've been rigging it, but they blame the ball making it easier. You see how they have every excuse, but it's convenience. The ball is making it easier. You know, the ball is designed to swerve easier than it once was. Then they show us how Ronaldo kind of places his kick at the almost in an upright manner, or just where he's about to strike it, so it has the correct trajectory. But no, man, everything except for telling me this ball is tagged. This ball is tagged. One thing I did notice as well, especially basketball, which was quite revealing, from what I gather, and the Americans can maybe correct me, is the ball. And I've looked into this. In fact, I have a file. I keep saying I have file. I promise you, I have just one on basketball alone, because I had a very silly, not a debate. It was meant to be a debate, but this guy actually poked fun in my early days when I said that basketball was fake and magnets. And this is the person that I was actually calling out today, earlier. I had to call him out because these people do not. They're still watching the channel. There are many people that have watched this channel but they're not appearing here, and it's for good reason, because they've actually been very offensive through their ignorance, and they've trolled rather than actually had decent conversation. So I would like to now have that conversation with him again. But what I saw in that basketball thing was, what was I going to say? I was going to say something in there. Oh, right. Okay. So yeah, in the research that I have, there is, am I correct? There is only one basketball manufacturer. Only Spalding make basketballs. I do know Spalding was very influential in creating the original basketball that was used for decades. Spalding has a monopoly on the basketball usage, but also before in football, in the days gone by, I think I'm correct in saying that footballs were kept by the crowds. If you know, if footballs go over outside the stadium, or anyone can keep them. It's not the case in basketball. No one is ever allowed to a member of the public. And I don't even think there members of the public are even in the audience. I doubt that even with football now. I know people go to football, but in football, there's obviously more people in the stadiums. But I think where it matters most is not where the real fans are placed. And the real fans, these aren't real fans now in our football stadiums here in UK, not in the big teams. These are all just foreign tourists that are attending these things. It's for one, it's too costly to attend these games. So they're clearly catered for tourists, and it's the tourists that provide. Like Tottenham's new stadium is solely catered for the tourist experience. No person in London can be a season ticket holder on Tottenham and actually be proud of neglecting their family for that team that is just historically known for being the biggest bottle job in football history. But yeah, so in basketball, from what I gather, basketballs aren't kept. They're not kept by the crowd. Even before, when you guys, possibly if you guys had real crowds. Also, the basketball court. There's a great video I watched a long time ago. The basketball court is basically ritualism based on physics, specifically the shape of the earth. Yeah, basically it regards the shape of the earth, and there's a lot of flat earth elements in basketball. As soon as I said flat earth, I moved on to the next comment about Orion, with Orion and commenting flat fact. So Orion is from Melbourne. All right, I'm just gonna. They're all fake and gay. Great comment though, Dud. Super comment, man. Spot on. Because they admit they use them so the NFL National Football League, so they admit they use them non-professionally. They also admit the same with basketball, but there actually, I have footage of rich kids with these balls. But it's interesting how only the rich kids get these balls. Why are they not in Argos? For those that don't know, Argos is our local catalog superstore. Don't know what the equivalent is in the US. It's just like the high street. If you want a quick, not now in the days of Amazon, but back in the day, if you wanted a fridge in an emergency, maybe even not in an emergency, if you just wanted a fridge, you'd go to Argos. Everything was from Argos. But they should, I'm speaking as though I'm still living in those days, which is a good thing. But yeah, it's why aren't these magnetized footballs available on Amazon for me to buy? I would buy a magnetized football, a magnetized basketball, even though I'm not American. I would be very interested in basketball if I can have a magnetized basketball, because the gyaldem would love to see me throwing hoops. 3 point. Imagine how many women one can pull by shooting the hoops. Oh man. That's a joke, by the way. I'm not that inclined that way, but this is what it is, man. They've programmed women and men to idolize these creatures that throw hoops, but it's all tricks. It's all tricks. I've even seen where they allow the audience member to, maybe he's an actor that has kind of already been set in motion, but they even allow the audience member to throw the hoop from far out, and he gets it in like a complete novice, someone that probably never thrown a hoop in his life, and he gets it. And here they are celebrating it, him being surprised by his own inability, his own newfounded ability. and it's magnetic. Check out Dell's new research. It's all physical science, probable and demonstrable. He appears to be ruffling. Okay, that's good. If he's ruffling a lot of feathers, that's a good sign. Beyond the imaginary curve. Let me, 1 second, let me get my other phone and I will, because I might, so many good links and recommendations. I need to kind of make sure that I don't forget these things, because silly me, I'm not doing a pen and paper job. It's one of the first things I should actually set down, a pen and paper. But let me get onto Dell, Beyond the Imaginary Curve, and sub to this. Right, hold on. Oh man, this channel brings back memories, because definitely I've come across this. Oh, you know what? I am already subbed here. Now, why would YouTube not give me notifications for this? I'm already subbed. Let me just tap on this, see what he's been on. Now, why am I subbed and I'm not receiving anything? Silly question, really. Obvious, isn't it? Cheers, CoNE. I'm doing a whole series on time. Yes, highly recommended. Flat fact, you're most welcome. I was... my jaw dropped with the discoveries that you found during your research there. Daytime here, Orion. No, I meant reminiscing about being an arse. Oh, that's it. Yeah, realist. Oh, see, that's what I meant. That's what I meant. Reminiscing about being in Arsenal's realist comments when we first met. Crazy, crazy. One of the most surreal meetups I've had on YouTube. That's probably one of the beauties of this dead platform, that you can meet people in the most strangest of settings. Had no intention, I swear, I had no intention of going in there doing this type of talk. I think probably that's what attracted to me to the channel anyway, that he did have elements of it in there. But I never went in with the intention of actually engaging with people on that level. We must catch up with the with that that sector, or about that sector. We must, yeah, we must do, because it is a joke thing now. Yep, just sitting in the backyard sipping tea and listening to the stream. They are all on steroids. That's the other thing as well, steroids, yeah. Oh, you're still in East London. Great thing, my man. Great thing. So you're just around the corner. I've also got a lot of things going on. Moving and shaking. Although I haven't had to move, but a lot of moving and shaking. Just a lot of change that has happened, is happening, and will happen. But most certainly, my man, just drop me your number, email, and we'll make it a phone thing, and then even a meetup, man. It's definitely overdue. Betting is only good if you win. It is, but it is let's just say the casino owns the chips, eh? Does any? Yes, Jake the arsehole. I have come across him. I mean, I've commented a few times. Last time I ever commented was about a year and a half ago. He has gained a new following after starting to cover. Yes, he has. He did. I remember that period. He did cover the rigged matches, how to bet, and the storylines. Fake. Yeah, he's into that. It's quite eye-opening. Yep. Dud Pistachio haven't heard, but we'll look him up. Dud Pistachio dude. I follow Jake the arsehole. I think he started a live about an hour ago. Dud Pistachio. Where can I find Jake the arsehole? Jake the arsehole, eh? I read your description. I learned a tip. If you are talking about certain topics, if you categorize your videos into people and blogs, it goes into opinions, commentary. Seems to make a difference. Opinions and blogs. I think that's my default setting, flat fact. Opinions and blogs. I don't even bother doing the tags anymore. They're pointless. But yeah, people and blogs, you're right. It goes into a different category. Talking about certain topics, eh? He used to cover flat Earth, but realized the movement has been infiltrated and nobody is actually searching for truth anymore. Yeah, he had a big thing with David Weiss. He definitely does call out the shills in that movement. And David Weiss is is from the tribe. Total and utter shill. Everyone he associates with as well. I started watching him from Pat Truthner. Oh, the Pat Truthner and Jake the Arsehole have a thing going on, don't they? They're really not. They're at each other's throats quite a bit. Well, they were last time I left them. Jake banned me for telling him the sun that. Oh, flatty, flatty, flatty warfare, is it? Flat fact. I mean, I can give my opinion on Jake the Arsehole. I'd rather just focus on the content, but I do know where you're coming from in that sense. Flat fact. It's also he does have a history. Does have a history. I don't think. Oh, he shouldn't be proud about some of the things that he's done on camera, but maybe not the best time to go into them. But yeah, I mean, I'll take the people that do listen to him, that his commentary about flat Earth is, because I'm not versed in all things flat by any stretch. If we're going by genres in this field that we share, say flat, I'm just not very versed in that. That's, I mean, physics is my thing, but that thing, it's a weakness for me. I was never much good at maths and in general, but that physics combined with that type of maths and trajectories and eclipses, and I'm not the best at that, so I do have to ensure that people suggesting, I do trust you guys, and I can. I mean, it's not. I say I'm not well versed, but I know enough to know that Jake, in general, does kind of. He's not that shill type, is he? He's not that. Maybe he has character flaws, yes, but the shill type, I wouldn't put him in that category. I definitely agree with him that the shills that he does call out are of the shill variety, most certainly. So I'll give him that credit. What's his name? He's pretty funny. He is. He's quite funny. Miguel, yes, he's pretty cool. Some of his followers can be a bit dense, but he's funny. Flat fact, the flat Earth thing shouldn't have people arguing. It's so unfortunate. Yeah, it is unfortunate because it seems to be a field that have a lot of argumentation. Maybe it's down to just how much infiltration there is in that sector, because it's such a primary topic. It's so interesting. Flat Earth is so interesting. Sports are sexual in a way. They are, yeah. CoNE, the last 30s of you speaking have been absolute good. Great, good. 30 seconds or 30 minutes? Okay. Thank you. I don't know which you're referring to because I don't know how far I am or far up I am in the chat. I still don't know how much I have to go, and I keep saying I'll make it quicker. Dud Pistachio, I think a lot of arguments are about super chats, are they? Oh, it's the old donations that cause the chaos. Imagine that, money being the center of argumentation. Who would have thunk? Oh, only 57. Oh, okay. So yeah, only man, I am bloody way down. Way. I should make it quick. Oh, you're only 57. Good on you. 57 is still very young. You're 57 years young. I'll stop emphasizing your age, but thank you for sharing your age. You said something in the beginning of the stream that was brilliant. I want to quote it. Please do, Flat Fact. I need the reminder. Miguel Angel says, where attention... That's it. Thank you. Where attention goes, energy go. Where attention goes, energy flows. Because energy flows, yeah. That's definitely it. Thank you for the reminder, Miguel. Flat fact, 100% guaranteed. It's all money now. True, excessive sports or exercise wears you out. It's hard on the heart. Your fight or flight mode of the tepi tepliils. Am I saying this right, Cosmic? But yeah, totally agree. Of the reptilian brain part of our survival part, yeah, you can completely overstimulate many receptor sites to the point where they become just completely burnt out. Like there is a complex, a mind-body complex, and just how much heat we're creating internally, biologically. What does that do to the mind? And then we look at these sports stars after about 45, and they don't look healthy. They don't look healthy, especially the most successful ones. Just off the top of the hair of my head, like Maradona, George Best, the original Ronaldo. Uh, there are exceptions. There are exceptions, but that's just a few off the top of my head. They just don't seem to age at the rate the normal population ages. Excuse my spellings, keypad problems. We all have keypad problems, Cosmic Light. You're in good company. No, it doesn't show you an example of English match rigging. It shows you the tech. Oh, that's even better then. So they have technology inside the ball, you're saying, paired with an obviously fake. Yeah, I need to. All right, great. 1 second. Oh, that's a great few links you share. I won't just jot them down yet because they'll be up in the chat for me to reference. I just have to go through the chat once it's uploaded. Cosmic Light has also sent a video about the jabs and effects on the cell's blood, then about effects on the frontal lobe. Yeah, with those though, just be a bit careful, Cosmic Light, and save those for the Telegram because that will trigger the AI, you know? That will trigger YouTube. So just there's workarounds. So what I'll do, I'll just honestly, and please don't feel offended. It's a great link, but I will, or if you can, you've got the mod, just delete that link because yeah, we just need to play it a bit careful. Where these types of links, we just leave for the Telegram stuff because there's only one way it's going to head if we do it this directly. There's also a video of Tiger Woods trying to reclaim one of his ball. Okay, so there you go. They don't want the ball in the hands of the audience. So it's not just basketball. Then they get disproportionately angry, even though golfers don't usually care. Yeah, this exactly. That's another video I'd like to see. The Galdem, your native accent may have slipped. Oh, it's cultural appropriation, isn't it? I don't even speak like this. I never speak like this, but I thought it was appropriate at the time. Well, it's not me appropriate. I mean, you've obviously seen the last community post. I mean, it's them guys upstairs appropriating Jamaican slang, calling like inserting Batty and Gaylord and all kinds of like distasteful uh, terms. So yeah, if you're gonna have a go at them guys. Maybe they're influence. Maybe these stories of missing people is influencing me. Those half-time, half-court basketball shots from fans are definitely magnetic balls. Exactly. I only just started getting notifications for you. I didn't even know you were making videos. Oh, really? I mean, we've only just started streaming live, so that's a recent thing. But making videos, I don't tend to. I have many videos that I have worked on, and they tend to be seriously very lengthy, detailed projects, which I am going to. There are, I would say, about 4 hours of videos that I've made and have not completed. And I say not completed. The research is complete, but basically 95% complete. There's this 52 minutes one that I've completed more or less. I don't even know why. Well, I've explained why I'm waiting. It's because it's too big now to upload through the mobile device that I'm. So all the videos that I do make are made on the phone. It's not through laptop. It's not through a complex video editing suite. It's through simple iMovie. And that's all I know really. I couldn't use video editing editors. I look at them and I get a headache. Like, how do people use these things? So many. It's like looking into an pilot's cockpit. But with iMovie, it's just simple. So yeah, I do promise that I'll have those videos up and premiering during one of our live streams. They're more or less complete, but I should have made them shorter and in parts, and that way I can upload parts. But making them into one big 52-minute epic, I didn't take into account that maybe uploading that might be an issue. Dell doesn't usually get notifications, nor does Jake. I didn't get one for Cones tonight. Yeah, I don't get one for Dell and Jake as well. David Weiss is creepy. Yeah, all of them are creepy. Yeah, they are. I mean, you know what I'm speaking about because I think Jake has covered it. It was, yeah, they were fetishizing the violence towards women. Like, they were fetishizing enough. Yeah, we're just fetishizing in general. It's creepy. Definitely the correct term for that guy. But what do you expect with a surname like that? I mean, how is he the go-to figure for all things flat Earth? The guy's created an app. How comical is this? Creates an app for flat earthers. Compasses aren't enough anymore, but you need an app. I think there is a third globe flat, and then third globe flat, and then the real thing going on. Jake the asshole seems like a normal guy. Yeah, seems relatable. Just this guy in his room. Nothing glitzy, no dazzling colors, no clean cut editing and software usage. Just a guy in his room talking his thing. That's it. That's what YouTube was, should be. You seem to be on a roll. Grab a coffee. No, no more. Doug, thank you. I've had a lot of coffee, and this is not me. I'm not staying up by choice. This is the coffee. So thank the coffee, not me, because I'm trying to rush through and I'm not doing a very good job. Your comments are too stimulating and too interesting to not give them the time of response, of adequate response. You got time to be a great great grandma. That's so awesome. Yeah, 57 is a great age. Great grandma age. Nana is in hospital, but she has like 30 grandchildren. Young grandmas are blessed. They totally are. Totally. I think that's a female life well structured and well lived. Like 30 grandchildren. Dud. Man, that's crazy. Like, that's some serious responsibility. And I pray, I don't know if pray is even the right word, but I wish her the best in her recovery. I'm sure she'll be just fine, and I hope it's not too serious. So, best of wishes and concentration of thoughts to your Nana, Dad. You should totally get a coffee. No, man, stop it. Thank you, Cosmic. Yeah, no issue. It's a great link, but just save it for the Telegram thing. That Telegram thing is where those types of links are definitely not an issue. It's just here. We just work our way around their obstacles. Mods can't delete links that other mods post. It needs more power, channel owner. I tried it. I couldn't. I tried it. I just couldn't find the appropriate or correct kind of button to call it that. But sorry, Cosmic. Cosmic says he's on the job. My own link. Yeah, not yeah. Just yeah. Your your own link. But save it though, because it seems very interesting. Like, yeah, some BitChute links, especially with how you detailed it about the effects on the cell. I also want to post a few. Yes, definitely there is stuff that I just won't post on YouTube. There's stuff that I have installed that I cannot post. I just can't. It's not through being scared of it. It's just not sensible for me unless I want to attract YouTube's policy people. But definitely post them links on Telegram, most certainly. Cosmic, was the link to a video on your page? Cosmic, do you actually, is your channel active? If it is, you should make yourself known, because I don't think I've clicked on your channel to check. But if your channel is active, you can definitely send that link. Was the link to a video on your page? No, it was a BitChute link. Dud, it may be a BitChute link that Cosmic created. I'm not sure about that, but it was a BitChute link. Okay, so yeah, no, on BitChute. Oh, fair. I should have copied it quickly before it was deleted. I say, just find me on Telegram, and then, or I'll find you guys on Telegram, either way, and we'll just meet up, and then you guys can share away. We just create a group on Telegram, and one for sharing links, and then you don't have to participate every day. Anyone who wants to chat, converse, share with each other as and when you please, just go about it. If anyone isn't on Telegram, I say I recommend it, but it is a very, very useful recourse to managing the censorship here. It's not ideal, because obviously it's owned by them, but seems to be okay there. Censorship is incomparable to the censorship of YouTube. I hear of normies complaining about censorship now on YouTube. That people who have nothing in common with us, who are actually mainstreamers, are complaining about the YouTube censorship. I use video editors. I can tell by your efforts that you do use video editors. I did a SHIT load of tutorials. I love so you don't like the talking side, but you love you actually have tutorials. May I ask which editor you use? Because I've tried DaVinci Resolve. I mean, I've mainly tried DaVinci Resolve, but I have also uploaded what's the other one? Adobe After Effects. I've tried various. It's just, maybe it's not that I can't use them. I just think I haven't had the time to learn them. And I know you can create great pieces, like you have, superb. The way your videos are laid out, the transitions, everything about a well cut video. You can tell the difference between something made on iMovie and from professional editing software. But yeah, if you're doing tutorials, I must check out those tutorials, because that's valuable. It's just I haven't had the time to learn. I should put it that way. If you're not getting notifications sent out, must mean it's a good thing. Must mean you're in good company, CoNE. It definitely is a good sign. I made an app, but I programmed it myself, and it's free just for Android. True Earth True Earth celestial scrolls. It's not on Play Store, not jumping through those hoops. Okay, so more credit is due. I mean, Flat Fact has created an actual app. True Earth Celestial Scrolls. It's not on Play Store, just for Android. The device I'm using now is Android. True Earth Celestial Scrolls. Search this on BitChute. I'll delete comment. Yeah, if you can write it like this, that would be great. If you want to hint the things, that's perfect. Dr. Rainer Fulmer personality changes. Yeah, he's kind of. Is that what you're suggesting? He's sold out because I'm fully aware. I mean, there's evidence there that he's not what he seemed at all. Personality changes after mRNA. Okay, but the thing I said about him still stands. Like there is, but then again, these guys do tell us exactly what's going on while being controlled opposition, which out of the way I've looked at his angle, he most certainly is. But I wouldn't argue about the personality changes after mRNA because, well, for one, I've been told by many of these changes in their loved ones, but and also because I've witnessed it myself. That people tell me how after these things, there's a glazed look that appears over a person's eyes, which wasn't there before. And there is actually an almost like a screen, another screen that appears over the lens of their eyes. That they describe it as being more glossier, if that's a good descriptive, like shinier, like a lens that wasn't there before. And I don't know. Again, that thing about the eyes being the windows to the soul. Personality obviously must be related to our emotional states, and the soul being the seat of all emotions. I'm sure there is some correspondence there. How are we going to make sure none of these flat earthers escape the perimeter, David? Let's make an app. Nana is 95, homie. 95 great innings, my man. These things are encouraging when you hear. I did say recently that I had a conversation where someone's grandmother was 109 in Ireland. The doctor said she's got 48 hours. These doctors, they have no answer once their predictions flop, and they more often than not do flop. She made it over 72 hours, so doctors are unsure. Yep, it's always sad. Oh, I see. You're talking about her current condition. Oh, it's okay. She's all right. So doctors are unsure. It's always sad, but you can't be angry. No, you can't. That's a life well lived. She must have been doing something right. At some point, you must get tired. Yeah, definitely. We did touch earlier about how the older you get, it may seem like a good innings, but comes a point where if your children are dying before you, can't be easy. But it must also be I'd see it as a different soul test, which not many people can relate to. Some people do see have to bury their children, but those are more acute cases like sudden car crashes or something. But to actually witness the death of someone you've given birth to before you die is I think it's a test of the human spirit that once is overcome, then it can only benefit the state of the soul. So I'm sure, yeah, she'll stand her in good stead. But as for your granny, like 95, I wish her all the best in her recovery, and I wish her best on her journey after this plane, my man. 95 is a good innings. I don't use Telegram. Once you could log in with email, now it's phone number. It contacted all of my contacts. It actually contacted them, really. That's not just strange, but it's kind of scary. Yeah, I don't have Telegram either. Okay, it's good. It's good that you're saying. So email. Oh no, but we can't actually group together on email. You might have to. There isn't going to be a way where everyone is on the same platform, is there? So, don't know how we work around that. Maybe it's just suggesting through coding. Yeah, it's just may take a bit longer, but if you want, it's just a few extra characters we'll have to write. If you can write the characters out and just suggest or hint to the person what to write in their search engines, that's another way around it. I would say if you're using your phone, use CapCut. It's insane. Okay, I'll use CapCut. Let me write that down on the other phone. CapCut. Is it better than iMovie? Because I am so used to iMovie now. CapCut. Let me type that in. CapCut. It doesn't leave a watermark or anything. I don't mind paying the extra, but no watermarks or no sneaky subscription kind of tricks. It's easy. I was using Premiere Pro and Filmora. I've used both, or I've tried using both Filmora. I know Filmora, I think it leaves watermarks. Premiere Pro, that's not Adobe, is it? But yeah, thank you very much for the CapCut. I don't think I come across that one. Is there any way of checking the app without having an Android? Pistachio's interested in the Celestial Scrolls app. I use the PC version of CapCut. Okay. Cheers, Cosmic Flatfack. How do you find your app? Pistachio. I may put it on a website where I am going with the app and topic. You can do it on a piece of paper. I don't program iPhone apps. It is far too expensive to make a free app. Fair. The app link is in video description, not the latest ones. Lucidity. Digital bioconvergence is happening. Digital bioconvergence. Yes, it totally is, I would say. Digital bioconvergence. They are creating a new biological matrix internally to facilitate this digital innovation that they wish to introduce into our bodies, but also for this hosting of parasites. That matrix is, they know exactly what they're adding to the foodstuffs, the drinks, to allow for that biomatrix, biological matrix. Wait, I told you my nan died in a car crash when we spoke because that was your. My ma died. No, you didn't. You didn't. My ma died in a car crash when we spoke before. No, you didn't. No, I don't recall it. Dad, I don't recall it. But very, very interesting. Personally, for me, I would say we have to speak personally. But no, you haven't told me this. I'm pretty sure we haven't spoken about it. That was bizarre. Yes, that's why I want to speak with you. Not just about that, but just personal stuff that may relate, and it's also quite bizarre. But I don't know if I should, if you want to hear the usual. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, because I don't know if I am sorry. I know it's weird to say, but it's like when I say sorry about news that I receive, it's almost like, I don't know, it's putting a cap on what you may have learned and grown, the growth that came from that. So then, I mean, it's unfortunate. Yeah, it's unfortunate we lose, but people before their expected time. But I think if it's meant to be, as they say, if it's all written, I mean, I don't want to be sorry for anyone's, and we don't lose people any. Did you say your mom died? Okay, yeah. So we don't lose people, because to lose people suggests we have some kind of ownership over people. But it's always sad. I know it's sad we lose loved ones, especially especially people that bring us into this world. Um, yeah. Though I am a mod, the link is in this video description. The video is the truth about meteor showers, the cyclic nature, same time every year. Okay, we have another link there. There's others on the video first before Dr. Reiner, a well-known doctor and a psychologist who was first to win a case against lobotomy. Really? Someone won the case against lobotomy. It's fascinating conversation. That yeah, that link seems awfully interesting. Flat fact, your video looks good. I too like Ron Hapberg's channel. His moon stuff is good. We do have a few flatties here. CapCut, no watermark. Great. Thank you very much, Flat fact. CapCut, I've noted. Even Seven Dust music he has on his channel. I love Seven Dust. I'll check the link out. Thanks, Flat fact. Oh, wait, we've reached the end. Well, hey, we're through. Angel Miguel Angel says, and I have been admiring a Facebook group for years together. He is a very honourable man. The expected timing is what hurts us most. Yeah, it's the timing, isn't it? That's what hurts. Not the actual loss. I think the loss we overcome. But it's the timing and also the type of people that I seriously, I'm one for truly believing, because I can relate to what you say very closely, but I, I speak only personally. That, put it this way, some of the people that I consider very near and dear to me, they really, this current world that we're in, this current overlay that we're experiencing, they weren't for this. They would, I don't know how to put this, but they weren't made for this. I can't see my granddad ever being able to function in this society. And my granddad, uh, he's my granddad. He was old. He didn't die naturally. He actually died through this jibby. But it wasn't during Corona. He didn't die instantly. He was just that was the first death knell. That first nail was through a basic flu jab. But yeah, I just don't. I think it was meant to be, and I don't think these deaths are as out of the control of the person that dies as many would like to believe. I think we do guide our spirit through this course, and we do choose even our exit. I'm a true believer in that. Yeah, we are quite in control. There are sudden deaths, very unsightly, ghastly ways of exiting, but even then, I think that through the choices that we make, whether good or bad, conscious or unconscious, we are led to that specific situation at that moment in time where where these people have that car accident, or sometimes we ask ourselves why. I mean, why couldn't it have been a second later or a second more, or why wasn't I there? Why is the never ending? Um, it just was meant to be. And the more I think about it, is sometimes it's, that meant to be is probably the most comforting, because you think of the uh, the current system that we're operating in, that you end up thinking, you know what, these people actually got away easier than we have. Like, we should actually, as long as we can, we have enough faith that these people are actually, and I don't just mention it in cliched terms, like we truly do believe that these people are, or when I say people, I mean their souls, who they are on an energetic level, that has transferred to uh, a higher frequency to sound new agey, or they have just, they've transitioned to a better state and a better stage, then it's probably, the praise should be reserved for ourselves, I think. As long as it's a life well lived, I wouldn't want to feel sorry for anyone that dies. I think it's quite the opposite. I would like to celebrate that life. I miss my grandpa. It took me time to realize the man was full of wisdom. Grandpa's grandpa, grandma's grandma, eh? Took me time to. I'll tell you what, he'd be proud of you though. Flat fact. Because if he's full of wisdom, then you're obviously continuing where he left off. Even though it may have been unrelated field, just like you're here sharing yours now. And it is in that sense cyclical, isn't it? We're then going to go to where Granddad and Grandma went and join that that frequency pattern in the big, hopefully a big party upstairs, wherever and whatever that is. Time for rejoicing and celebrating life, really. That's the way I see it. Death shouldn't be somber. I think it's just, there should be something somber about it, in the sense that the somber side should be basically the respectful side, that we're respectful during the stage of someone transitioning. But it must be celebrated. Like, that life has to be celebrated. And if it's not, sadly, I must question that life. Like, I wouldn't want to die and people being sad about the life I've lived. Because as miserable a sod I could be, I wouldn't want my exit route reflecting, being reflected with sadness. Then I've got to question who I have familiarized myself with. I don't know why some funerals are sad. I think, if I'm being perfectly frank, as I've said before, I think that's selfish, because it comes from a place of having some control over that individual, or feeling some sense of loss when we never owned this individual. People have got to make their transitions, and these things have to occur. My wide, well, let's see any comment above that. Gosh, yeah. My why disappeared about 5 years ago when I realized I was meant to be there and watch it happen. I was the last man. Seriously, Dud, we have to speak, brother. We have to speak. I was the last person to hear her speak, the last person to hear her smile. That is most certainly priceless, bro. Most certainly. I know to a T. Maybe I'm giving away too much, but I do admire how much you share. But yes, yeah. Now I get you. I get your story. I get who you are. Well, not totally, but I know where you come from. And it just, I don't have to question much about your root. Not ROOT, but both actually. Both your root and your root in terms of how you are, how you came, how you're here, even. How your journey, basically. But yeah, thanks for sharing. That is definitely priceless. You cannot put value on that. And there is reason why you were in those last stages of her life. Like, she obviously must have, her frequency emission must have attracted you to that situation and you to hers. And like I say, it was meant to be. And you're obviously now like generating feelings of prayer, call it that, although that concentration of thoughts that she will receive, I'm sure, once these souls have departed, they do receive these frequencies that we emit. So it's necessary that we have these priceless memories of our loved ones, and that we continuously have them at the forefront, and in fact guiding. Maybe night light is inappropriate, considering we've covered Kabbalah quite often, but these guiding like our compasses, we do things out of value, out of love, and I'd like to think that we perform our actions in memory of the good people that have departed. That's special, Dud. It certainly is. Wow, I can't believe you are still on. Yeah, it's been a great stream, Sister Lisa. Please do, especially the last portion. It's been good. It's been, I would say, a bit emotional, if I can use that word. For me, it's definitely helped me kind of get into that state of just facing a bit of reality in terms of death, and it's just good to share and hear people's takes on the biggest of big topics like death. Not many people, death. We see the death and destruction through our screens, but it's very different to actually seeing and witnessing it in real life. And sometimes the way people speak of death and war, and we know it's fake, and they're speaking about it as though it's normal, you just get to, you have to conclude that these people really haven't ever gone through the motions of witnessing the sadness that death brings about. And it's that grief and sadness that is very necessary. I said earlier that I don't trust anyone that doesn't have any scratches, men especially, that don't have any wounds and bruises, doesn't have a tale to tell. I also very rarely trust people that haven't had any grief. I mean, I'm sure they have had things to grieve about, but they haven't been through the almost rites of passage of grief. It makes it does make us stronger, not physically but spiritually. It does carve our soul, or the state of our soul, into the shape that is necessary to make that transition. Once we comprehend and accept death as a reality, and one we'll all have to experience, it's just better to experience it early. At least we have the training. I find people that have experienced death very early are some of the most giving, most charitable, most loving people. I do genuinely have that experience, but unfortunately I've seen these people that good nature being abused severely. Yeah, I've seen it, and it takes them a long time to realize that they are being abused, because that's all they know. That's all they know, because they've had to deal with it early. So it's just because they've had that trial and tribulation early. The natural result of that is a benefit to the soul, the heart, the character, and demons in this realm do abuse it without relent. For them, it's a never-ending supply of energy siphoning. But yes, Lisa, good to have you back. You, like Flat Fact, may have slept, and it's making me feel like we've been streaming all night. So it has been from approximately 8:30, 8. We've had that little interruption because you've got to add 2 hours to it. It has been a bloody 10-hour stream almost. No, sorry. 8, no, 9 hours. It's a very long stream. And this is what the coffee does. This is why I enjoy coffee ceremonially. It just allows expansion. But that expansion is not just the coffee. I mean, it's you guys as well. You guys are the best chat, best reflection a chat I could have asked for, because it's so easy to bounce off you guys. And I'm sure, I hope you guys are the same, that it just allows for the personal introspection. And the aim is that everyone takes something from the time spent. I wouldn't want to waste your time. I keep saying the last thing I would want is to waste my time and your time. And that's in the knowing that YouTube is one big waste of time. So I'm trying to get the best out of the time spent here. And this stream is definitely great in that regard. The universe and its creator is magical. Yeah. This magical aspect, sometimes, like I say, it's seems to be in the monopoly of the occult, but we are magical in every sense. We are the miracle, the living miracle. I mean, we totally are. We are from this creator, and I'm sure our very our very life is a miracle. But we've just not. We've been battered so much that we lose our. For one, we lose our sight, but we also lose that potential of creation itself, which is magic, which is magical. It's all magical. We are magic in motion. He had coffee. That coffee, flat fact, was some time ago, but this is still having its effect. And this is why I'm very sensitive to coffee. If I have it in the morning, it wires me for the whole day, right up to when I sleep. Just one basic cup of decent coffee. Now, if I tell you I've had about 5 espressos, not 5 flat espressos, like flat out raw espressos. I've made them in a way which buffers the harsh effects. So I hope I've not come across like frantic, like wired, which is stereotypical effects of coffee. But it definitely, the caffeine is a major reason why we're still streaming at 5 o'clock in the morning UK. And it would be a waste to not put this up on the channel, put it on private. I don't want to do it. The only reason I ever put anything on private is because I don't think the quality of the upload has been good. Whether it be audio shuffling or just anything really, but it would be a terrible waste not to put this leave this up as. I mean, I never had any thoughts of not leaving it up as an upload, but it would be an offense to the people that have definitely come through in the chat. So yeah, this will be up, and anyone that didn't join, I feel that they've missed out on a good session, and they can always pass through and rewind. For everyone that did take part, much love and a lot of appreciations. It's been good, very good. One of those masonry lorries skipped a light. 2 people died in the crash. I got out the car like, again, masonry lorries, eh? I got out the car like nothing had happened. I didn't have a bruise or scratch on me. The doctors and nurses were so confused. Man, I think there's someone in the comments that is not here anymore that needs to read this, just for my own sanity, because they're not going to believe if I tell them this. But yeah, that's so you experienced the event. 2 people died in the crash. You got out the car like nothing happened. I didn't have a bruise or scratch on me. The doctors and nurses, they won't be able to explain miracles at all. They're baffled when miracles occur. They give you the predictions. They want to predictively program you to expect the worst. But when it falls flat, they have no explanation. No, hopefully it stimulates them into exiting this legalized drug dealing profession that they are in, one that they use to feed their families. But yeah, crazy crazy events. You must join the panel, and must have a panel dedicated to just real life surreal experiences which cannot be explained in scientific terms. So if you've shared that here, Dud, you're more than welcome to someday share not just the event. I mean, you've pretty much outlined the event, but just your thoughts and your how it affected you, how it improved you, what you had to go through to overcome the the trauma. Because, like you say, you had no physical bruises and scratches, but I'm sure the event changed the course of your life's journey. Flat fact, geez, Dad, Cosmic, I understood what you meant. Dad, that's unreal. Wasn't your time to go for sure. Yeah, it's the stuff of movies, isn't it, Cosmic? Skyworks is in the house as well. Big up Skyworks. Better late than never. We are literally towards the end. I thought I reached the end. I hit the bottom of the mountain. I returned from the top of the mountain uh, after an Everest of a comment section. Maybe I'm just a slow hiker. But here we are. Here we are, scrolling down again. But welcome, Skyworks. Good to see you. Cosmic was definitely not my time, but certainly hers. She'd completed her mission 100%. And in terms of my situation, that's exactly the way I see it. There is no way these good people, like I said, as long as they fulfilled their journey and their life's mission, I don't even think this current, uh, this current illusory construct, hyper realistic illusory construct, it was even cut out for the people that came before us. There's no way. No way the people I looked up to back in they can operate. Even it's not like they would die, but they couldn't. They were meant to go. I don't even know how to explain this society to them. If I was writing a letter to the people that have gone, I don't know how to formulate this letter. And I'm one that writes these long ass essays full of all manner of descriptives but it's impossible to write an essay or to write a letter, even an imaginary letter. In terms, I mean, I can write that obviously, but in terms of explaining the surreality of this current state of affairs, nah, I couldn't do that. All I could do was say, you know what, write a letter saying, I want to be where you are someday. That's all I could write. But definitely not my time. Certainly hers. She'd completed the mission. Great summary, Dud. Great way of putting it, my man. God bless her and you. What a surreal experience. Yeah, I got rinsed for my energy and kindness by my ex, and whatever jinn took over her body. You're actually using Islamic terminology here. So you attracted a demon, yeah, basically in human form. At your lowest ebb, through a state of trauma, demons saw a point of entry. Because obviously, no matter who it is, with situations like that, faith is affected, whether it's raised or lowered. Not a point. There is a crevice opening there. And it seems to be the status quo that the attraction of demons is that particular juncture is seems to be ripe for attracting these types. And I can see why as well, is because during those moments, it's make or break in terms of our spiritual state. We, as creation from the Creator, are only designed to improve our state through even the hardest, most arduous of times. And these demons know. I feel that they have inhabited these domains that they hop in and out of for far too long. They are, some people term them as archons. The term archaic comes from this archons, and we're talking about the first primordial organisms here. So they're definitely aware of when to approach a creation to harness and siphon spiritual energy. And for two reasons. It's because it's feeding time, but also because if they allow the full procession of that traumatic period, which will inevitably be overcome by by the creation of the Creator, they're always going to overcome it for the better. Then that means it's not looking good for these demons to have humans roaming around, having overcome the worst trials of tribulations, because it increases the capacity of faith, and it's faith that drives out these entities. Faith is the only thing that drives out these afflictions and entities and these parasites. Nothing more, nothing less. Faith in its variant forms. Cosmic, thank you, homie. Are you okay with dogs? Yeah, CoNE. Yeah, dogs. I'm definitely a cat person. I can say that. But dogs, late entry into my life, I'm learning a lot about different breeds, and yeah, dogs. Great with dogs in the sense, like, I'm still, when they leap at you out of love and joy and happiness, I'm still a bit kind of, but yeah, touching, stroking, even. So I tell you what I see in the ends a couple of months back, and I had to stop. Because I don't ever see it where I live, and it was the most majestic St. Bernard. I literally had to stop because we have a local park, but I've seen all kinds of dogs, all breeds, but never seen a St. Bernard. And to see one in real life, literally, I was dumbstruck, just in full of awe, to the point where I was not. I had to show it some. I don't know. I can't describe what kind of respect I showed it, but I didn't have to think of it. It was because it was clearly apparent at some level that this breed alone has saved many lives. Like, that is its whole purpose, to live, to save human life. Like, it's not just paying respects to this one St. Bernard, it's to the whole lineage. But it was the most majestic creature I've seen for a long time. So yeah, I'm okay with dogs, of course, yeah. Depending, look, I'm not okay. I mean, when I say I'm not okay, definitely not okay. And it's not because of the dog, but the pit bulls, and let me guess, you've got the pit bulls. Like these big dogs. It's not that I have anything against them, but I don't know. I don't know. I'm sure they're the sweetest dogs, but yeah, it's just maybe that's my programming. And I know that statistically, poodles, chihuahuas, and Jack Russells, they're more violent statistically than these supposed danger dogs. But it's just something about the bullies and Rottweilers even. It's not, I don't have anything against them, but it's just, yeah. I don't know. I tell you, rather than focus on the dogs that I am a bit wary of, I'll tell you the dogs which I tell you, I'll say the dog which I think would complement me would be a Jack Russell. Personally, I think a Jack Russell would complement me. But yeah, generally okay with dogs. I'm learning breeds every day. Retrievers, Labradors. I think Labradors. Is it Labrador? Labrador. Some of the most like calmest dogs, aren't they? Golden Retrievers. Sorry, I say Golden Retriever or Labrador, the most chilled out, calm temperaments. But dogs definitely are harder work than cats. I say I'm more of a cat person, but that's just I think it's down to maybe because I'm a Leo. Um, I've had cats as pets. I've had experience with dogs, neighbors, but also later in life, very recently. I would say over the last 3, 4 years, really, dogs. Are you okay with dogs, yeah, Cole? Yeah, okay, so we've done that. No, you sound chilled. You sound stoned, if anything. Just joking. You sound chill. You'd be great in an emergency. Who? Oh, you mean? Oh, that. Yeah, just recently. Yes, that talk of death, isn't it? It's just nothing. I don't. It's just it sets you in that different headspace. But I definitely was jogging memories about personal experiences of death, and so yeah, I'm doing it again. But yeah, it's just I think frequency change, if anything. Dud says, stoned, eh? That's not offend. Even if someone is stoned, so what? It's just if someone is stoned, good luck. But yeah, it's just maybe a different frequency when we're speaking about death. You sound chill. You'd be great in an emergency. Man, you guys have great compliments. Sending great compliments. Yeah, please, dose Nightbot. No problem, Skyworks. Okay, no problem. She became an actress and she started hanging around the wrong types. I had to get. Oh, an actress, eh? Oh, yeah. In fact, there's someone on YouTube who is in the so-called truther movement, and she has an acting background, and I think she still does acting. But there's just something I can't quite put my finger on. It's just I said earlier, all actors are liars, and all liars are actors. I think being an actor is one of the most unnatural things someone can do. Assuming it is basically possession. You are assuming an identity. At least that's the way the acting profession has it. But how about the identity or the egregore assumes the person? Especially the method actors. Like, to assume someone's identity must be, why would anyone do this? Why? Even for entertainment, for theatre. I mean, the background of theatre is the stuff of the Medici Society. What is it? Of Venice. But then we think of Eyes Wide Shut and that high society. So theatre and wearing masks and acting, it just all stems from this kind of elite high society. But why would someone, even for entertainment, but why is that even entertainment? Assuming the identity and acting as acting, act. Can we not have other ways of relaying a message? Why does it have to take the assuming of an identity? Because these actors seriously have psychological issues, evidently so. Evidently so. They're not their behavior is incorrect. They in later life they look hideous for one thing, and then there's the plastic surgery involved. Like there's something about staring in the mirror. There's something about assuming the identity of someone you're not or something you're not, because remember, people now identify beyond just humans. And so it's crazy, this acting world. Yeah, I was just saying that there's someone in this. In fact, they have, to give you a hint, they have true in their YouTube channel name. But there's something just not quite right about them. They decode events and so, but I'm pretty certain that they're not aware of just how much this acting industry has affected them. I don't think they're aware because they're still in it, and it's not like they're in Hollywood or something, but it's just because there is acting even on our level. They're still involved, even though they are aware of what this system is and represents, even though all the stuff about Hollywood, and you're still in the acting industry. And they could get into any other industry which pays decently, but I think there's a hookup, a psychological hookup to assuming the identity of other people. I think it's the most potent form of escapism. She hung around with the wrong types. I had to get away from it all. I don't blame you, especially that actress part. It's only gonna go one way. Because basically just replace that actress part with liar. I use jinn as an umbrella term. Okay, yeah, I thought so. She's just been reading a lot of Bible and Quran, but they're interchangeable. I got you the first time, my man. Just if we meet up, I'll have to bring my pup. No issue, but if she's a pup, then that's fine. But wait, but she's got great temper. Something tells me, though, you are a pit bull type, innit? Something tells me. I think even like with pets now, you just seem to beforehand get to know which type of breed. But correct me if my guess is off. But she's got a great temperament. I bet she has. An owner with your temperament, I'm sure there's, and yeah, I mean, that's how it is, isn't it? The owner represents the dog. My pa fell in love with her last time he visited. He doesn't even look at his children. What? Doesn't even look at his children. You're just jealous you're not getting the attention, Dud. I must go. Enjoyed the conversation. Cosmic, big up, my man. We are about to wrap up too, but thank you so much for staying for the duration. Big up. Have a lovely night's rest and a great weekend. St. Bernard, the one from Beethoven, I think it is. I'm pretty sure it is, Yeah, it's that big. I didn't quite realize just how big St. Bernards were. This thing was huge. Huge. And they're the ones that have the collar with some kind of casket, small casket, like a keyring on a collar. I don't know what that actually is. Wooden casket. Dalmatians are apparently very aggressive. Yeah, I've heard that, but people are falling in love with 101 Dalmatians, but it's the breeds that you don't expect. Like, I wasn't aware that, what is it, not the Dachshund, not the Rottweiler, but there's another black and what, the Doberman Pinscher. That's, I mean, as slim and slender and as greyhound looking as it is, it's very, very aggressive. If you got to go bed, homie, don't let me keep you up. Man needs his rest. Very soon, Dad. Very soon. We go in Akita Labrador. Akita, very human mannerisms, eh? And Labrador. Let me just see Labrador. Oh, right. That's a kind of a very balanced mix, then, isn't it? Because Labrador's the temperament. I know Akitas do have the label of being, how do I say, quite territorial, and they need a lot of attention. I think maybe a bit of jealousy comes into play as well. But then the Labrador bit kind of balances it out. I've always been a cat person, still have cats. They've all started socializing. That's great, man. If the dogs and the cats, it's one big happy family. Caught a video of the dog cleaning the cat. Ah, that's mad. I've seen videos like that. I mean, I've seen some crazy videos. There was one I saw where a cat, seriously, a cat was, I don't know whether it had adopted this small monkey, but it had wrapped itself around the underbelly of the cat. And the cat was literally giving it, it was like a, you know them those baby slings. Literally the monkey was, the cat, a lot of the commenters were sure that the cat in that part of the world, I think it was like one of these Indonesia, Java, Sumatra type places, where literally it's common for the cat to adopt monkeys that have been orphaned. So it is, yeah, definitely. I mean, it's the beauty of nature, isn't it? There's the cruel side of nature, but then there is this as well, where the humans can definitely take a leaf out of their books. You don't have books, but you know what I mean. After playing that many characters, I couldn't. Yeah, this is it. That's the thing. They don't just play one character. It's a recipe for psychopathy. I couldn't. She couldn't tell where her personality stopped exactly. Yeah. That's what I was trying to explain. That's a great summary. She couldn't tell where her personality stopped and her character started. It was hard to watch, but wasn't worth the darkness around her. Do you know if it's that bad for an actress? And I have issues with school teachers that can't switch off being a school teacher when they come home. Now you can imagine. By that I mean they literally, some of them don't know how to switch off. They start talking to adults like the children they've disciplined, and you have to remind them that, hey, you're not. At, I know you have to bring work home, but this is taking the biscuit. But imagine how it is for an actress not being able to switch off. You're confused as to whether the person's sincerity levels. You don't know whether she's acting because she forgot to switch off, or because she's actually deceiving you, or whether that's just her. I mean, it it can send a partner absolutely or equivalent loopy, but at least he or she, the one that is playing is the actor, at least they have the practice. But an innocent new to all of this, it could send them off the rails completely. I could not deal with an actor partner. In fact, I don't know anyone that is an actor or an actress. In fact, I do. And it's not by choice. I say I do, but I have known of people that I have bumped heads with not by choice, and they have been in the acting industry. A few that I've come across in, let's say, in business. Put it this way, in the system. We all meet people in business at work, and they relay some of what they do. And majority of thespians I've known are actually homosexual. Theatre it seems to be their thing. Whether it's their thing or whether their thing or the theatre is of their making, it just seems to be very much concentrated with the LGBTQ society. That's exactly how I saw it. Actor is another word for liar. Yeah, she's female, so they're more protective. The males are more territorial. Yeah, I guess it would play out differently with male actors and female actors. Good night and thank you guys. Everyone is going to sleep here. or making preparations, but we still have 7 this early in the morning because, sorry, which is still decent because, yeah, 7 including me, so 6. But I've seen channels with big numbers, just literally speaking to the same amount of people, 2, 3, 4. So it's all good, all good sign. Maybe. All right. So look, we have reached the end now. Lucidity. It's a good time. 3:33, is it? So look, let's leave it at that. Let's go with the architects and leave it that it's obviously upside down world, and you are on the other side, flat fact. So let's pay homage to the architects and leave it at 3:33. It's our own little signature, courtesy of, you know, our I don't know, our beneficent script writers. Obviously, she decided she was gender fluid. No, stop it. That's enough now. That is definitely the time to end the tale. That's a bit too much. After we separated and she went to America for a bit, maybe she was. Maybe she had enough of of you, which wasn't so bad. Which wasn't so bad. But that gender fluid bit, I mean, that's taking method acting to a whole nother level. Too much, and a great ending. Good night, all. Very, very good end to the weekend for you folks. Have a good Sunday, and see you next time. Bless you, folks. Much love. Very good night. Bye bye.